Sir Jimmy Savile is destructible.
Heart bypass. He told us he was going on a cruise. He lied to us.
And he calls me his best friend.
You know what I think about that man, and I doubt we even know half the story.
This was on last night. This is Jimmy Savile. It's on again tonight. I've just been up the shop. I've spent like £15 in the co-op shop and £5.95 on kebab meat and chips.
Well, they pretended they didn't. I used to say to them, don't let him do that. But they were either too embarrassed or scared to resist. And you know, with some, he didn't stop at kissing them on the lips. He'd stick his tongue in their mouths.
Oh, Beryl, that's disgusting.
He gets away with it because no one else sees it. Only the woman knows. I mean, it's sexual assault.
Well, it's not proper sexual assault.
You say that because you're a man. For a woman, it's a violation. And if he's sticking his tongue down women's throats in full view of other people, what's he doing when he's alone with them?
He'll try along with you.
Once. And he got very short shrift.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because you're a decent man and you like to think the best of people. I reckon that's what most people think of Jimmy Savile. Because they don't let themselves think about what the truth might be.
Oh man.
Quadruple bypass for a man of your age to come through that.
It was God's will.
Your own willpower must have helped. When you set your mind on something, you tend to get it. As with that knighthood you wanted so desperately.
I've told you, that was an unsolicited honour.
Yeah, you also told me that you and I were on a journey toward the truth. Well, I haven't been twiddling my thumbs since I last saw you. I've been speaking to people, sitting in libraries, reading everything that's been written and said about you.
Oh, yeah.
And you seem to have forgotten that I'm a journalist. And I have no doubt you wanted that knighthood because you thought it would make you invincible. But it didn't. The rumours grew. More and more people thought that there was something in them. And at the same time, your career started to tank. And from being a puppet master, you were losing control.
You are dreaming.
The public were falling out of love with you. And then they cancelled Jim Will Fix It. You must have been furious, Jimmy.
Not at all. Not at all. It was all very amicable. Fuckers. With mountains of Fix-It stacked up in the office, enough to last another decade at least. Still the highest ratings on the box.
Look, I'm as upset as you are. I mean, fortunately, I have been offered another show.
Well, bully for you. 19 fucking years.
I agree. They should let us run for 20, then let us bow out with tributes and fans.
So why didn't they?
Artistic and programming reasons.
That is fucking bullshit. Bill Cotton never let this happen. He understood talent.
What are you suggesting?
You and I know there are people in this building who like to talk about me behind my back. Perhaps you're one of them.
You are being paranoid. Now, I have never been part of the Jimmy Savile Bloomer factory. Not least because I've never actually seen anything myself.
Because there's fuck all to see, pal.
Or maybe I should have looked harder.
What do you mean?
I don't know what goes on in that bloody man. It's forever parked out there, curtains drawn whenever you're here.
I keep in it.
The BBC is changing, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, fuck the BBC. And fuck you. They wanted Fix-It to run forever. I decided it was time to move on, and I managed to retain the productive relationship with the BBC.
Really? When did anyone from the BBC last call you?
I sensed the gloves coming up.
You're still being evasive. What is this? New heart, same old bullshit.
Bring it on. You've not seen me in a real fight, have you? I don't fuck about. It's shirt off and bare knuckles.
I want to ask you about this man. Ray Terror. You shared a flat with him in the early 60s.
Yeah. Until I found out he was a lying, ungrateful lowlife. Told him to fuck off. Never set eyes on him since.
Really? Never. Hello, stranger.
Very good reason for this.
There's an age of consent problem. As you always said, if they don't show you their birth certificate, how can you tell?
You don't touch him. You make sure you're careful. Leave no marks, no witnesses. Make fucking sure they keep stum.
Oh, is that? Till now. She was 15. Johnny Law got involved.
For fuck's sake.
In the old days, the coppers wouldn't have given her the time of day, but times are changing. It's going to Crown Court. The brief says I'm looking at 6 months.
I don't understand why I need to know about any of this.
People know about the connection.
What connection? I'm Sir James Savile. You're some two-bit DJ with a shitty little record shop.
We shared a pad. Stuff happened.
Nothing happened.
But it did. There's every reason some smart-ass barrister would want to paint a murky picture of my history with young birds. Jimmy Savile Mark II, they call me in Manchester. Suppose they ask about my life with Jimmy Savile Mark I.
You say nothing.
Oh yeah. Why is that?
Oh, murder. Sicilian code, you say now to incriminate anyone, including your worst fucking enemy. A code punishable if broken by things you daren't fucking imagine.
You look like a man who knows he's running out of road. Father. So you weren't aware of the charge of unlawful sexual intercourse with a girl aged under 16, which was brought against him?
News to me. He was never a friend of mine.
Well, you can't claim the same about this man, Peter Giaconelli.
Passed on now. God rest him.
You were friends for years.
Inevitably. I visited Scarborough often to see the Duchess. He was mayor and ice cream king.
And also a paedophile.
That's an outrageous suggestion.
You're saying that he didn't use his ice cream business as a means of luring young victims.
All Peter wanted to do was put smiles on the faces of kiddies.
People in Scarborough say everyone did.
Knew or heard rumours.
The young man went to the police and charges were prepared.
It never came to court. Flail away, Daniel.
It just seems striking. Flatmate and mentor to Ray Terrett, a convicted sex offender, friend of Peter Giaconelli, a known paedophile. They say a man should be judged by the company he keeps.
I kept the company of queens, princes, popes, and presidents, didn't I? Besides, there's only one judge I'm bothered about. He's up there.
You've got a completely clear conscience then.
What's on my conscience is between me and the boss.
But given the age that you are, frail, patched up heart, No one lives forever, Jimmy. Do you not sense that final reckoning approaching?
I have no fucking fear of it. And if I had my time over, I'd do now differently. Victor got this one for me, will you?
Can't I need it in Navy?
Just take this old bird down to X-ray first.
Why can't you?
Too old, too ugly.
That's not answer. Oh, she heard you.
If now she don't know already. Right, love, need any help?
Not unless you can fix it for Elias's pay rise, Jimmy.
I can fix anything, love. Hey, don't rush off.
Work to do. And I've been told
Told.
not to be left alone with her.
I never told you that.
One of the sisters.
Ah, that's some miserable, sex-starved old crone.
Please let me past.
Told you I can fix anything for you. Just need something in return.
That's not
It's a bit of fun.
fun being propositioned by a dirty old man. I was told to report anything like this.
You dirty old man.
Never asked.
It's always the first time. It might come sooner than you think.
Oh.
What do you want?
Come to see Charlie. I heard he was ill.
He's poorly. He's very poorly. Anyway, you better come in.
I make no bones about it. I insisted on being here today. Charlie Hulligan. What can I tell you that you don't already know about him? And what a privilege it is to pay tribute to him today. Charlie was older than me. He knew me from being a babe in arms. As a lad, he was a young man who my late mother, the Duchess, told me to look up to. And how right she was. As head porter, his priority was always the patients. He made people laugh. When they were in distress, he showed them kindness. He trusted people. And they trusted him. He always wanted to see the best in any of us.
Thanks for coming over.
Want to see how you were. There's something else.
What's that?
If anyone says anything about me down the infirmary, you'd speak up for me, wouldn't you? You also know there's been talk.
I've always wanted to believe that's all they were. Talk.
There's never anything more than that, Charlie.
And why do I look at you? And see a frightened man. I'm the one that should be frightened.
So, farewell, old friend. You'll not be forgotten in this world. Godspeed you in the next. Are you afraid?
I'm worried for Beryl, Coase, I am. Seeing me go through this and scared for myself. Death. Damned if I know what's at the end, Seth. You do know. About a fella like you. dependent on the life you've lived.
One could talk a long time about why I believe in God, but to encapsulate it, I believe in God because, if nothing else, it's a good gamble. Went through life thinking that when we die, we're off, that's it, gone, we need to. That's all right, but it's
Hello?
much nicer to go through life with a faith, thinking that we have to carry on. Maybe when we die, go on to a better life. What you don't realise as an atheist is faith conquers fear. As Isaiah said, they who walk in the Lord's path will rise up with wings like eagles.
But you kept falling. That vice-like grip was loosening, and there were no calls from hell from Tony Blair.
That grinning twat.
You had to literally hand back your set of keys to Broadmoor.
I gave him back. Our mission was
You left
accomplished.
the place in chaos. You'd become a persona non grata at Stoke Mandeville.
Never have, never will.
Why have you stopped going there?
All the fish to fry.
It's bollocks, Jimmy. It's because you were in constant conflict with your management, who banned you from wandering the wards without let or hindrance.
I was putting smiles on faces.
I've spoken to people there. You told one manager who tried to rein you in to get your fucking tanks off my fucking lawn.
Because it was my fucking lawn.
You'd lost all control, hadn't you?
Just give me a fucking break, will you?
And welcome to the very last Top of the Pops. We're going to quote it to, yes, it belongs to the world now, part of TV history. And we have top lineup of pop acts to see us out tonight in style.
That it?
Yeah.
That's what you used it with.
Well, apart from the very end, do you want to see that as well?
What's to do?
That's right. The man who started it ended it.
I'm barely on screen 30 fucking seconds.
That decision was made in the production meeting, so...
I wasn't at the production meeting. This is bollocks, mate.
Sorry, this way, please. No autograph. Sign out.
Isn't it the case that knowing what you feared most, on this earth at least, had happened, you'd become a nobody?
You're a nobody.
To get back into the limelight.
You're talking about what I think you're talking about. And yes, that was a mistake. But not for the reason you're saying.
Ladies, it's a good job that's such a sound checker. Sorry. Thank you for bringing all these beautiful ladies. But how are you, Uncle? I know you all are, Uncle. Oh, I'm quite overwhelmed. All the time, ladies.
You okay?
All over the queue. That's right.
Didn't Dad say you used to see him around at Stoke Mandeville? Mum.
I got to shave my head.
You never told anyone before you told me.
You should go to the police.
It was over 30 years ago.
I don't care. Go to the police. I'd come with you.
I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, I'd like to report a crime, please. It's a mirror, a hand.
Why do you say your cameo on Celebrity Big Brother was a mistake?
Because it led to certain complications.
What complications?
I'm not going to tell you.
Why won't you tell me what the complications were?
Because I made them go away.
And you said it's okay to call you Jimmy.
Jimmy, it is. Everyone calls me Jimmy.
And your date of birth?
October 31st, 1926. And quite proud. And all the time since then, I've never done anything wrong.
Lovely. And thank you for letting us use this office here at the Spinal Injury Centre.
It's my second home.
Can I just stress, Jimmy, that you are not under arrest and you're free to leave at any time?
I'm happy to help.
Lovely. But before I make you aware of what's been alleged, I do need to read out the caution. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything which you do say may be given in evidence.
I'll say everything.
So, the reason for this interview is that a young lady who was a resident of Elmwood Hall has reported that on a visit there, you encouraged her to perform oral sex on you.
Out of the question.
This lady claims that you invited her for a drive in your car, where the alleged incident took place.
I used to go there to cheer up unfortunate girls. And sometimes they would beg me to go for a run in my roller, which I always did with the permission of the head. And they loved it. But you see, few people will always want to take advantage of my celebrity.
How do you mean?
They see me on television, BBC, Top of the Pops, etc., and they would throw themselves at me. And when I tell them you can't do that, they resent it. And then, according to them, I'd assaulted them, which is the one thing a man in my position would not do.
So you're saying this didn't happen?
A flight of fancy.
So we conducted further inquiries at Elwoods, and we discovered that there'd been other claims of sexual interaction with the girls there.
Out of the question.
Did you ever ask any girl there to perform a sexual act?
Out of the question.
You never used your celebrity status to seek sexual gratification?
I've never done that in my life.
Are you sexually attracted to girls under 16?
The exact opposite. But that doesn't stop some people making allegations and threats
What kinds of threats?
to go to the papers.
And what do you do when you receive these threats?
Some of the dafter ones I actually pass on to my pals in the police, and we have a laugh about it. Others, I had to resort to law. Bear in mind, I'm a doctor, and if I say a genuine threat to my reputation, I use my legal expertise and that of my solicitors to make it go away, which it always does, because there is never a shred of evidence.
Jim will fix it for you.
Right. We'll end the interview there. Thank you.
Okay.
You're Nick's son, you know what I mean? Yeah. She's got a letter from the police. I can't read it all.
When I sit and I go through everything you've written or said, it's like you're constantly giving hints that there's a dark side.
Please elaborate.
You did a game show with David Frost wearing a sweatshirt with "I'm an animal" on the front. And when he asked you why, you said to give victims fair warning. You spoke about being feared in every girls' school in Britain and about using wrestling holds on girls in the back of cars. And when Frost asked you what you were going to do next, you replied, "Anyone I can lay my hands on." You're basically advertising to the world that you're a sexual predator. I mean, the truth is pretty
Oh
well
my
standing up
God,
to the
really?
face if only we'd look.
What's the point of committing the perfect crime if nobody knows you've done it?
So, what? You admitting to being a predator?
I'm admitting now.
I'm hot, I tell you,
Here we
I'm
are,
really hot.
Greg.
I can't believe it.
And I'm looking at a man who has not landed a single punch.
I'm looking at a man who, behind
Oh.
the bullshit, is
You're talking about death.
Oh.
Nigel. That holds no fear for me. Need a lift, Nick?
No, we're fine.
Who is it?
76-year-old lady.
What happened to her?
None of your business, son.
She's going straight in the fridge, is she?
No. Her family has asked to view the body. What are you doing?
Just checking she's all right.
What do you mean?
The family, to see her.
That's not for you to do. Get out.
Don't you dare tell me what to do.
I'm telling you, show some respect. Her family will be here any minute. Please, leave. He was with the body. I don't know why or what he was doing, but he has no cause to do that. I mean, a body has to be treated with respect. The dead can't look after themselves, can they? Their loved ones trust us to do it.
I don't know what you expect me to do with this information, Victor.
He needs telling. Don't go in the mortuary. Don't go near the bodies.
I can't say that to Jimmy Savile. Without concrete evidence, there is nothing we can do.
Well, it's wrong.
In this book, you wrote about sitting for hours with your mother's dead body.
The happiest of my life.
She was all mine now, you wrote. Why would you want to possess someone in that way?
It's called love, Daniel.
Isn't it more that you were finally in control of her, rather than she being in control of you? And doesn't that suggest something deeply unhealthy about your attitude to the dead?
In my work as a porter, I've comforted the dying, consoled the bereaved, and I've never treated anyone who's gone to meet their maker with anything other than humility and respect.
If that's the case, then why have Leeds United fans at Ellen Road been known to taunt their opponents with the chant, Jimmy Savile will fuck you in the morgue?
That's a blow below the belt, lad. It's all fucking lies. What are you doing?
I've had enough. This has all been one gigantic waste of time.
What about your book?
There are more important things.
Like what?
If you've done some of the things that I think you've done, you need to come clean. Not for my sake, but for the people that you've done them to. But you've no remorse whatsoever, have you? The only thing that bothers you, or terrifies you, I'd say, is whether or not you're going to burn in hell for all eternity. Good luck with it.
Wait, Daniel. We're friends. I'll tell you everything. Please. What here.
What do you mean?
You'll get all of it.
All of it?
All of it.
When?
I got some business in Leeds early next week. I'll call you after that. Errol. Catching a train.
Where to?
I want to
Leeds.
shave my head.
Appointment with me. Quack. Mind if I...
As if you'd take any notice if I said no. I don't know what people will think, man.
What do you mean?
Might as well be sat next to a tramp. Have you been drinking?
There's a couple of brandies.
You never used to. Look at this state of you. You're lucky most folk don't even know you are.
Of course they do. Anyway, how are you?
I'm all right. It's not much of a life without Charles, but he'd want me to make the most of what there is, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye. Yeah, it would.
And so I tried for his sake.
Oh, sweetheart. One little dandelion doing his knee.
Not allowed. Man's not supposed to sit on strangers' knees.
I'm not a stranger. I'm Jimmy Savile.
Got to go.
Hurry up and be 16.
Hurry up and be 16. What's that about?
Huh?
Why would you say that to a girl?
Just a bit of fun.
Father, it's all happening very quickly. Seems there's nothing more they can do.
Oh.
He wants to go home, but he's asked for the last one. Really? And you all know the importance of a fellow Catholic to bear witness to that.
I know that, Father.
So, will you?
Can't really say no, can I?
Before you say the prayer of repentance with me, if there are any sins which have sat down on your conscience and about which you have remained silent, now is the time to nothing of that kind I want to convey. Very well. Through the ministry of the Church, God grant you pardon and peace, and I absolve you of all sins. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
You just couldn't do it, could you? One last opportunity to tell the truth to your God and Maker.
Saving chances, thanks, pal. Like I always have.
Jimmy, it's Dan. I haven't heard from you. Can you call me to set up that meeting in Leeds, please?
One of the country's best-known broadcasters, Sir Jimmy Savile, has died at the age of 84. With a career that spanned 40 years, he was famous for his show Jim Will Fix It and for being the first and last presenter of Top of the Pops. Sir Jimmy was also well known for his charity work, raising more than £40 million. While many tributes have been paid tonight, and Prince Charles said he was saddened by the decline. You hear someone dies, emotions kick in. My emotions were like laughing, happiness, you know. But then that changed within a few days. Then I was mourning for him. I was never going to get revenge.
The old showroom will have appreciated the sign on the front of the Futurist Theatre. Yesterday, Leeds said goodbye to Sir Jimmy. Today it was the turn of his adopted second home to bid him a fond farewell.
I found the BBC and other institutions extraordinary for not actually talking about the man who we all knew and wanted to make him into a saint. I think it was known that there were accusations against Jimmy Savile.
He was a pop pioneer and a multi-million-pound charity fundraiser. He made us belt up in the 70s.
Don't break every trick. No.
And fixed it for thousands of kids' dreams to come true. For 60 years, Jimmy Savile has been part of our lives. A great British eccentric.
I thought it was absolutely obscene, and I didn't watch it on television. You better watch it, because I knew different. I think when the story broke,
and I realised that I wasn't the only one.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't pleased that other people had suffered, but I was glad it wasn't just me, and I think that's what gave me the impetus then to go forward.
Most children that are abused carry that guilt. Carry that guilt for the rest of their lives. It really messes with their lives.
This never stops for any of us, whether you're crumpled in a corner or walking being straight. And this is what people need to understand. It never stops. It is a daily fight to be able to breathe and to be able to try your hardest to be your best person when actually you always feel like a failure.
Now, if you speak about Savile, it's in a bad way. You know, it's Savile the paedophile, and that's what he'll be remembered for.
Oh, yeah. I farted.
Don't let this ever happen again. God. Please.
If you've been affected by child or adult sexual abuse, details of support are available on the action line pages of the BBC website, or you can call free of charge to hear recorded information on 0800 077 077. You'll also find details of support online if you're having feelings of despair.
The natural world continues to surprise us. It has changed in extraordinary ways, transformed by a powerful force, us. Look at the world through a new lens. This is Planet Earth 3.
Starts Sunday at 6:15 on BBC One and iPlayer. The news at 10 on BBC One with Rita Chakrabarti in the studio and Clive Myrie in Jerusalem.
Really?
Looks at events in Israel and Gaza and asks, what next? Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Got some intel for you. You're not going to like it. That's it.
Why would they do that? The BBC and the Open University. I want to open your eyes. A unique partnership.
I want to open your eyes. Yeah, I want to open your eyes. Come on, open your eyes, will ya?
This is Wild Island.
To have the king commission a portrait of me. It's actually realised we still completely disagree. You're not going to kill each other.
In the system, we get bad results, we get good results.
It's amazing when you've got fire in your belly what you can do.
The BBC and the Open University. Bringing learning to life.
Now, on BBC Two, Stephen Nolan gets unprecedented access to one of the UK's most notorious high-security jails as our new hard-hitting series continues. He meets inmates face-to-face inside Maghaberry Prison and investigates a system under pressure. The programme contains strong language and descriptions of violent crime, which you may find upsetting.
It's showing his head. I'll just show my head.
As I get closer, I realise I remember this guy. I met him 4 years ago in the young offenders prison, Hyde Bank. I talked to you in Hyde Bank. I do remember. I met you in Hyde Bank. Here I am meeting you in here.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to spend your 20s in here.
No. Are you mad? Best years of your life.
Built to contain our most dangerous criminals and paramilitary prisoners, I've been given unprecedented access to Maghaberry Prison.
Coming in?
I couldn't see us. Question is when I get back out again. And I'm bringing you in with me to meet the men who call it home and find out what leads to a life inside.
Oh, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the fucking telly off because I don't want to fucking see prisons and section units and all that bullshit. I was in section units for 18 years, in and out. I was at home and then I was back in again and then back home again, then back in again. I'll tell you what, I'm fucking pissed off with the NHS. I can't stand the NHS. I hate them. Mental health, they're fucking thick. I want to kill the cunts. That's how I feel. Yeah, so now I'm trying to tell you off. Yeah, fuck it. I never went to prison. I've never been to prison. But I've been sectioned. That was my mother. Went to Desborough House. Yeah, fucking right. And the old lady goes, get in the ambulance. And I went to Melbourne Lodge, and that was that. I say it. I was harassed in section several times. Sick bastards. Oh, then I'll go on Mixcloud. Yeah. DJ Marky. DJ Marky, come on, give it to me, man. DJ Marky. DJ Marky, come on. Oh, yes. Here we go one time. Let's scroll down a bit. Let's see what we got. There's a lot of DJ Marky. Oh, my God. DJ Marky, here we go one time. Come on. Here we go, one time. Come on. I feel like I need I just got to hear this. Yeah, that's right. I'm happy with that. you doing? Come on, Sal. Oh my God. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Yeah, yeah. It's 11:15. Maybe it's time to go to bed. Yeah. I've been up all night, you know, it's crazy. I'm up at like 3, 4 in the morning, and I'm like, oh my God. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? A bit of DJ Marky. I loved that. I thought, yes, let's go. Come on. Oh. 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 Yeah. I can feel cold breeze. My door's open. I'm going. I'm now going to bed. Yes. Oh, yes. Actually, let me see now. What time is it? It's 18 minutes past 11. Shall I wait until midnight? Yeah, because I'm a vampire. Yeah, I mean, I can go to bed at 12 o'clock midnight, you know, and hopefully there's a lady in my bed and I'll be like biting her. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's no one in my bed. It's crazy. I had to take my t-shirt off because I was a bit itchy. Because I was just shaving my head, and it's gone all over my body, you know. And I'm like, and it's gone inside my t-shirt. And it's like, oh my God. Itchy, itchy, itchy. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? Oh. 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 Where's my jumper? I gotta wash my jumper actually. Yeah, I gotta do some cleaning. Uh, uh, um, trainers and socks are off. That's a nice feeling. It feels good. Oh my God. Oh. I better shut my door because I'm bloody freezing. I've got goose pimples. I can see them. There they are. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. I think I'll make a nice cup of tea. Yeah, you got like 12 minutes and then I'm going to bed. Yeah. Oh. Mm. Oh. Oh. I'm a bit bloody cold. Oh my god. That's better. Oh, that's nice and warm. That's lovely. It's so nice, I can't believe it. Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh, that's nice. You can't beat a cup of tea. Oh. 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 Only you can make me smile. Yeah, go on, make me smile. Go on. 23:51. That's crazy. I'm such a fat bastard. Look at fucking hell. I'm a fat bastard. Look at me. I mean, oh my god. That's terrible. Okay. Okay, mother. Sonny brother. Sonny brother. Yeah. Oh. 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 Come on. I am. I forgot my tea. Fucking hell. 3 hours and 27 minutes. That's crazy. Five minutes more, sorry.
People you don't know, see it to the left behind for 20 years ago. Something dealio, no one to drillio. If you want to battle me, then let me know.
We love Missy. Missy is like one of the baddest chicks in the game.
She's stratosphere. She's out there. She's like almost untouchable to me. She's the fucking pinnacle.
But Missy had been building up to this point for many years. When Missy was trying to make it in the music industry, aged just 22, she co-wrote a hit song for actor and singer Raven Simone. Missy performed her own rap section of the song, but when the video was made, Missy found...
Goodbye, Missy.
Andrew Watson, Roman Pearson comes next ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then Josh Cook, one to watch from way back, 16th after really struggling in qualifying. 17th is Tom Chilton ahead of Dan Lloyd, Dexter Patterson and Aidan Moffat. Then you've got Sam Osborne ahead of George Campbell after his off in qualifying. Darrell Leon is next from Michael Crease. Now James Gordon will have been
assigned to the same murder team that I was joining. I had a great concern to do my very best with every case that I worked on, but this one in particular was resonated with me because I'd been to the finding of Sharon's body. I'd had interest in the case from that day onwards, and here was a chance to try and bring this case to a conclusion.
Having only recently joined the murder squad,
Detective Ian Foster was hoping to find new leads that would reinvigorate the case.
We never found a murder weapon. What had been established beyond any doubt was Gary's lifestyle, the fact that there had been volatility and unhappiness in the marriage, but beyond all doubt, the fact that Gary had a very strong motive indeed for murdering his wife. It was primarily a financial matter. He didn't want to lose his guitars and sell them. Probably the way he looked at it, he didn't want to become impoverished. Also, very, very importantly, he didn't want to lose custody of his children. And I think the spectre of all of that compelled him to take the action that he did and to attack his wife on that night, Sunday, the 28th of November, 1999.
Behold, the table. The four-legged altar of life. Here we meet the enchanting, the intimate, the humble, the passionate. So pull up a chair, bring the food, with company, and a beer perfectly balanced with 4 hops. La Cavola is ready. Birrificio Angelo Poretti, made for the table.
I've got kids. They're multiplying. And this table is so dull.
We got issues when we're dining. It's petrifying.
You're the one that I want. You are the one I want.
You're the one that I want.
You are the one you want. Find everything you want, all under one roof at the Elm, the home of homes. Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists who will each turn a famous face
I really love that.
into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
And are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell. Portrait Artist of the Year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
Rob Beckett and Ramesh Ranganathan
He's sad, I'm happy. That smile is so punchable.
are walking in the footsteps of superstars without the skills or the talent.
This goes to my wife in about 3 weeks.
Rob and Ramesh versus starts Monday at 9 on Sky Mix.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch.
If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own for?
Yes. A Discovery of Witches starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
In January 2003, Detective Foster joined the murder squad at the Met Police and began reviewing the evidence in the case of Sharon Malone's murder.
We discovered that some of the letters that we thought had been genuinely written by the private investigator were actually written by Gary. That was established in the weeks after I arrived.
I think he'd given him a report, but it wasn't deep and dirty enough. So he made his own report, and it was come back on a forensic test that it had been typed on a machine in Gary's house.
Gary is the type of man where when he realises there's money involved and he stands to lose a lot of it, he's prepared to do anything and to use anybody to get what he wants, and he will discredit the mother of his children. He will have an affair with her best friend. It's very interesting that actually Gary is the person doing all the misdeeds, the low-level criminal activity, and is unfaithful, but actually he's putting that all on her. No reflection on him actually being that way. He's just, determined because it's all about money for him.
Once the divorce proceedings were apparent and they were going to have to take place, he just straight away played dirty. He didn't care what he did.
During the course of this investigation, mobile phone technology was now becoming available for the police to use as evidence.
It was very important to understand that in the beginning of 2000, these were the very, very early days of interpreting telephone data to the point of establishing where somebody was when they were using a mobile telephone.
And basically we could trace, at that time, very limited tracing, but we could trace probably about 3 or 4 mobile phones and a couple of landlines, and that was it. And it works on a series of triangles from phone mast to phone mast. But at that time, there were very few phone masts.
What happened was that the phone evidence was raw. I call it raw phone data, and it had to be interpreted, and maps had to be drawn, and experts had to move between and work between the mobile phone masts to establish the triangle in which the offender had operated.
First thing we established for the mobile phone was the contact between Paula and Gary, and the location of Gary's phone and Paula's movements on that night. And what it did, it showed on the night, very late on the 28th, that Gary Malone was actively using his phone in the local area within 3 miles of his home, which is roughly where we are now.
On that Sunday night, on the 28th of November, Sharon made a telephone call to a childminder shortly before 8 o'clock that evening, and that was the last that anybody other than Gary had seen Sharon. And then within half an hour, Gary was using his phone over a period then of 3 more hours of close proximity to where Sharon's body was disposed of. So this was enormously significant and important evidence.
Armed with the newly analysed telephone data, Detective Foster presented the evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service.
Number one, and most importantly, was the telephone evidence. There was also the very, very strong motive that Gary had, which is enormously important in the investigation. And the third limb of this circumstantial evidence was Gary's flight to Spain. Also, in Gary and Sharon's bedroom, the wallpaper had been removed after her disappearance. Sandra, Sharon's cousin, visited the house and noticed in that bedroom that the wallpaper had been removed. It indicated that those blows and that murder had been committed in that bedroom. The papers were examined by Crown Prosecution Service and by counsel who were prosecuting the case, and the decision was made that in addition to Gary standing trial for murder, that Paula would stand trial on various counts of assisting an offender and conspiring to pervert the course of justice.
The Spanish authorities then located Gary in Andalucía.
He was arrested on the 31st of March. He spent 15 months in custody in Spain fighting extradition, but he did come back. After around 15 months, he came back in July 2004.
When Sharon's body was found, Paula was notified and interviewed by police. And she was upset, distressed, but stuck to her story, didn't budge to that. Once Gary had been located and progress had been made in Spain, she made a complete confession with a solicitor at the police station, saying that the story about the packages and the drugs dealing and the boyfriend had been made up at the instigation of Gary Malone.
It's fascinating to see how well actually he manipulated people around him, right? And again, people with these kind of narcissistic personalities, they do that very well, because what they do is they first charm people and then they ask of them, right? So he's had this relationship with this woman, so there's that connection there. And so when he comes to ask for something, it's almost as if she feels sort of compelled to do it.
In London, in March 2005, Gary Malone finally faced trial for the murder of his wife Sharon over 5 years earlier.
Gary never answered any questions or spoke to us about anything, had no remorse. Even at the Old Bailey, he showed no remorse whatsoever.
he had an answer for that phone evidence and had said that he'd been out cycling in the area and he'd had a puncture very, very close to the site of where Sharon's body was being disposed of. And Paula gave evidence to the fact that she'd been out assisting Gary. Gary had said that he'd fallen off his bike, and Paula said that she'd taken some bandages to him and rendered first aid to him. And that's the version of events she gave in court. So he was asking police officers, first of all, and later a jury, to believe that in the most incredible coincidence. And the jury clearly didn't believe with their verdict.
Gary was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, with an initial sentence of 18 years that was reduced on appeal to 16.
My feeling was a sense of relief for the family more than anything else, because they'd been so patient and so dignified, waiting such a very long time for justice, and I felt that this justice had at last been delivered. On Paula's case, she pleaded guilty to one count of assisting an offender, but in relation to assisting Gary with disposing of Sharon's body, a much more important, serious matter than the one she pleaded guilty to, the jury couldn't arrive at a verdict, and the court decided to leave that matter on file. It wasn't ever proceeded with.
Paula was given an 8-month suspended sentence for perverting the course of justice.
There's only Gary that knows exactly what happened on that night, but how calculated it must have been. Even if it was a moment of madness, the aftermath is obviously very calculating.
You got to imagine that from Sharon's family's perspective, even though the story now ends with kind of, okay, we know what happened, the why is always really important, right? The kind of the reasons behind that become sort of integral and kind of giving that closure. And sadly, Sharon's father, who lost his wife, lost his daughter, lost his grandkids for a period, never gets that closure. So this may be because Gary feels he can't give it to him, or it could very well be because Gary feels, again, a sense of control over someone else's life by not giving it to him. Either way, it's going to be really traumatic for Sharon's father and the rest of her family.
Gary Malone was a very, very manipulative person. Probably one of the best I've ever seen.
Before we did the interview, as my picture will show, he had the boys on his lap. I mean, I just can't quite comprehend how he can be sitting there playing the great dad with his two sons, who he knows that he's killed their mother.
This was a young girl who was making things of her life, and it all went horribly wrong there because one person did not want to give up money. And it's just money.
She came across to me through talking to other family members as somebody very kind, very thoughtful, and a most loving mother to her two children. The home video footage of Sharon with her children, this is very poignant for me, that these are the people who really suffered, the children who were deprived of their mother through his actions.
It was such a waste of a life.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series
I'm very excited.
as Portrait Artist of the Year
I really love it.
turns 10.
Sky Mix now brings you more than ever before. You know why?
We'll find out.
With an amazing movie night in every Sunday,
Sure.
featuring more stars, more drama, and more action. What more could you want?
They ain't ever seen anything.
Well then, let's put on a show.
Movies on Sky Mix. Starts Sunday at 9.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from in here, where you are.
Pick is changing.
In everything, there is a new beginning.
Lovely, isn't it?
Introducing Sky Mix.
Now on PEG, expect frequent strong language from the outset and flashing images.
These are the fastest cops in Britain, responding to 999 calls at up to 150 miles an hour, hunting fugitives, tackling drunks, catching criminals, and saving lives. You can move! For these elite high-speed units, every second counts. They are Rapid Response. Coming up, taking down a violent suspect. The flames are out, but the hunt is on for a suspected arsonist. And an early morning wake-up call. Police! It's the middle of the night in Wales, and rapid response cops are on their way to an emergency. A woman is in fear of her life.
We've had a call to a violent domestic. Second call that the chap's outside is threatening to kill some lady.
When PC Phil Westbury arrives, he spots a man walking away from the scene, but something's not right.
Sorry, mate, where you come from?
I'm walking back now.
Bit of an argument up there, is it?
I think so, somewhere up there.
You involved?
The man denies all knowledge, but PC Westbury's sixth sense tells him not to let this man walk away.
What's been going on there then?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay, well, let's just hang on here with me and we'll see. Yeah? My colleagues are going to go and speak to the lady house.
Because of the serious nature of the call, more officers quickly arrive on scene.
I'm going to let you go, or are you doing it?
Yeah, just hang on in a sec. We're just going to find out from the other officers what's happening. Yeah?
Word comes back from another cop who's with the alleged victim.
There's been a domestic. They've come back from the pub, they've argued, neighbours have been involved, they've been quite concerned about her. Chap's been quite rude to them. There's a concern that if he goes back, there are children there, he's going to cause some problems, so he'll be coming in a short while.
I'm going to need you to come to the police station for the night, alright?
Why?
To prevent the further breach of the peace.
Breach of the peace?
Yeah, okay?
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
The man is told he's under arrest. At first, he's quite calm.
Put you in the car, right?
Because she was off her head.
Yeah, because she was off her head. Okay?
Don't put your hands behind your back.
But it's not long before he kicks off.
Dicks. What the fuck you on about? You fucking shit. What the fuck you on about? Calm it down, right? Calm it down, right?
Although the odds are against him, the man keeps on fighting.
Stand me up, for fuck's sake. You prick. Stand me up. Stand me up. You fucking block. Stand me
Even with 3 officers restraining him, he's refusing to calm down. Cops have only managed to cuff one arm, and he won't give them the other.
You fucking have some noise. You prick. You fucking prick. I will fucking eat you, fucking mug. Behave yourself, you had your brain, alright? You fucking dick. You gonna calm down now? I'm calm anyway.
His constant shouting and abuse give the cops no option but to bring out the pepper spray.
Last chance till you be sprayed. This fucking.
Using the pepper spray immediately brings the man under control. He stops struggling, enabling the cops to finally cuff him and restrain him properly by strapping his legs together.
You fucking dicks. What a fucking wreck. That's all, isn't it? Dick, it's over now. You're a dick. Shut your mouth. I've got a man on route or what? Shut your fucking dick mouth, will you?
One hazard of using the spray is that it can affect everyone nearby.
Because I was the other side holding his arm, the gas has come down onto his face and then sprayed off onto myself. Got a little bit of the effects, but nothing too bad at all.
I don't mean to be rude, but you sprayed me in the fucking eyes, you know? How many chances do you have?
We try not to deploy it unless we have to, and in that circumstances, it was safer for him and for us to deploy it.
Fucking quick with ears.
Even now, the man is still abusive and is desperate to blame anyone but himself.
Go on, Rex, one message for being a bitch. Go on.
In the struggle, he's cut his head on the pavement. The wounds are superficial, but he'll be examined by a doctor at the Nick. By then, the effects of the pepper spray will also have worn off.
Ready? Okay. Up your time now. Up your bunny. Up like a bunny. Okay, can you tell me that?
There you go, on the seat.
The rapid response cop's sixth sense paid off tonight. What started as just a hunch led to a successful arrest.
Job done. He's going to cells. His daughter came over afterwards and apologised for his behaviour. I said to her it was best that we took him away, and she's fully agreed. We couldn't leave him at the scene or nearby. Chances are I was going to go back. So he's been arrested for breach of the peace.
The people that are responsible for this could be headed back up this way over.
Rapid response officers are on their way to a suspected arson. A car is on fire.
And his vehicle's been set alight. So the Total Deliberate Act, we're on the lookout for any vehicles leaving the immediate area that we can stop.
The fire brigade is already on scene. The flames are out, but the car is still smouldering.
Obviously, we just arrived now at scene, and the fire's obviously been put out, and it's all under control. As you can see from the state of the vehicle, there's not a lot left to it.
That started in the car, then I would think.
The owners came outside to see their car ablaze.
You're all right, though. We were in the family and all okay, are they? Yeah.
More the shop have seen it.
Yeah.
That thought it would be broken into. And suddenly it exploded.
The police suspect this could have been started deliberately. They need to start looking for evidence.
We'll have a little look along the road here now and see if there's anything clearly, blatantly obvious, really, that might assist us. Cans of light fluid, petrol can, anything like that.
Officers also need to search the surrounding area. If there's a suspect, they could still be nearby.
Things with fire and things like that. A lot of people like to watch the show, you know. So potentially could still be around the area to stand back and admire their work, for want of a better word.
The hunt is on. The suspect could be right under their noses. Coming up, the drugs dog delivers in a dawn raid. Out of control and resisting arrest. And stop and search a town centre drugs bust.
When I say don't move, all right?
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
It's time to play high-low. Go higher or lower with Grosvenor's free daily game, with thousands of prizes to be won when you call it right. Grosvenor, it's entertainment time.
Love to fridge gaze. We've made a fridge you'll love. LG InstaView. Knock twice, see inside. Knock twice and get smart savings on LG InstaView and selected fridges.
Magnum Mini Almond. The Magnum classics you love, but many. Magnum Mini always fits. Discover your favorites. Just many.
Do I need to protect my income in case I can't work?
Have I made the right financial decisions for my family?
My pension helps look after my future. But who's looking out for our future?
Royal London is a mutual. We support you and society.
It's good to feel protected.
Our actions can be used to help make positive change.
Together, our investments can help build a world worth retiring into.
Proudly customer owned since 1861. Royal London. It's everyone's business.
Everyone is getting ready. The Bingo Queens. The Lotman Army. The Baking Maestros. The Match Day Champions. Are you getting ready? You're eligible for a free NHS shingles vaccination when you turn 65. If you're aged 70 to 79, or if you're 50 and over with a severely weakened immune system, let's get shingles ready.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from in here. Ready you are.
Liverpool is flooded with narcotics.
Why did you start making your own pills, Warnie?
These guys are doing seriously well.
I got away with a lot.
The police, we kind of took that personally.
The violence got completely out of hand.
Neighbourhoods were falling apart. It was just total destruction.
Welcome to Liverpool.
Liverpool Narcos starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series.
I'm very excited.
As Portrait Artist of the Year
I really love it.
turns 10.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch.
If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own for?
Yes. A Discovery of Witches starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Was it locked?
Yeah. Back at the scene of the suspected arson, rapid response officers are investigating a lead. They've been tipped off about someone who may have been involved. The cops have a name.
But that's, I think, the only like the big fight you get on the end.
It's got to be in for something like this. This is that arson. Okay.
It's now up to the rapid response officers to track down the individual.
They think he's potentially responsible. So we're going to head down towards his address. So that's our first call with us. I think I'm going to try and wake him up. And we'll have a word with him, just find out where he's been tonight. And we'll just see what information we can get from him and see whether that's going to raise any reasonable suspicion with us.
The suspect is awake and lets them in. In cases like this, time is of the essence. If there's any evidence, it needs to be collected now.
I think if we don't do it, we could possibly lose any forensics on clothing, certainly swab from the hands, etc.
The man is arrested and taken to the station for further questioning.
One PLC was on board on suspicion of arson, etc.
Back at the station, the suspect is searched and his clothes are bagged up.
Any event such as arson, forensics is a massive issue for us. So what we've done is going to do is season all this man's clothing and also swabbing the male's hands for any residue or any indication that he's connected with this arson.
As well as forensics on the suspect, the investigation will continue in the morning on the car to try and determine exactly how the fire started. As a new day breaks, the rapid response cops are preparing for a drugs raid.
Working for evidence of dealing. We're going to look for dealers lists, and so really we want to put the message across that we're not going to sort of stand by and let the drug use carry on. You want me to go first, then?
The early start gives the cops the upper hand. The two people in the house are asleep in bed and they don't appreciate the wake-up call.
Stop shouting. We'll get you, sir. We'll get him. Sit down. He's coming. He's coming. You're the only person shouting here. Calm down.
Because I want my son. So I actually haven't to give a fuck about my kids.
Your kid's here.
The dog unit has brought along Sam, one of their highly trained spaniels, to help with the search.
Yeah.
Too late, because I didn't even see you.
Sal's powerful nose will sniff out any trace of drugs in the house. The dog has indicated that there could be something in the bedside table.
Basically, those roach ends are us using cannabis, so she's picking up the residue of the cannabis there. She's actually showing a lot of interest, you know. Just that top drawer, mate. Yeah, I'll look now.
When PC Owen Dillon starts examining the drawer, he immediately comes across one of the hazards of the job.
This is one of the issues we have. Is we've obviously come in, we started to do a search, we put a dog in here, and there's been no indication from the owner that there's sharps in the area. So just make sure we warn all the colleagues to make sure that they, I mean, this drawer's full of a child in the house and there's needles everywhere. One thing that's always sort of connected with the use of heroin is tinfoil everywhere. So what we're doing is checking there's no heroin actually rolled up in the tinfoil.
As he sifts through the drawer, he soon finds what he's looking for.
A lump of heroin.
The sniffer dog is still searching the rest of the house, but with this find, the cops think they've got enough evidence to make an arrest. PC Dillon gives the suspect the bad news.
It was just coming here for 2 seconds. The dog's obviously done a search, indicated this area here for possibly having controlled drugs, a number of items around. I found all these sharps, I looked through them. I believe that could be heroin, so you're going to be arrested on suspicion of possession of controlled drugs, all right?
Don't have to say anything. Remain harm your defence. Don't mention when questioned. Something which later will line in court. Anything.
PC Dillon arrests the suspect and takes him to the station for questioning. While the rest of the team continue the search, they find some unsavoury things,
we've read,
but no more drugs. "60 miles away, Dyfed-Powys rapid response units are on their way to the scene of a crash.
Confirm if there's any injuries or we're not aware yet.
PC Gareth Charles needs to get there fast. He doesn't know if anyone's been injured.
Wait, Tango Charlie 39 at scene Green Hill. Hello.
One car was involved in the crash.
Car's knackered.
It's a wreck after a run-in with a hedge.
Certainly been on its route 4 on the side.
Passers-by managed to haul it back onto its wheels.
Yeah, it was on the edge when we come across it.
Was it?
He was getting up the car.
Right, okay.
But something is missing, or should that be someone? The driver of the car is nowhere to be seen.
And she's walked off.
She walked off in shock, I think. She didn't know
Was
where
she?
she was.
I went to the ambulance,
Right, okay.
but she's just in shock. Yeah.
Okay.
Even after 17 years as a cop, this is a new one for PC Gareth Charles.
This is obviously a bit bizarre behaviour, isn't it? Would perhaps indicate maybe she has had a bang on her head.
She may be injured. They need to find her fast.
Briefing enough because
At the other end of the Dyfed-Powys Force area, another rapid response unit is out on patrol. The cops spot a group of 5 people hanging around their car. There's something about them that makes the rapid response team suspicious, so they pull over and have a word.
Right, go. Okay, thanks. There you go.
Just come with me, mate. You ready? Yeah, you.
Yeah.
All right, come over here. Turn around and just put your hands behind your back for me for a second. Right, I'm Peter Dillon from Brecon Police Station. As we come up, you're looking very nervous and sort of furtive. Looking at your eyes, all right, it gives me an indication you possibly had some controlled drugs. Have you taken anything? You sure? Right, I'm going to search you in the Misuse of Drugs Act. You have a search record act. Have you got anything on you want to tell me about? Have you got any blades or any sharps? You tension up, you get quite nervous, so if there's anything, tell me now. All right. I found you a tenner.
While PC Owen Dillon carries on his search, Sergeant Di Howells has found something on one of the other lads. PC Dillon has also discovered something suspicious on the lad that he's searching.
What's that? You don't know, right? You're under arrest for possession of controlled drugs, all right? You don't have to say anything. There may harm your defence. Don't mention when questioned. Something to later on in court. Anything you say may be given evidence, all right?
With 2 now under arrest, the rapid response team turn their attention to the rest of the group.
You know, don't move means don't move. Put your hands behind your back. Just stay as you are, all right? Listen. When I say don't move, all right? You're being searched, all right? Stand still.
Okay, listen to what the officer says now, okay? Because we're searching for control drugs, and if you move suddenly now, well, there's a strong chance that you'll be put on the floor, right?
Another unit arrives to search the car.
What's been in here?
They find a second container. This one still has cannabis in it. One of the girls admits it belongs to her.
What do you intend to do with the cannabis? Yeah, I'm not trying to catch you out with straightforward questions, all right?
The girl was driving the car. She hasn't taken any drugs, but gets some words of wisdom from PC Dillon. Drug driving is taken just as seriously as drink driving.
And then you'll be taken into station and dealt with as for being unfit to drive through drugs, and you'll lose your license, all right? So you want to stay away from cannabis completely, all right? Never mind from the other things, all right? So there's your top tip.
The girl is given a warning for the cannabis.
You're coming with me. Come jump back in the car then.
But for the 2 lads, it's off to the nick.
Just take this 12.
Back at the scene of the accident, there's still no sign of the missing driver.
She's gone off on foot, whether in shock or for what reason, we don't know.
PC Gareth Charles is trying to unravel the mystery, and the story is getting more and more strange. After she crashed her car, she was helped by passers-by. She then gave them lots of her belongings before wandering off.
Now I've got half the contents of her car, I think.
She could be injured, and by now she could be anywhere. There's no suspicion of any criminality. Everyone is just worried for her safety. Other rapid response cops have been scouring the area looking for her.
Yeah, it's that way, and then whether she's gone cross-country or something.
It's another officer who spots her nearly half a mile away.
So she's still with you?
She just walked up behind me. She's looking at the car, ain't it?
She's walked away from the cop who found her. It's now down to PC Charles to make her stop and convince her to be examined by the ambulance crew.
She has walked some distance. Not the usual reaction of somebody in an accident. So the paramedic's a bit concerned. Maybe she's had a bang on her head and she's not quite got her faculties. So, say, this is the lady here then. So, have a word with her now. Madam, you okay?
Yeah, I've just seen you.
I know that, but you've had a bump in the car, okay? Listen. Okay, it's with me. I've got your property in there. What do you want me to do with that?
I wanted that lady to bring taking it home.
Right, well, she didn't know where you live.
No, but I said she'd catch me up.
Right, well, she shouldn't go around chasing after you. We'll sort the property out, that's fine.
I don't want them to have to even call you.
What are the other people doing?
I just don't, I'm okay.
People do the ambulance with these kind people, and then just check you over, and then I can sort your property out. I don't think she wants to make a fuss or get us involved. Although we're involved, so we might as well make sure she's okay. We've got some of her property, we need to sort that out. Always nice to be wanted.
Night is falling fast over Wiltshire. Rapid response cops are rushing to the scene of a street fight.
Bit more of a large disorder than what we've got yet. It sounds a large group fighting. So we'll be able to see.
As they get close, they turn the sirens off.
We don't want people to start hearing us coming from miles away dispersing. So it's a large group down there, I can see. Person's moving about, certainly. Yeah, QJ from 62. Yeah, I've got a large group of teens here.
Officers are already at the scene, trying to determine exactly what has happened.
Yeah, they just came over and was like, someone just had a fight.
With so many people loitering around, it's difficult to know what has gone on and who was involved. It seems the culprits may have got away, but down the road, it's suddenly kicking off again.
You've had plenty of warnings, right? You and the sex is by the front door directly, right? You understand me?
Police are struggling to detain a suspect. He's refusing to come quietly.
Calm down. What the hell's going on, man?
Be quiet, you're under arrest. He's just assaulted a police officer. Not assault anyone. Why is there? He did not assault anyone.
Just calm down, baby. Just calm down.
I'm sorry, sir.
You're okay. All right? As long as you're calm, fella, there's no problems, are there? All right? It's okay.
That's the girl in my dreams. This is great.
Police have arrested everyone they think may have been involved in the fight.
Oh my God! Stop!
All right, sorry, he's coming with you.
Oh, no, I thought the drink was on.
Hey, come on.
With emotions running high, it's still unclear how and why the fight started and exactly who was involved. There are a lot of questions still to be answered.
Basically, it's a bit of push and shove going on. Obviously, officers have tipped up to it. And somewhere along the line, the police officer's been assaulted. and father and son been arrested. Doesn't happen very often, but see from that there were some issues there that they had, that they wanted to air their grievances, and unfortunately we got in the way, and as a result an officer's been assaulted, not seriously, but it's part of the job.
Coming up, the race to a life-threatening call.
The nail is collapsed in there.
The aftermath of a shocking car crash.
And you are very lucky girls.
And the lengths one man will go to for a lift home.
Good gosh. And there's somebody in the boat as well. Well.
I am Hypnocat. Recycle your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Don't bin your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Anything with a plant, battery, or cable can be recycled into life-saving equipment or tiny kitten cycles. Recycle your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Don't bin your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Bag them up and search Recycle Your Electricals to find your local drop-off points. Meow.
With improved speech understanding and background noise reduction, the future of hearing care is here today. Book your free hearing check now at bootshearingcare.com.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on the show. We're here in the UK to make every game an occasion. We don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this. Sign up to BetMGM, bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Get ready for the golden era. It's sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Hey, I'm Charlie, and that's my favourite human, Ben. Well, mealtimes were all right, but not as natural as I'd like, until Nature's Menu came along. Everyone gets a frozen to lock in all the nutrients I need. Just uncooked, quality meat and veggies you can see. Convenient for him, raw for me. All he does is pour, thaw, and serve. Now I eat natural like him, and look at us now. No way I'm hugging you, Ben. Just kidding. Nature's Menu, raw made convenient.
Hi, girl.
Isn't it great when things turn out better than expected? Like discovering Rustler's burgers are made with 100% British and Irish beef. Rustler's, better than you think.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series.
I'm very excited.
As Portrait Artist of the Year
I really love her.
turns 10.
Pick is changing.
In every ending, there is a new beginning.
Introducing a brand new channel from Sky. Sky Mix.
It come out of nowhere, didn't it?
That brings you all the shows you know and love.
NCIS!
Plus a whole lot more.
Now.
Are you ready?
With amazing Sky originals and exclusives, gripping documentaries, and epic movies too. And our new channel will have a new home on Freeview Channel 11.
It's going to be like this.
Sky Mix, launching the 18th of October.
You ever seen something like this?
No, sir. This is going to happen again. I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years. You're obsessive. You're obsessive. Just not about the job. We never really liked each other.
Can you just tell me what's going on?
It's just case the pressure we got on us. Your life's just a nightmare you keep waking up into. I like a lot of dreams. There's a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix.
Sky Mix now brings you more than ever before.
You know why?
We'll find out.
With an amazing movie night in every Sunday. Featuring more stars, more drama, and more action. What more could you want?
They ain't ever seen anything.
Well then, let's put on a show.
Movies on Sky Mix. Starts Sunday at 9.
In Wiltshire, rapid response cops are covering the early morning shift. PC is on his way to a crash.
You did know the way, Whiskey Bravo 49.
A car has lost control on the motorway and has careered off the carriageway.
We don't know if there's any injuries.
There are over 200 accidents on this stretch of the M4 every year. Despite the early hour, the cops are busy. There's been another crash on the other side of the motorway too.
Their officers are currently dealing with a collision on the other carriageway in the same vicinity, whereby vehicles left the carriageway and gone down a ditch. That's them there. They've got their one vehicle.
While the officers deal with that incident, PC arrives at the wreckage on his side of the motorway.
QJ Delta was about 49. I'm just arriving in ambulance 16, standby.
The car veered off the road, hitting a motorway telephone box and flipping over before coming to a stop upside down.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, luckily we did survive it though.
Who was the driver? You were. Okay.
The driver and the two passengers in the car somehow got out virtually unscathed.
And you are very lucky girls.
They are in total shock and need a once-over by the paramedics, who brief PC.
There's no injury here apart from a couple of scratches. Okay. This lady's got a shoulder injury, which I think we need to take up to hospital just to have it checked over.
With the girls in safe hands, PC surveys the wreckage.
Where's it come off then? Where's these sheets? She's down there, down there. She's come down here. She's taken out an SOS, one of the motorway telephones. That lasted well. The roof's done a really good job on that. Looking at the damage on the car, looking at the way it's landed, they were very lucky. This could have been a whole lot worse. It's a totally clear motorway, but it is wet.
PC needs to find out whether there are any suspicious circumstances. When the paramedics have given the all clear to the driver, he has a chance to ask her what happened.
Appreciate pretty shaken up by this. That's really good. Do you remember? Was there any chances that you may have fallen asleep whilst driving? Okay.
PC has already smelt alcohol on the other two girls.
Your friends have been drinking, haven't they? Yeah. Big lump for there for me.
For any crash, the driver has to be breathalyzed.
Okay. There you go. That's a big 0. That's brilliant news for you. All right. That's nice to hear.
Police inquiries into the case will continue. For now, it's just a very lucky escape.
If there'd have been more vehicles on the road, this could have been fatal. It hasn't gone that way. Everyone seems to be okay at this time, so we're very lucky on this one.
Back at the Nick, Rapid Response Cop is starting his shift in one of the team's unmarked cars. He soon spots something, an offence many drivers commit every day on the roads.
I haven't taken the hand down from the phone, therefore not holding the steering wheel. We're driving past the school on a 31-hour speed limit.
As well as breaking the law, he's also breaking most of the highway code.
Nearly checked, otherwise he would have spotted us behind you. No indication.
PC has seen enough.
Hello, sir. Been following you for about the last 4 or 5 minutes. Unfortunately, with you on the mobile phone, any reason why you're using the telephone?
No, I apologise. I pulled a cop. There's no point arguing with you, is it?
Unfortunately, we got your bank to work to do.
No.
The only thing is that it just affects the manner of your driving because you've not indicated anywhere at all. At one stage of the roundabout, you're holding it with your right hand, and your left hand's going about. Is it manual or automatic?
Manual.
Driving one-handed is obviously dangerous. Drivers who use a mobile phone are 4 times more likely to crash. That's why the drivers who are caught holding a handset by police pay a heavy price.
Court can look at between 3 and 9 points for you being on the mobile phone. I'm going to do is stay at the side of the road. It is a £60 fine and 3 penalty points on your licence.
Hey, listen, it's my stupid fault. I'm not going to complain.
Okay.
And to be honest, I don't normally do it because I hate people on the mobile phone. Because I have seen them on the motorway and they are annoying. And I was watching a guy the other day, he was on the phone and writing at the same time.
I know.
Not that bad.
No, you've got to learn that skill. We can't multitask at the moment. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't.
In Wales, a rapid response unit is answering a 999 call. PC puts his foot to the floor. The man's life may be in danger. He needs to get there fast.
Ambulance has been called, but we'll probably get there a lot quicker than them. Hopefully, assist the male if he's injured in any way. To see when we get there.
Next, Tango Mike 2, Maxine.
Male is collapsed in there, so
PC needs to find a way in. If necessary, he'll break down the door.
don't quite know how we're going to get in. Got no enforcer with me. Hey? Yeah, we've got a key or anything, have you?
The shop looks like it's open for business, but the door is locked from the inside. PC is running out of options, but when he looks again, the man starts moving.
He's getting up now. Yeah. When I kick the door, I can see him moving. He's got to his knees and stuff, so it doesn't look too serious. You're right. Somebody called the police because they thought that you were either injured or dead or something. All they could see was just your feet at the counter here. Just have to make sure that you're okay. I say somebody.
It turns out the man was just asleep.
As you can see, he went to the side of his shop, but he's okay. So we'll just resume normal now.
Sometimes calls aren't always what they first seem, but this could have been serious. The cops have a job to do. They have to treat every call as a potential emergency. It's the night shift in Wales. It's raining hard and roads are treacherous. Rapid response cops are on the tail of a speeding Mercedes. It has just overtaken them and disappeared into the distance. On a night like this, in torrential rain, speeding is even more dangerous than normal. The rapid response cops are trained experts in these conditions and quickly catch up with the driver and pull him over.
Hello. The reason you've been stopped is the speed limit.
70.
Yes, but before that.
I noticed you, that's why I slowed down.
You're right.
So if you stopped me, you should have stopped me earlier. I know you're following.
Well, yes.
Hold on a second now, right? You came up behind me initially. I was doing
70 I was doing when I
was doing 70, you came very much fast. You came very quick up behind
I
me.
swear to God, I didn't.
Well, what speed were you doing down there then?
69 when I overtake you.
And what speed were you doing when you were heading down past that then?
It's only a small moment. I was off guard, over 80.
Right. Okay. How much of a small moment would it take to lose control of your car and everything?
Come on, for God's sake. This
is what, sir?
I have done what I've tried to do.
Which is what?
Within the limit.
Well, you just admitted to me you did 80 miles an hour.
Not 90, no.
Well, you just admitted to me you did 80 miles an hour.
Right.
80 miles an hour is not 70 miles an hour. The road conditions are not good, right?
Tim,
The man is putting up a fight, but if he'd let the police get a word in, he'd realise there's no need to get so angry.
At this point in time, I'm stopping you to advise you of your driving, okay? I'm not going to report you, I'm going to advise you. So calm down a bit now, right? Calm yourself down. All I will say, right, I don't know where you're going or the purpose of your journey.
From now on,
but you're better off 5 minutes late in this world than 5 minutes early in the next, okay? Message received?
Yes.
Excellent, sir. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a safe journey, right?
I am safe.
Okay.
Right.
Slowly.
The man is very lucky not to get booked.
I think his reaction is every time that we're there, we're going to book him. That is his reaction there. You instantly saw his face. They're just going to book him here and now, and that's that. I've no intention of really reporting him, so this time at night, I think just point out the error of his ways. I think he's quite seated. I think he's very relieved at the fact we weren't reporting him. So he seemed to clasp his hands together at that point, and I think he's quite happy with the situation, as the handshake might have proved.
Across Wales, another car is about to get stopped for a totally different reason.
There's a car that was outside this pub just now. There were 6 or 7 people there. We just, as we passed, we just observed a couple of them just jumping into the boot. I'm just wondering, is he now going to take them home in the boot? If he has, obviously, it's an offence to carry passengers in a dangerous manner. Right, yeah. Where you got in the car with you? 3 in the back. No, there's 4 in the back. I can see 4 heads here now.
Got it?
Open the boot for me. Open the boot for me. Good gosh. And there's somebody in the boot as well.
A man is snuggled up in the boot, fast asleep, and the driver says he had no idea.
It is a big offence. You will go to court in relation to it. You're only allowed to carry 3. You're only allowed to carry 3 passengers in the back and 1 in the front. You've got 4 in the back, and you've got 1 here in the boot. Yes, yes, he did. When we passed up the other way, you were jumping in the boot, then in the boot, and you were all.
The driver is pleading ignorance, but it doesn't wash with these officers.
Tell me that you didn't know they were there.
Seeing the game is up, the man just about manages to get out. It may seem funny, but if they'd had a crash, the youth in the boot wouldn't have had a chance, and the cops take it very seriously.
Good. You're obviously getting someone having a course, all right? All the best. Ta-da.
7 people squashed into a car, and it isn't even a record for PC Hugh Evans.
Most of them found in a car was left at one time. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago now. But I booked him for using a vehicle in a dangerous manner. He'll go to court in due course. Hopefully, get a good fine.
Coming up, a Porsche driver's number plate closely resembles his situation.
Everything about it is wrong.
Shop the latest toys, plus a choice of ways to pay with VeryPay. So very.
When life moves this fast, it can cause headaches. So it helps to have pain relief that moves fast too. Nurofen Express liquid capsules have a liquid core and start to get to work in 8 minutes and last for up to 8 hours. Nurofen Express. Leave your pain to us.
Magnum Mini Almond. The Magnum classics you love, but many. Magnum Mini always fits. Discover your favorites. Just many.
Good morning, class. Okay, looking at me. Any ideas? No. Today we're going to start something new called the Daily Mile.
Research says that doing a daily mile for 15 minutes helps us kids to learn by improving our mood, memory, and attention in class.
Can anyone tell me what this is?
Sign up your school to the Daily Mile today.
Hey guys, these are my travel pics, and my skin as patchy as a world map. And now I found my go-to product for a visibly even skin tone, Nivea Luminous 630. It visibly improved the evenness of my skin tone. Nivea Luminous 630, now available with 2 brand new serums.
Liverpool is flooded with narcotics.
Why did you start making your own pills?
Bonnie, these guys are doing seriously well. I got away with a lot. The police, we kind of took that personally.
The violence got completely out of hand.
Neighbourhoods were falling apart. It was just total destruction.
Welcome to Liverpool.
Liverpool Narcos starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from here. Ready you are.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch.
If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own form?
Yes. A Discovery of Witches starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Out on the motorway, rapid response cop PC is on patrol looking for dangerous drivers. It's not long before he spots a speeding car, and the driver seems to be missing something important.
I've just seen the driver come past, and it would appear that the driver hasn't got his seatbelt on. They're trucking along now at just in excess of 90 miles an hour, 96 miles an hour. As you appreciate, you're going to blow out on accident, even if it's steering wheel in front of it, it's still going to come out of the vehicle. So I'm just going to go alongside and have a look.
The driver definitely knows he's being watched, but because PC is driving an unmarked car, he hasn't worked out that it's the cops who are onto him. And just moments later, he drops himself in it again. He decides to overtake PC, breaking the speed limit once more.
I'm quite happy to stop and have a little word. He's overtaking a police car doing 80 miles an hour. Hello, sir. Why have I stopped you?
Speeding.
Well, that's one reason. What's the other one then? Okay. And it all adds up, doesn't it? Because the problem is, if you have an accident at speed, you're even overtaking a police car. I'm doing 70 or 80 miles an hour and you're overtaking me.
The driver isn't just putting his own life at risk by speeding. His family are in the car, including 2 children. PC decides to give them a bit of friendly advice that the kids will definitely benefit from.
What you want to do is tell Dad, give me 20 quid, otherwise you're going to get a £30 ticket. And he saves £10 and you get 20 quid. Okay? So the next time you see him without a seatbelt, you tell him he's got to pay up £20 to you. And then Dad's going to be safe, you're going to be safe, and we're all nice and happy, all right? Well, they're all women, they're bound to, aren't they? I'm just going to get a couple of quick details off him and I'll get him on his way, all right?
PC might be joking, but there's a serious point. It's estimated that someone dies every day because they haven't worn a seatbelt. When patrolling the streets, rapid response cops don't always have criminals on their mind. But in this case, there's another reason to give this car a once-over.
Well, that leads to me, XUCKD.
The number plate isn't stolen or cloned, it's just plain rude. You can't drive on the streets with that. They immediately have a word, a polite one.
Fully legalized? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, nice. Okay. All the print there.
Metallic.
Yeah, I get into
Everything about it is wrong.
No, I don't really. I didn't read it. I read it. Right.
I get cheap, but no problem. It's not all of that.
To be honest, like the way I read out this is what it smells like.
It may seem harmless, but having the correct lettering and format is a legal requirement. There are strict rules on font, size, and colour. Drivers face a £60 fine, and if they're stopped again, the DVLA can confiscate the number plate. While they're filling in the paperwork, it's a good opportunity for PC Geraint Skirm to admire the Porsche Boxster close-up.
Nice wheels on it.
That's what sent it off from the other road.
You were on it when you bought it? Or? Was that 2.5 grand then?
No, 16 they were. Like, we tell you.
The current owner has 14 days to get it changed. If he doesn't, he'll be left as his current number plate suggests. Coming up on Brit Cops Rapid Response, we're on board with the fastest cops in Britain. The elite squad's fighting frontline crime at breakneck speed. We're with them as they pursue dangerous criminals, lunatic drivers, and drunks on the road. Have you been drinking? And we watch them come down hard on violence and mayhem. Our cameras capture the action as these cops catch the criminals.
This is the BodyZone mattress topper from Dormeo, featuring award-winning OctaSpring technology. It's designed to improve the comfort and support of any bed, helping you sleep better and helping you wake feeling refreshed, revived, and ready to take on your day. Right now, the BodyZone topper from Dormeo is half price, but this incredible half price offer must end next Monday. It's our mission to give everybody quality sleep on a quality product at an affordable price. With the BodyZone mattress topper, you can easily turn your existing mattress into a luxury 5-star sleep experience. But it's not just for mattresses. You can use it on a guest bed, on the sofa. It even works directly on the floor. It's so comfortable you can offer your guests a bed you can be proud of. Could you get a good night's sleep on that old, uncomfortable sofa bed? No, but now your guests will, thanks to the superior comfort and support provided by the award-winning OctaSpring technology. OctaSprings take the support of a pocket spring and the comfort of memory foam and combines them to produce an amazing topper that will help you get your best night's sleep ever. Plus, the design means it's 8 times more breathable than a traditional memory foam topper, so you will sleep deeply on a cooler, fresher surface every night. The BodyZone topper has been designed for exceptional comfort. It has 5 separate zones, 3 firmer comfort zones, and 2 softer support zones, ensuring your head, shoulders, back, hips, and legs have the individual levels of comfort and support they need. The BodyZone mattress topper has been recognized for its comfort, its support, and its contribution to proper sleep, and is a Good Housekeeping approved product. And the OctaSpring technology inside has won a number of prestigious awards. Every BodyZone mattress topper comes with free delivery, and our 60-night comfort guarantee means you can try it in the comfort of your home for a full 2 months. If you don't agree that it transformed your mattress into a 5-star sleep experience, simply send it back for a 100% refund. We are proud of the design, materials, and workmanship in the BodyZone topper, so we've given it our special 5-year warranty for complete peace of mind. We'll also include, as a free bonus, the OctaSmart pillow featuring the same OctaSpring technology for the complete sleep solution. It is supremely comfortable, and its enhanced breathability will help keep you feeling cool and fresh all night long. It's a £49 value, but it's yours as a free bonus to make this offer extra special. And right now, Dormeo BodyZone topper is half price, just £199. There's never been a better time to upgrade your mattress, upgrade your sleep, and therefore upgrade your life. As part of this special offer, you'll enjoy our 60-night sleep guarantee, a 5-year warranty, free delivery, bonus OctaSmart pillow, and the incredible BodyZone mattress topper at half price. Go online or call our trusted Dormeo sleep experts right now and order your very own Body Zone mattress topper. But this incredible half-price offer must end next Monday.
Liverpool was flooded with narcotics.
Why did you start making your own pills?
Money. These guys are doing seriously well.
I got away with a lot.
The police, we kind of took that personally.
The violence got completely out of hand.
Neighbourhoods were falling apart. It was just total destruction.
Welcome to Liverpool.
Liverpool Narcos starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
You ever seen something like this?
No, sir. This is going to happen again. I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years.
You're obsessive. You're obsessive. Just not about the job.
We never really liked each other.
Can you tell me what's going on?
It's just case the pressure we got on us. Your life's just a nightmare you keep waking up into.
I like a lot of dreams.
There's a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists
I like that.
who will each turn a famous face
I really love that.
into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
And are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell. Portrait Artist of the Year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
Pick a tight seatbelt now and expect strong language as we hit the road.
The vehicle has failed to stop and a pursuit as an ambulance.
Road Wars follows an elite unit from the Thames Valley Police. They're on a daily hunt for drug dealers, robbers, and notorious crooks.
Step out for me, keep hands on the ceiling. What are they all running for?
I don't know, I'll come out.
Rubbish.
The streetwise crews of the proactive team use unmarked cars to take them on the front line of the war against crime.
Advanced driver, suit management trained, suitable vehicle, 70 miles per hour vehicle braking.
Anything can happen police in the streets, and in Road Wars, the unexpected is always just around the corner. With modern motors increasingly protected by sophisticated anti-theft systems, car thieves are now breaking into houses to steal the keys of tasty vehicles. Reading has been hit hard by this disturbing new crime, so the cops have launched a massive crackdown, Operation Fanta. Highly trained pursuit drivers Rosie Vosser and Darren Staley from the proactive team are on the case.
We're specifically targeting burglary offences where people break into houses and steal car keys and then steal the cars. And obviously where we come in is we hope to try and catch the people driving the cars and then arrest them, and they get dealt with by the burglary squad team. It's important for us to get there quicker, because sometimes we can get there 2 or 3 minutes quicker than a panda car, and that can mean catching someone on the scene and not catching them. So that's why we're working here.
Suddenly there's an urgent call.
Oh, yes, come on.
Another patrol car has spotted a stolen Jeep Cherokee. It's heading towards Rosie and Daz.
There it is. Tango Victor 37, we'll take chase 1. South Pit Lane, towards the Bath Road. Advanced driver, pursuit management trained, suitable vehicle. Current speed, 70 miles per hour, vehicle braking. Passing Southcote Farm Lane offside, no deviation, still Southcote Lane towards the Bath Road junction.
Rosie's running commentary is vital for other units to join in.
Left, wrong side of the road, Bath Road, vehicle slowing, speed 35 miles per hour. Vehicle believed 2 up, white male driver, brown hair, lightish coloured hooded jumper. Weather's fine, traffic light to medium. Still Bath Road, approaching roundabout, away direction. Left, circuit lane. Wrong side of the road. Now Granville Road, Echo Tango to monitor Coronation Square. Cameras please for decamp. Echo Tango, did you copy? Vehicles off the road towards the Bath Road. Back on the road, he's gone left.
By taking the 4x4 off-road, the Crims gained plenty of ground on Rosie and Daz, who were forced to slow down in the saloon.
Vehicles about 100 metres ahead of us now. Right. Southcote Lane, now heading towards Burfield Road, away from Reading. Right. On to Dwyer Road. Still Dwyer Road. Vehicles about 75 metres ahead of us now, in excess of 60 miles per hour, no pedestrians. Yeah, it's a stolen vehicle, it's a Lima Reg, I can't give you any more than that. Oh! Yeah, we're out of play, we've gone over something. He went right, but I think it's on Carter's Rise now, over.
Not gonna get that.
They've hit a bollard protecting a bus lane. While the stolen Jeep managed to negotiate it with its high wheels, Rosie and Daz are blocked from continuing. The crook's obviously local and knows his way around the area.
No, if you look, you'll have to lie down, Daz. There's a big dink out of that.
With the thief gone, Rosie and Daz can only check the damage on their car.
It's okay.
She's fine.
There's
You got her back today.
Despite the frustrating outcome, Rosie's buzzing.
That was brilliant, that as well, mate.
The stolen Jeep was found deserted later that night and returned to its owner. Finding a series of clues in the car, the police net is closing in on the thieves.
I am Hypnocat. Recycle your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Don't bin your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Anything with a plug, battery, or cable can be recycled into life-saving equipment or tiny kitten cycles. Recycle your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Don't bin your electricals. Recycle your electricals. Bag them up and search Recycle Your Electricals to find your local drop-off points. Meow.
My cat's poise is extraordinary. She's my inspiration. I love to help keep her this way.
I see his strength, his endurance in every detail. My dog is my motivation. I want to do my best for him. Every day I give him what he needs to stay this special.
Every day I feed her ProPlan's high-quality nutrition. ProPlan, chosen by remarkable owners for their extraordinary pets.
Your neighborhood is bustling with flavor. And Deliveroo knows all the good spots. Uncover your new favorite restaurant. It's perfect. Or dive back into a bowl of the usual. Hello, old friend. Everything out there is right here. Deliveroo. It's all on your doorstep.
Ciao mamma, ciao papà.
This is Brian.
Hi.
He's made lunch for us.
Hope you like it.
Buen appetito.
Fantastic. Very good.
Doesn't Brian's homemade tortelloni taste just like Mama's?
You know, it looks like Mama's.
It's a family recipe.
Let's keep this between us. La famiglia Rana
Italy's favorite pasta.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch. If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own form?
A Discovery of Witches. Starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series
I'm very excited.
as Portrait Artist of the Year
I really love her.
turns 10.
Pick is changing.
In everything, there is a new beginning.
Introducing a brand new channel from Sky. Sky Mix. It come out of nowhere, didn't it? That brings you all the shows you know and love. NCIS! Plus a whole lot more. Now.
Are you ready?
With amazing Sky originals and exclusives, gripping documentaries, and epic movies too. And our new channel will have a new home on Freeview Channel 11.
It's going to be worth it.
Sky Mix, launching the 18th of October.
In Edinburgh, the cops see a car sparking past them. Literally, the car's lost a front tyre. It's a dry night, but the windscreen wipers are running, an indication that the car's been hot-wired. Almost smacking into parked cars, the fleeing driver's struggling to keep his stolen 3-tyre motor under control. And it's not long before the pressure gets too much. Hot-wired and still sparking down the street, the Muppets finally run out of road. He's nicked on the spot. After riding hot motors, it's time to cool down in handcuffs. In Georgia, highway troopers are on the trail of a speeding pickup truck. It looks like a routine pursuit, but little do the officers know they're about to experience one of the most dramatic days of their lives. The pickup's vanished, but the cops follow some fresh skid marks. Taking turns like that, how long's the truck driver going to stay on the road? Not for long. He spun on a corner and smashed into a telegraph pole. A second patrol car arrives, and with backup on scene, the troopers can arrest the occupants. Four stunned teenagers, 2 girls and 2 lads, are at the wreck. One of them is bleeding from the face, so the officer goes for a first aid kit. With the teenagers not looking dangerous, the cops relax, but suddenly there's a nasty surprise. Shot from close range with a .45 caliber handgun by the driver, the cop's taken a bullet in the right shoulder and is lucky to be alive.
No! Shots fired, officer in trouble! Officer in trouble, shots fired! I need backup!
The driver's injured in a hail of 30 shots, and a third cop moves in to assess the situation. As he approaches the pickup, the downed officer escapes into safety. Despite being wounded, the driver opens fire again. With the cop shooting at him under the truck, the teenager's again hit and finally throws his gun away. He's arrested along with the 3 passengers. It later turned out that they were 4 petty teenage crooks from Ohio on their way to Florida to start a new life. For shooting the cop, the 19-year-old driver was later sentenced to 107 years in prison. Although his mates weren't active in the shootout, they were still found guilty as accomplices and sentenced to between 5 and 17 years. It's Tuesday afternoon in Slough. The town is suffering from a spate of thefts from parked cars. Chris Piggott and Simon Hills are on their way to patrol one of the hotspots when they spot a blue Citroen linked to a series of crimes.
He comes in this bit, I'll go into that way. Get it off, get the engine off. Hello there. How you doing, alright? I do. Just switch the engine off for the back, please, mate. Is it your vehicle?
No, I've just borrowed it.
You've just borrowed it, have you?
Yeah.
Who does it belong to then? Have you got any identification on you at all, mate?
No, but I'll give you my name.
Yeah, that'll be ideal. Do you want to just slip your seatbelt off, then jump out for us, please, mate? I'll get some details from you. I'll explain it to you when you come over here, mate. The index of this vehicle has been checked against police databases and has made a match on those databases, and as such, I want to determine who's driving it and who's in that vehicle at this time. All right.
What do you mean, this database?
Well, we hold obviously various databases, as I'm sure you're aware. Your vehicle index has matched one of those databases.
What's that mean?
It means exactly that. It means it's matched the database that we hold in relation to various different things.
The car may be on the database, but the passenger isn't, and Chris doesn't believe the name he's given.
That's your chance, all right? That's not your name. Listen, just pop your knee in, fella. I'll put you on live scan down the police station. I'll give you an opportunity. Okay, I'll give you an opportunity to tell me your correct name. Okay, because you're not on our system at all.
What do you want me to do about that?
Okay, pop your knee in, fella. Thank you.
In the back of the car, Chris notices something suspicious: hammers and screwdrivers, tools which are often used for breaking into cars.
Put your hands out in front of me, because this moment in time, you're under arrest on suspicion of theft of motor vehicle and going equipped to steal. 09, yeah. From a motor vehicle. You don't have to say anything, but it may hold offence. You do not mention in question something which you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? Yes. Vehicle's been involved in numerous offences in the area, and I've seen the hammer and the screwdriver in the boot of the vehicle, plus the broken glass that's in the footwell. This index has been all around industrial sites, breaking into various cars, vehicles. So on an excellent spot, we're coming out of there, he saw it coming up this way. I think the element of surprise caught him out. I went nose to nose with him because he's been making off from police and local businesses where he's been doing these theft of motor vehicles. There's glass all in the footwell where they've been smashing cars. He's cleared up the glass in this car. Various tools of the trade in there that they've been using.
Dodgy details and dangerous tools, but Chris's next find is even more alarming.
So I was cut out of it.
Yeah, I know.
What's all that about then?
Yeah. Well, it's my little cousin, if you tell you the truth.
Is it?
Yeah. Don't worry, he's not an old
Little cousin's play act looks more like a balaclava mask. And the passenger's clearly annoyed about something. Maybe it's the prospect of getting fingerprinted back at the neck, which has him worried.
Have you ever been arrested before? Never ever. I tend to disbelieve that, but then if you have, all right, I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it, mate. Right, okay, listen, all right, let's start again. I'll take your word for it, you haven't been arrested before, but what we will do at the police station, we'll take your fingerprints to confirm your identity, whether you're known to us or not, yeah? Fair enough? All right, we'll leave it at that, yeah? Right, let's shut the door, keep you warm.
Later, a live scan of his fingerprints did reveal the passenger had given a wrong name. The bloke is a convicted burglar on the run from jail. He's now back behind bars serving an extra 4 months for escaping on top of his original sentence. As he's committed no offences, the driver was released without charge. Also legging it from the law is this man in Worcester, but he's about to meet some tough opposition. 3 housewives on their daily shopping trip. Lady number 1 forces him off the pavement. Straight away, there's another obstacle. Lady number 2, armed with a carrier bag. Lady number 3 enters the fray, and time's definitely running out for the fugitive. Now a van driver joins the chase and pins the bloke to the bridge as the police catch up. This dangerous thug was originally wanted for carrying a weapon and assaulting 3 coppers. Giving the Worcester police the runaround was easy. His downfall was 3 determined housewives with a sense of justice. After a heated domestic, this man in Virginia is also running from the law. He's been closely followed by cops on foot and in a squad car. What looks like a casual stroll down a country lane is an incredibly tense and dramatic situation. In fact, the man's holding a loaded gun to his head and has threatened to shoot himself if the cops don't back off. This isn't a hollow threat. Worried the police are too close, the bloke fires into the air to show he means business, and his gun's real. So the police change tactics by holding back. They then decide to take him down in a volley of shots. Luckily for the bloke, the cops fired non-lethal beanbag ammo. After a direct hit in the kidneys and a precision shot to the back of the head, the shock and pain of the attack made the desperate bloke stumble and drop his gun. Who would have guessed it? Instead of beans giving the bloke wind, they knocked the wind out of him. All the unmarked cars of the proactive team are fitted with cameras to read number plates and check them against the police computer. They're the perfect tool to catch illegal drivers and criminals out on the road.
What do you want for vehicle check?
Near Bicester, Chris and Simon have been alerted to a suspicious car.
There's a rover ahead of this bus. It's come up that could be used by a number of people suspected of having no documentation with Asian names. There's an Asian male driver. Done a check on it, it's come back as having no insurance and registered to an Asian female from Kidlington. So we'll attempt to give it a tug up here and see what we've got.
There's been a massive rise in illegal drivers, and dealing with this motoring underclass is now a daily routine for the pair.
Near side indication at the RA. This vehicle appears to have 3 occupants. A male driver, a female passenger in a rear seat, possibly a male or a child. We'll whack them on here and make it to turn left, shall we? No, not there. Please don't hit the roundabout on our behalf.
That is the sure sign of a no licence holder.
Oh, Jesus, and so is that. It's come up on our systems having no insurance and having no keeper, which is why we stopped you. What about insurance-wise? Like I say,
yeah, I'm covered on my insurance.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad's got insurance and I'm covered on 2 other cars. And that's the guy that
right. If you can give me registration of those, otherwise we'll have to seize the car because it's got.
I don't know the registration right up. He's just bought a new one.
Right. So who holds the policy then?
I hold on one. He holds on the other.
Right. Okay. Which policy is insuring you to drive this car?
Well, any insurance, any driver, any car.
Yeah. No. Which policy? Whose policy is it that's insuring you to drive this car?
This car?
Yes.
Yeah, my father.
Your father's policy. Okay. And who's that with?
I can't remember. He deals with it.
If the bloke can't prove he's insured, his car will be seized. But that's not his only problem. Simon's checked his details.
Has he got any idea on it? No. I think he's given somebody else's details. Right. Yes. Because you're telling us fibs, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Okay,
right. This won't be time, my friend. You're under arrest on suspicion of driving without a licence and without insurance because I don't believe you are who you say you are. So your arrest is necessary to ascertain your correct name and address.
Are you going to get over?
You do not have to say anything, but it may.
don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you don't mention, we'll question something which later on in court, anything you say, give evidence. All right, mate. Take a seat in there, we'll get it sorted out, shall we? Right, well, have you got a driving licence? Right, okay, well, you can't drive the vehicle off then. I'm going to seize the vehicle anyway.
And I stopped you for no reason. Can't no fucking thing or shit.
I told you, that's enough now. Go away. Because you're going to get yourself arrested. Take your children out of the car and you're getting me angry. Because you've not got sworn at me, have you?
I swore at you.
You've just sworn at me.
Out.
Exactly. Don't swear at me, otherwise your kids will be here without a mother as well because I will arrest you. Don't swear at me. Section 5 of the Public Order Act.
Three little kids, don't you understand that you're stopping us for no reason?
Well, I will be reasonable with you. I'll give you an opportunity to get someone over here to come and collect you.
Some swear to God, I don't understand why you're stopping us. That is pathetic.
Unfortunately, if a car's driven with no insurance, this is the risk you take, isn't it?
Transport and pay for me to get
That ain't going to happen, my love. Okay, off you go. I am sick of getting abuse, whoever she is, because of you, my friend. You're the idiot with a car with no insurance. Simple as that. Your car's being seized and we're taking it to the police station.
With the woman sent on her way, Chris and Simon take the prisoner to Banbury Police Station to check out his true identity.
It's not particularly nice having to dump that woman out with her 3 keys at the side of the road, but you've got to balance it out with the fact that that car's uninsured. I dare say he's probably got no licence. He's a danger to members of the public and the people in the car. She's accused me of all sorts. She's sworn at me, told me I'm a racist, blah, 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 etc., etc. Just another day as a Thamesbury police officer, unfortunately.
A live scan check reveals the blog did give Chris and Simon a false name, and for a good reason. He wasn't insured to drive the car, perfect for chauffeuring a mother with 3 young children around. For no insurance and obstructing the police, was later fined 470 quid and banned from driving for 6 months.
Sky Cinema.
Is that a chair?
For years, Sky brought amazing cinema to you. Now it's time to bring you to the cinema with 2 free tickets every month.
You only get that Sky Cinema. Sorry.
Steve, he's in accounts. He's been here 25 years.
25 years? Just sign his leaving card for me.
Expense this for me, will you? I've lunch with the guys upstairs.
This is just lunch.
I know. I think we broke the company record. Anyway, cutbacks. Initial thoughts. Downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch?
Mm-hmm.
But nationwide, aren't
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like that. Went into one of our branches once. Oh, I'd like to speak to the manager. I think I've lost my life savings. Total yawn fest.
But what if you have lost your life savings?
Well, that's what chatbots are for. Smoothie me. Is that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we are not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
Here at William Hill Vegas, the excitement is going through the roof. Get these exclusive offers and daily chances to win cash prizes and free spins on thousands of amazing games. Now that's great value. William Hill Vegas, beyond entertainment.
You ever seen something like this?
No, sir. This is gonna happen again.
I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years.
You're obsessive. You're obsessive. Just not about the job. We never really liked each other.
Can you tell me what's going on?
It's just case the pressure we got on us. Your life's just a nightmare you keep waking up into. You're like a lot of dreams. There's a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix.
Pick is changing.
In everything, there is a new beginning.
Lovely, isn't it?
Introducing Sky Mix.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna build something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from in here, where you are.
Even on four wheels, a fugitive driver has little chance of escaping the law once a helicopter's on his back. The Chiltern Air Support Unit has been called out to a pursuit in Aylesbury.
Yeah, 9 traffic unit. The road ahead of me is completely clear.
3 blokes in a stolen motor are trying to get away from the cops late at night. With a patrol car hot on their heels, these donuts start to break almost every rule of the highway code. By jumping red lights and cutting through a roundabout, the car thieves haven't lost the cops, so they start driving even more dangerously in this built-up area. Suspecting that the crooks are about to leg it, the cops alert the dog handler and one of the pursuing cars to close in. Good call. Two blokes are captured by officers, the third stopped by the German Shepherd of the dog handler. Against the well-coordinated efforts of a chopper, trained police drivers and dog unit, the crooks stood no chance. Some illegal motorists are hell-bent on continuing driving, whatever it takes. Thames Valley officers are in a hot pursuit of a suspicious driver in a minicar. After refusing to pull over, he's now got 3 patrol cars and a chopper on his tail. It's late in the evening and the dual carriageway is clear, so the police try to stop the bloke by blocking him in with their patrol cars, a tactic known as boxing. But before the cops can complete their tactical stop, the bloke hits the accelerator and breaks out. Minutes later, the cops move back into formation. Again, the donut tries to get out and demonstrates why he shouldn't be behind the wheel. But after spinning off the road, the driver isn't finished yet and gives it legs. Not for long. With more than 8 cops on his back, he'll hopefully stay off the road from now on. Running for almost 1.5 miles under a river, the Lefortovo Tunnel in Moscow is one of Europe's longest. And it's meant to be a masterpiece of modern engineering. But it's leaking water, and in winter, patches of black ice plague the road. After swerving on ice and rolling over, most people would be in a state of shock, but this bloke's happy with a good dusting down. Nicknamed the Tunnel of Death by locals, you can see why. Amazingly, after smacking the tunnel wall at full speed, this driver gets out uninjured and tries to clear up. In extremely cold winters, dozens of cars get wrecked in the tunnel by unsuspecting drivers like this bloke. Luckily, the tunnel only suffers from black ice when the outside temperatures plummet well below zero. Even frequent users like bus drivers get caught out by the ice. For the passengers, the early morning commute has turned into a bus ride from hell. Violently swerving all over the road, the driver does well to control his truly bendy bus, only hitting the wall once. Luckily, there were no reported injuries. It's early morning in Reading. Rosie and Daz are 2 hours into an all-night shift targeting burglars and car thieves. As they check a hotspot for break-ins, they hear of a man wielding an axe and threatening the landlord of a pub nearby.
Hi guys, what's been going on then? Is the pub open?
No, we were closing.
Right, okay. Is there somebody in there with an axe now, or no?
There's a guy out there with an axe.
Right, whereabouts has he gone? He's where?
I don't know where he went.
He's in the house there.
It looks like the bloke smashed a pub window with an axe and then ran into a flat next door. As Rosie and Daz investigate, a man appears.
They've got music going.
All right.
Till 2, 3 in the morning. They got license till 11 o'clock. Right?
Okay.
So explain that, yeah? I'll come home, I'll go to work, yeah? In the morning, and they're drumming music till 11, 12 o'clock in the night, right? So you explain that, that's all I've got to say. No one's got nothing, yeah? I work with my man here. He's come round.
No one said you've
Do
done
you
anything,
live
right?
down there, do
We
you?
just come to
Well,
speak to
take
you.
that away from me.
Listen,
Right.
do you live down
If you want
there?
to jail for about 8 months, tell him to take
He
time
doesn't have
Do you
to,
live
does
down there, do you?
No, listen, bro.
No, do you live down
I'm
there?
I'll punch you
Don't
straight in
make
the
it.
face.
Don't leave them
Tell
alone.
him to get out of my face.
Or go
Let's
inside
go
then.
downstairs.
Go
Come
inside.
on, let's don't talk about down there. They're saying
As the bloke's totally hyper, Rosie and Daz try to calm him down by talking to him in his flat.
Listen.
Right, they're not locking, yeah.
So them lot have had a lock-in, yeah, for a lot of court. They took them a kid and for how long? How many weeks, reckon? 6, 8 weeks. Right, he's breaching his licence, yeah? He ain't got no nightclub licence in there, right? Okay. They knocked on my door. They knocked on my door first. So there you go.
Right.
And I'm in here, I'll just have
I'm going to go and
dinner.
ask them what description.
Right.
No, I'm going.
Okay. This is your house, is it?
Honestly,
Your flat.
mate, listen, I don't want no one in there.
You guys run the pub? Did you see the guy that did the damage? Yes. Is it the guy that got the axe inside? Right. Is it the guy with no top on?
Oh, man.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So we've been called here by the landlord of the pub. He's had some criminal damage. He said a male came to the front door with an axe and has broken 2 windows. When we've got here, they've said that the guy lives in the house next door, so we've gone there into the basement flat. He's obviously clearly very drunk, but he's cross because they apparently have had a lock-in and it's been making lots of noise, keeping him awake. So I think what he's done is taken the law into his own hands and just done a bit of damage.
He's been identified as the axe-wielding window smasher, so he's coming in.
There's an allegation that you've caused criminal damage to the pub next door, okay? Right, so you're under arrest on suspicion of that.
door.
Have you got a top you can put on?
His girlfriend isn't happy about his antics.
Fuck you, yeah?
Now, listen, what's going on?
Calm down. Well, don't slam the door, mate. Put your top on.
She's going
Put a
mental.
top
What
on.
the fuck am I meant to do?
Put a top on or you come like that.
Listen.
Put a top on or you're going to come like that.
Behave yourself.
Put a top on.
5 minutes, mate.
I
Yeah,
behave
be a
myself.
man.
Put a
Be a
top on.
man for once in your life, yeah?
Yeah, put your arm behind your back. Put your arms behind your back.
I haven't nothing. I haven't done jack shit.
Finally, he's in cuffs, but he doesn't restrict his mouth.
What with the camera? Fucking get rid of him now. I go mad. You don't understand.
I'll tell you what,
Get
if you take
him
your
away
foot up,
from me.
I'll tell you now, fuck's sake.
Away from me. Oh, criminal damage. What a pub.
2 windows.
Who see you break the bloody window? I was outside having a fag.
The man's accusations about the lock-in are false. For his axe-wielding exploits, he was later charged with affray and obstruction. In Bletchley near Milton Keynes, Simon and Chris are on the lookout for a wanted youth when a passing vehicle catches their attention.
3-1.
Vector 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. We just had a stolen motor vehicle hit Queensway, Bletchley. Can you run it through for me, please? When you're ready for index.
The silver people carrier up ahead has pinged up as stolen on the number plate reading system. Catching car thieves is a top priority, so the pair postpone their search for the youth and immediately go after the people carrier.
Yeah, I'm now on the Westfield Road, Bletchley.
Unaware of Chris and Simon in their unmarked car, the Seat driver pulls into a car park.
Turn it off. Yeah, show us the line, please. Step out for me. Keep your hands on the ceiling. We're up to see them. Hands on your heads. You're under arrest on suspicion of theft of a motor vehicle at this moment in time. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you fail to mention one question, something which you later on in court. Where are you from, fella?
I've been living in Ipswich.
Have you? Right. What's the score of this motor then?
Stolen.
Right, it is stolen, is it? You want to step over the puddle?
What a result. For a change, a crook holds up on the spot.
That'd be a significant statement, wouldn't it? Yes. I don't know if you want to go through his wallet, I'll go through the card. Basically, we're coming through their car's quite stolen on the ANPR. He's just coughed it stolen. That's what we've got at the moment. Luckily, he's come from a natural stop. I ain't seen us behind him, so we don't have any conceal or anything like that. I've got the one side, someone's got the other. Grabbed him, nicked him. I'm just going to go through the car, see what's in there. Right, well, this has got to be nicked as well, then, because there's a checkbook in someone else's name. It's not the owner's name, it's not his name. Got a set of stick on plates as well, look.
The number plates turn out to be stolen. And no wonder. A check of his details reveals the bloke's on the run and wanted for theft by Suffolk police.
Yeah. Yeah.
It also looks like he's been living in his motor.
The check's just come back on the number plates, and they were taken from a very similar vehicle in Redditch in the past couple of days. So he's obviously had those on there, like I say, to disguise the identity of this vehicle.
It's almost job done for Simon and Chris. The only thing left to do is booking the bloke in and informing Suffolk police, but there's a sting in the tail.
What sort of pain is it? Stabbing pain? Do you rely on it, so I'll roll you over if you want. Yes. Let's have a look. Where is it? All right. Can you straighten your legs out or not? I wouldn't suggest we take it down in the car, mate. It's better place for the paramedics. Hey.
From driving a stolen car to being doubled over with convulsions, the prisoner's illness seems to have come on from nowhere.
Have you swallowed anything today? No. All right, well, we're going to get your ambulance down, all right? All right, all right. Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
With the bloke in seeming absolute agony, Chris calls for an ambulance, but Simon isn't convinced.
Just can't see it just happens like that. I think it's a ruse. Yeah. Now he's got the cuffs off. As soon as he gets to the hospital, he'll be on his time. As you can see, the gentleman that we've arrested from the stolen car is now stating that he doesn't feel very well and he's got pains in his side. So he's being tended to by the ambulance crew and he's going to be taken to the local hospital at Milton Keynes to be checked out. We have to be really careful in these situations and weigh up between obviously his welfare, which is our primary concern, and also the concern that he is now unhandcuffed and he's also going into a public area. He's wanted for quite serious offences. Is he going to try and run away? So unfortunately, we've got a very long wait ahead of us now. These are never quick things. It's going to be 4 officers, maybe as long as 8 hours in the hospital, and could be all for nothing.
Despite spending over a week in hospital, doctors were unable to find anything wrong with the thief. It later turned out that on previous arrests, he'd also been afflicted by sudden health problems. On this occasion, he reckoned he'd swallowed a small needle and ended up being bedwatched by officers. At court, James later pleaded guilty to the theft of the motor and 11 other offences. Outside Milton Keynes, an unmarked police car is tailing a silver BMW speeding at more than 90. Still unaware of the cops behind him, the BMW driver turns off the dual carriageway. But when the officers signal to him to pull over at the roundabout, he immediately boots it and heads straight back to the main road. Trying to leave the cops for dust, he's now flooring it to a shocking 130. Travelling at this speed, any accidents could be tragic. Spanking it at more than 140, the speed freak turns off the dual carriageway. Luckily, up ahead, a marked police unit's already waiting with a stinger. It fails, but the onboard camera of the marked cop car catches the BMW blasting past, closely followed by the cops in their silver Vauxhall. The driver's now aggressively pushing through busy single-lane traffic. As the unmarked police car gets stuck, a patrol car catches up and takes over the pursuit. Highly visible, it quickly gains ground on the speed junkie. Desperate to get away, the fleeing driver overtakes on blind corners, but cannot throw off the cops. The manic motorist then makes a surprise turn. After hitting the traffic island, it's all over. Living in the fast lane and not reading the signs, the plank took a turn for the worse and was later heavily fined for his dangerous driving.
Hurry the star mix. Yes. Maybe the bear could steal the ring, which is the crown jewel. He could run away with it. Maybe the police could find him. Yeah. We are the police.
Share the scare this Halloween with Haribo. Get 2-for-1 entrance to Alton Towers Resort on Star Skeletons, Monsters Sing, and all Halloween bags.
At Co-op, we know those everyday essentials are important. So now, our members will save more on them every day. Sign up and save more at your local Co-op.
Now this is a classic. It was first rolled out in the 80s. A rare thing, an absolute classic. In fact, there's just one in the entire country. Over £50 million of cars, all for you. Yes, the Lancaster Insurance Classic Motor Show is just around the corner. From the 10th to the 12th of November at the NEC Birmingham. Save the date and get your tickets. Go to the NECClassicMotorshow.com. For deal, quote TV 23. The Classic Motor Show has arrived.
All aboard Betfred Games. Choose from over 1,000 games with spins from just 10p. Viva la Betfred Vegas with a range of classic slots straight from the script. Pick red or black and take a spin at Betfred Casino. Offer a more authentic experience. Try our live casino. Rock Gaming, Betfred.
Get the KFC Xena Duo deal for just $3.99. Do the deal until the 12th of November. Only at KFC. Pick is changing.
In everything, there is a new beginning.
Love it. Introducing Sky Mix.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch. If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own for? Yes.
A Discovery of Witches starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists
I love that.
who will each turn a famous face
I really love that.
into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
And are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell. Portrait Artist of the Year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
Outside Blackburn, officers want the 2 occupants of this stolen Fiesta to pull over.
The vehicle has failed to stop and a pursuit has now commenced.
But as usual, the car thieves think they can outrace the police and boot it at high speed.
Oscar 99, the vehicle approximately 100 miles an hour, standby is coming off at junction 9, the M65. It's going to be the M65 eastbound, M65 eastbound.
Unable to escape from the cops on the motorway, they head into town to lose them in the estates.
And it's another right turn, patrols, there's a right turn ahead of you now.
Still failing to gain ground, the car thieves race straight into an industrial estate and suddenly stop.
992 out, across the railway lines, towards the supermarket on the far side of the railway lines on Bolton Street.
At the end of the road with their motoring skills, these 2 dipsticks now try and leg it over a railway.
The 2 are on the railway line now, walking slowly away from where the vehicle was detained, abandoned.
But crossing the line doesn't get them on the right side of the tracks. Realising that they're going nowhere fast, the car thieves finally decide to surrender.
A police officer now with these 2 and being detained.
Highway troopers in Ohio are in hot pursuit of a speeding SUV. The bloke's flooring it to more than 100, but that's not his only tactic in his race against the cops. Weaving at high speed is extremely dangerous, but the next manoeuvre of the cocky driver is even more ruthless. Speeding at 107, the driver tries to fight his way through a car and an 18-wheel truck, but he's pushed his luck too far. The second patrol car arrives on scene as a fugitive smashes through the gap into the side barrier, leaving behind a trail of debris. Back with Tango Victor 3-1 in Milton Keynes. After spending a day on the lookout for illegal drivers and car thieves, Simon and Chris are coming towards the end of their shift. Just as they make their way to the police station, they're called to an urgent incident.
Got a report that there's a fight in one of the housing estates in Milton Keynes. There's possibly, and I do say possibly, up to 50 people, 50 people fighting. It would appear that there's 2 groups, one numbering somewhere in the region of 20 and one numbering somewhere in the region of 30 that are having a bit of a shindig at each other. I'd imagine that it's probably some kind of chat argument.
Arriving on the estate, everything looks calm. The fighting seems over, but Simon notices a bunch of youths in the distance.
Yeah, we'll go straight up.
No,
Straight
they will come out here.
They won't, mate. They've got
That goes in the candle wicks.
and then left here, left again. Get they run towards the shops. See, they're jogging down there.
Let's have a look.
Spotting the cops, the lads try to monkey over the fence.
Over the fence you go, boys. Oh, you bunch of plums. Only the fittest ones can get over the fence, isn't that right? What are they all running for?
I don't know, I'll come out.
Rubbish. Of course you know what they're running for.
No, seriously, I'll just come out.
Run, old Bill.
Why?
Run.
Why are you recording?
So I run.
They didn't have to jump.
It's not even. Could it not have been easier for them to go through the open gate? What did you climb over the fence for when you could have come through the open gate? Yeah. Now, what's going on?
Kicked off, all down there. End up down there. Then
So the white kids started kicking off against the black kids. Was there any reason?
They went to the school because a party New Year's Eve.
Yeah, what did you start running just now? Yeah, you ain't done anything wrong, have you?
Oh, Bill, it's just one of those things.
You're jumping, yeah, that was only a bit of wind on the shed there.
It's a minor school feud, topped up with an extra dose of excitement by running from the law.
1, 2.
What are you two boys doing here?
Running from you.
Boy.
It's your old Bill, just take us a kid.
With no evidence of any real wrongdoing, the lads are sent on their way.
Finished? Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, listen, lads. If you lot start fighting next time, we join in, and then it starts hurting, all right? So go home, stop playing up.
School feuds and running from the cops. For Simon, it all sounds very familiar.
I'll take you back to when you were younger and you used to have shindigs with the local neighbours and you run all over the place chasing each other. No?
Not Chris. It seems he never got into trouble. In Illinois, a sheriff has just started his shift, but his evening's work is going to be unexpectedly cut short. He fails to see a roadwork sign, and instead of stopping, he continues straight on into a big hole. Time to learn your way around town, mate.
This is the BodyZone mattress topper from Dormeo, featuring award-winning OctaSpring technology. It's designed to improve the comfort and support of any bed, helping you sleep better and helping you wake feeling refreshed, revived, and ready to take on your day. Right now, the BodyZone topper from Dormeo is half price, but this incredible half-price offer must end next Monday. It's our mission to give everybody quality sleep on a quality product at an affordable price. With the BodyZone mattress topper, you can easily turn your existing mattress into a luxury 5-star sleep experience. But it's not just for mattresses. You can use it on a guest bed, on the sofa. It even works directly on the floor. It's so comfortable you can offer your guests a bed you can be proud of. Could you get a good night's sleep on that old, uncomfortable sofa bed? No, but now your guests will, thanks to the superior comfort and support provided by the award-winning OctaSpring technology. OctaSprings take the support of a pocket spring and the comfort of memory foam and combines them to produce an amazing topper that will help you get your best night's sleep ever. Plus, the design means it's 8 times more breathable than a traditional memory foam topper, so you will sleep deeply on a cooler, fresher surface every night. The BodyZone topper has been designed for exceptional comfort. It has 5 separate zones, 3 firmer comfort zones and 2 softer support zones, ensuring your head, shoulders, back, hips and legs have the individual levels of comfort and support they need. The BodyZone mattress topper has been recognized for its comfort, its support and its contribution to proper sleep, and is a Good Housekeeping approved product. And the OctaSpring technology inside has won a number of prestigious awards. Every BodyZone mattress topper comes with free delivery, and our 60-night comfort guarantee means you can try it in the comfort of your home for a full 2 months. If you don't agree that it transformed your mattress into a 5-star sleep experience, simply send it back for a 100% refund. We are proud of the design, materials and workmanship in the BodyZone topper, so we've given it our special 5-year warranty for complete peace of mind. We'll also include, as a free bonus, the OctaSmart pillow featuring the same OctaSpring technology for the complete sleep solution. It is supremely comfortable and its enhanced breathability will help keep you feeling cool and fresh all night long. It's a £49 value, but it's yours as a free bonus to make this offer extra special. And right now, Dormeo BodyZone topper is half price, just £199. There's never been a better time to upgrade your mattress, upgrade your sleep, and therefore upgrade your life. As part of this special offer, you'll enjoy our 60-night sleep guarantee, a 5-year warranty, free delivery. bonus Optismart pillow, and the incredible Bodyzone mattress topper at half price. Go online or call our trusted Dormeo sleep experts right now and order your very own Bodyzone mattress topper. But this incredible half price offer must end next Monday.
Pick is changing.
In every end, there is a new beginning.
Lovely, isn't it?
Introducing Sky Mix. Sky Mix now brings you more than ever before.
You know why?
We'll find out.
With an amazing movie night in every Sunday.
Sure.
Featuring more stars, more drama, and more action. What more could you want?
They ain't ever seen anything.
Well then, let's put on a show.
Movies on Sky Mix. Starts Sunday at 9.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from here. Where you are.
Tonight on Highway Patrol. A speeding motorist just won't stop, and the police are using everything they can to get him off the road. Nathan Ratcliffe is chasing road crime on foot. And Mick McCran is trying to keep the youth of Bendigo safe.
Get back in there.
Senior Constable Russell Warner's checking out a burnout hotspot around midnight.
Plenty of burnouts in here, so he's definitely an idiot. No joy, guys. It's one of those things where we keep saying, right time, right place.
We've been a bit of a pursuit on Geelong Channel heading our way up on the highway. Are you able to cross over the Channel 0201 and get an update? Channel 155, 160.
Right, done. We'll head that way, then sneak up. Just gonna head Princess Freeway way. I'm just gonna call from Geelong Channel. There's a pursuit in progress heading our way, just past Avalon, heading Melbourne bound.
The female driver fled a checkpoint in Geelong, and police have been pursuing her for more than 40 kilometres.
Just been informed that this is an imperative pursuit. Imperative means that she's going to be taken off the road. It's too much of a risk to herself and other road users. It's an imperative. We're going to do our best to stop her. Stop six, whatever it may be.
Senior Constable Russell Warner is moments away from reaching the police already in pursuit. But how will they get a high-speed driver off the road? Senior Constable Nathan Ratcliffe is also at a burnout hotspot, and there's no sign of the culprits here either. But his attention is caught by a vehicle he's seen before.
Stay in your car for us. How you going? I'm from the Wyndham Highway Patrol, okay? The reason why I pulled you over today is I've observed no number plates on your vehicle. Do you have a permit for it?
No, I'm just bringing it back on road. I couldn't afford a permit and
Wait.
everybody.
Can I have a look at your certificate?
It's been backdated, took a bit longer. So he just backdated it a week and a bit. So you're supposed to take it back within 7 days.
When did you get this done? It hasn't been backdated anywhere.
Yeah, no, he backdated it. So
It's not backdated, mate.
No,
Where's the pink slip?
it's got nobody to do that one. You can ring him and ask him.
So you haven't got a permit to get it anywhere, and because this is about the fourth time I've intercepted you guys, haven't I? And you still haven't got it sorted.
I can't afford to drive it yet.
Well, that's not my problem. You should, if you can't afford it, don't drive. It's as simple as that. If you can't afford to register your vehicle and just run around on a certificate, where's the date that says today? Tell me where the date is today.
Just been informed that this is an imperative pursuit. Imperative means that she's got to be taken off the road. There's too much of a risk to herself and other road users. It's imperative. We're going to do our best to stop them. Stop six, whatever it may be.
Senior Constable Russell Warner is en route to try and head off a reckless driver who's being pursued by police. With several police units in pursuit of the offender, it's Russell's job to try and get ahead to cut her off.
Yeah, 617. I'm the northern end of the Mulberry now, so I'll just pop here if that's what he wants. Yeah, thank you.
At the intercept point, Russell's next task is to deploy stop sticks. These will deflate the driver's tyres safely without the driver losing control.
Yeah, 617. As soon as I see he's flashing lights, I'll throw the stop sticks out so you can back off. I've left my blueies on so you'll see where I'm popping. Popped in an emergency turn. Basically, she's travelling the middle lane. She's come all the way from Geelong. She's crashed the booth bus site. It's what we call an imperative pursuit, where we must sort of get her off the road. The guys are chasing her. As soon as we see the blueies, I'm going to run out, throw the stop sticks out. We'll run back here. Hopefully, she'll run over him. It doesn't always work that way. And hopefully the units behind will back off and not run over as well.
Roger, she's down to 115 at the moment, centre most lane, between the northbound lanes. Traffic's still right. She's going to be 400 metres for the next gathering driver.
400 metres, beautiful.
With only radio updates from other units to guide him, Russell's challenge is to identify the car from all the others coming towards him.
Is she coming up behind her? I need you to stay near that radio so I can hear him.
This is Russell's first time with the stop sticks. With the pursuit approaching him at over 100 kilometres an hour, timing is critical. Late at night, Sergeant Mick McCran has spotted a motorist out of the corner of his eye.
Red P plate, how many on board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so forth, 18 better alive. Oh, he's been nervous now. A little bit nervous. Change of plan, we're going this way.
This boat might be carrying more passengers than it should be.
Hello, everybody. Good. Have you got a driver's license here, please? Thank you. And whose car is it?
That's fine.
Your car registered in your name?
Registered in my father's.
Registered in Dad's name. So it's actually Dad's car, but you're driving it. What sort of license do you hold?
P1 probation.
P1 probationary license. How many passengers does that restrict you to carrying?
1.
1. How many passengers do you have?
Maths doesn't appear to be the driver's strong point. He has 4 passengers, 2 are under 15 and 1 is a sibling. He's allowed passengers under the age of 16 and siblings don't count either. So this driver is doing the right thing.
What have we got going on with that's the second bloke I've seen in a skirt in a short period of time. Okay, skins on. You got skins on. Well, that's good news. Okay. Well, come out and give me a proper look at you. Come on. That's seriously the outfit that you've got out in. No, you've done that before. Get back in there. Before I charge you with being lewd in a public place. Let me jot down your details. It won't take too long. All right, I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, thank you. We're just going to make sure that they're complying with their license conditions. Every once in a while, they do the right thing. Look, it's good to see they got a good sense of humour. But in the end, we just want to make sure that they all get home safely.
It's a welcome distraction for Mick. If only everyone was as responsible as this young driver.
Right answers today, everybody. Well done. Brave man in the grass skirt. Take it easy, lots of cars around. Just because you're not breaking the law, being that you're carrying the right number of passengers and complying with it, just be careful because it's too easy to do something silly when you've got all your mates in the car. And this bloke in the back for tonight, I reckon. All right, all the best. Have a good night. Hands inside the vehicle at all times. Have a good day. Bye. This is about the fourth time I've intercepted you guys, haven't I? And you still haven't got it sorted.
Senior Constable Nathan Ratcliffe is on a mission to clean up the streets of Hoppers Crossing, one car at a time.
What is the registration of this vehicle, normally?
We're not clue, we didn't get plates on it.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm sick of it seen on the road because I see this car all the time with no plates. I register my car, so can you.
He issues a ticket for $597 and then sends them on their way. But across the other side of the road, more madness comes Nathan's way.
See that? No, I was going to throw me follower at him, but I didn't want to lose my family notice book.
As the day progresses, it keeps getting madder, and so does Nathan Ratcliffe.
You didn't even see me. I was sitting parallel to the traffic. Look for you and look at the traffic. What are you? I'm a policeman, mate. Listen, don't show all that in front of your child, mate. All right? Definitely worth a check.
Now he's spotted another vehicle that looks worthy of closer inspection.
Do you have a driver's license on you? How come you don't have a license on you?
I've actually lost my wallet recently.
You're not suspended or disqualified, I mean? Okay, you been drinking today?
The driver's story about losing his wallet is usually a lie, so Nathan needs to check his details.
You know any drugs or anything today? Okay, mate, just bear with us.
Suddenly,
There we go.
what Nathan's been waiting for all day.
Yeah, car doing burnout.
At Wren, your dream kitchen is closer than you think because we make luxury affordable for everyone. With beautiful bespoke styles and our free design and home measuring services, it's easy to create your perfect kitchen. Right now, there's up to 60% off fully built kitchen units and up to 7 years interest-free credit. Plus, in our autumn sale, you can get up to 50% off selected quartz worktops. So come to Wren and see your dream kitchen come to life.
Years of pain of this English weather. Inhale, exhale, repeat. Work harder, must push further, faster, further, better, stronger. Repeat, pain, repeat, complete, faster, stronger. For this moment, to score the equalizer, to change everything.
Not today, Carlos. With new Skybet Aqua Freeze, Alex just froze the first leg for the win. End the game your way with new Aqua Freeze, now exclusively available with Skybet.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're a vampire.
You're a witch. If he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own for? Yes.
A Discovery of Witches. Starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists who will each turn a famous face
I really love it.
into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
And are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell.
Portrait Artist of the Year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
Pick is changing.
In everything, there is a new beginning.
Lovely, isn't it?
Introducing Sky Mix.
Definitely worth a check.
Senior Constable Nathan Ratcliffe has pulled over this white car.
Do you have a driver's license on you? How come you don't have a license on you?
I've actually lost my wallet recently.
The driver claims to have lost his wallet and license, and Nathan was in the process of checking out his story when suddenly he hears a burnout.
There we go. Will that car be on the burnout?
He leaves a colleague to deal with the driver and chases the burnout car.
As I was talking to that young lad in the Commodore, this car's come out of the street doing a large burnout, and we'll hear what he has to say for himself. G'day, how you going? Good, I'm from the Wyndham Highway Patrol. The reason why I've intercepted you today is I've just observed you doing a burnout out of the corner out there. What do you have to say for yourself? What's your reason for doing the burnout today?
No reason. Stupid is not good.
Okay. Due to the improper use of your vehicle, I'm going to be putting on a tow truck. You understand that? So I'm going to impound your vehicle today. Okay? Have you had your vehicle impounded before?
No, this is my brother's car.
It's your brother's car. What's he going to say when he finds out that his brother's just had his car seized? And guess what? Thursday, you're not going to get it back for about 7 days. I don't reckon he's going to be too happy, do you? Well, we'll see what he has to say. I'll do some checks and we'll go from there. Right. Unfortunately, the young blokes grew up today thinking that's what they'll do in their time until they get old or they go out of that urge to spin the wheels at every corner.
What's your brother going to say? Keep him nice. He told me not to come home if I do this. Yeah.
He said he warned you about this.
Yeah, he said if you get caught, don't come home.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going home.
Sign there, mate. Sign your brother's car away.
Nathan Ratcliffe wants this life lesson to hit home.
There it goes, mate, eh? Your brother's car. So you reckon you've learnt your lesson? You do. Okay. All right. Well, I hope you have too, mate. All right. See you later.
Some spontaneous street dancing has caught the eye of Nick McCran in Bendigo.
Look at these big disco dancers.
Hi, gents. What's the fine for an open container of alcohol in Bendigo? More than it's worth? I reckon by the time you get to the next rubbish bin, you probably finished it, because if you go any further than that, you end up with a ticket. Sound like a plan? Have a good night. See ya.
So far, it's a quiet night in Bendigo. But that's about to change.
Get quick into the roundabout.
Oh my God.
Get through it all right.
Terrible.
Roger on that car.
One's just cutting his way through traffic. That's not a bad job, just worth being cropped.
Mick's just going to play a waiting game.
So we'll let him go for just a tick and then I'll crop out. See how fast he wants to go on the speed. Just putting along.
Mick McCran's taking a gamble on a gut feeling. So will his instincts be proved right?
G'day, mate. Good, mate. Driver's license here. Thanks, mate. What sort of probationary license do you have? P1? So, red fish? Where are they?
Oh God.
Probably somewhere. Probably somewhere? Okay. Because there's one just there, just fold it up. Yeah, in your right hand. Open that up again. What's that folded up there? These two things on the front of your head above your nose and below your eyebrows, are they painted on or do they work? It's a P-plate, mate. It's just sitting there. It's bright red. Yeah, so yeah. So you haven't got one for the back as well, have you?
Is there one at the back?
Young Thomas has too many passengers as well.
What I'm suggesting is that you give me a story about magnetic ones, but you're probably taking them down so you can drive around with more people in the car. That's what I think's happened. All right? Now, at this stage, your brain's doing this and you're starting to think about things. I probably know a bit more than you think I know. So I expect the truth when I come back to you rather than just some story.
Like Thomas, the car is typical for a teenage driver.
The tyre's been shredded by spinning the wheels up. There's not even any dust marks where the P-plates were because he doesn't use magnetic ones because this is all plastic. And that tyre's also chewed up from spinning up, but not as much as the other one. Okay. Thomas, back to the beginning. When you drove tonight, were the P-plates on the vehicle when you left the house?
At least one on the back.
At least one on the back. Where does it normally sit?
Next to the number plate.
Next to the number plate. Jump out and show me where it normally sits. I'm trying to go along with the story. I just don't believe you. Where would it normally sit? But all that dust that's sitting there, it's been sitting there for quite a while. Right, so back to the beginning. 5 minutes ago, my life has gone by, and yes, I've been paid, but no, I don't like being lied to. You took your P-plate off because you've got peer passengers, and you know you're not supposed to have them, right?
Yep.
Is that the right thing or the wrong thing to do? Okay, so why did you do that?
Because I don't really want to get caught.
You don't really want to get caught, you don't want to get in trouble. What sort of trouble have you had in the past?
I got a speeding fine, a unroadworthy vehicle fine.
Unroadworthy vehicle? Yep.
Overloading the one person fine.
You've been done for this before?
Yeah.
So in my opinion, do you think you've learned from it?
No.
Yeah. Yep. Is that what you want to happen?
Not really. It's what happens, it's what happens.
Yeah, but
do it for consequences.
I understand that. And look, that's not a bad trait. But the issue here is we've got to change the cat. We've got to break the cycle here a little bit more.
Nick McCran has two options. Let him off with a severe talking to, or throw the book at him.
All right, in relation to what we're going to do with you tonight, rather than just keep on punishing you, it doesn't seem to have any effect. I'm cutting you a small break tonight. I'm looking off for your P-plates. Right, get some P-plates up. Do the right thing. You only have, how long have you actually had your license for? Since the start of the year, and you're already going to lose it.
I've had the worst luck this month.
Yeah.
Everything goes wrong.
Yeah, well, look, sometimes that's the way it goes, mate, but these are the things that make us into better people. So don't let that get you down. Get through your suspension period, get on with your life, and stop doing things that keep getting you in trouble. All right?
Thank you.
All the best. Take care.
A number of police units are conducting an imperative pursuit of a white station wagon.
Yeah, 617. As soon as I see each flashing lights, I'll try to stop 6 out so you can back off. I've left my blueies on so you can see what I'm popped in the verge of 6 out.
Running from a compulsory PVT stop, driving erratically and speeding is a lethal combination. So Senior Constable Russell Warner has been deployed further up the highway with stop sticks to puncture the offender's tyres. The offender's car is now safely disabled. Unfortunately, so are two other vehicles.
I think I did.
But the cost of a couple of tyres is nothing compared to the damage this driver could have done.
I think I might have taken out a couple, so I might spend the next half an hour changing tyres for the guys. Kind of just came out of my hand, and there was no way I was running out in the middle of that stuff to go and get it. So obviously it's worked. Yeah, it worked. Sure, the tyres have been taken out, and she stopped up within half a day of where the wheels were running. So that's what they're there for. Apart from being up with treatment, a couple of fellow mates that they're going to cost me a few beers or change the tyres. Can't hurt either way. Couldn't get her off the road. She's obviously intoxicated, as I said earlier. She scratched the booze by sight, so imperative, which means basically we go till we get her off the road. She's so much increase.
We're tracing from Latrobe Terrace in Geelong, which is 57, 58 k's from here. She's been over all three lanes, but miraculously, she safely passed every vehicle and just kept coming. And the only reason we didn't keep going into Melbourne is the fact that she hit the stop sticks. So the bloke took out the stop sticks took the job. Well, if you include my car, yes, it did.
But it's still my duty now, since I'm responsible for this flat. The first bloke off the station using, so I don't feel too bad now. All right. Gamble I know. Sorry about that. I changed the time for you, it's all good.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Sorry, mate.
Delivery. This says block 2. It's over there, mate.
Get the KFC Zinger Duo deal for just $3.99. Do the deal until the 12th of November. Only at KFC.
However you search for fun, Admiral Casino helps you stay in control. Want to set limits? Monitor your playtime? Or even take a break? Admiral Casino is here to make sure you take time to think. Admiral Casino. Feel the flutter your way.
You ever see something like this? No, sir. This is going to happen again. I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years. You're obsessive. You're obsessive. Just not about the job. We never really liked each other.
Can you tell me what's going on?
It's just case the pressure we got on us. It's just a nightmare you keep waking up into. Like a lot of dreams. There's a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix.
Sky Mix now brings you more than ever before.
In a way.
We'll find out.
With an amazing movie night in every Sunday.
Job.
Featuring more stars, more drama, and more action. What more could you want?
They ain't ever seen anything.
Well then, let's put on a show.
Movies on Sky Mix. Starts Sunday at 9. Pick is changing.
And never ended. There is a new beginning.
Love it.
Introducing Sky Mix.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series.
I'm very excited.
As Portrait Artist of the Year,
I really love it.
turns 10.
Welcome to the Cinema List and set your phasers to stun as we look at some of our favourite moments from Star Trek. Let's begin with the first film outing of the crew of the Enterprise in 1979's Star Trek: The Motion Picture. The moment we have chosen is an awe-inspiring one, as it's when Kirk is given back the Enterprise and, on his way to take control, is treated to a beautiful view. Next up, the age-old debate of which captain is better is put to one side as they team up in Star Trek Generations. A mad scientist is about to destroy an entire star system, and it's up to Picard and the long-thought-dead Kirk to stop him. Now to two captains, but the same one, as we have gone for Kirk versus Kirk in Star Trek: The Undiscovered Country. When he and Bones are wrongly convicted of murdering a Klingon ambassador, they try and escape from the harsh planet they have been imprisoned on. But they soon find out that the alien helping them is not exactly who she said she was. To the Kelvin timeline now, and the perfect use of classical music in Star Trek Beyond. When chasing down Krall and his swarm as they try and destroy the starbase of Yorktown, the crew of the Enterprise resort to blocking the drone's frequency with some shouty music and chose a stone-cold classic to do it with.
Let's make some noise.
Next up, a moment that shocked fans with the death of Spock from Star Trek The Wrath of Khan. When an old nemesis resurfaces hell-bent on revenge, Kirk must face off against his deadliest foe, which results in losing his best friend. And it is that scene that inspires our next choice.
Oh my
Now something a bit more light-hearted with Star Trek The Voyage Home. The crew of the Enterprise split from the sun in a Klingon bird of prey to go back in time to fight some humpback whales. Taking a hit with an alien. They end up in 1960s their usual The Enterprise has been destroyed a few times in the franchise, but our final moment is the first time we see its demise. Star Trek
Oh, fucking fake email. Oh my god. It's one of them fake ones that says there's not enough, you got to pay money for your postage, right? For parcel on its way to you and all that. It's bollocks. If I don't get my parcels, I'll just complain and say, look, where's my parcel? Come on, what's going on? I'm not paying for the parcel that's not probably fucking a parcel, it's just a scam. I'll just got a headache. I'm like, what the fuck? I just woke up with this headache and it's mad.
A driver trapped in a car in a life-threatening situation. A driver with no ID causes a few problems.
He's telling you lies.
And Ash Bowden speeds to a serious smash.
Oh, man.
Will he get there?
Fuck's sake.
Grayson 613, that's me.
They could use my license. Yeah, I use my license. Fuck's sake.
First, he has to get through the traffic, which is heavy at this time of year. But with backed up queues and no space for cars to pull aside, Ash Bowden has to find another route.
Oh, forget. Someone's not even got a license to use, and he's driving.
The crash site is still minutes away, and in the rush to get there, every second counts. But he must take extreme care.
Every second counts. I don't know. I've been on eBay. I bought fucking loads of presents. It's crazy.
Senior Constable Meredith Crisol is checking number plates in Epic when she spots something.
Suspended driver.
She just has to catch up to him. Passengers are allowed to use the patrol car ahead to keep tabs with the car. The video shows the owner of the car has a suspended license for safety driving. His task is to ID the driver.
Sorry? You haven't got it with you. Why is that? You left it at work. You know it's your issue to drive.
I can't believe it.
Carry your license. What's your name?
The policewoman.
William who?
What the fuck?
Without ID, it could be anybody. The car could be stolen.
So you got nothing else? No Medicare card, healthcare card, nothing. You left your wallet at work. You know what the problem is now? We can't establish your identity. Got a mobile phone on you?
Yeah, I got a mobile. Yeah.
What's in the bag? What's that one?
Not carrying a license. But is it the only one the man's committed?
Oh, that's 2 sugars. 3 sugars. And 2 Nescafes.
The result of the breath test is clear, unlike the man's identity. William has no answer, but the onboard computer might be able to help improve the use of his
He's telling you lies.
Senior Constable Dean Pickering has been called to attend an accident scene in a quiet suburban street.
I've noticed with Instagram, the picture is smaller. You miss half the picture. When I take a picture, sometimes when you put it on Instagram, you can't see no legs or nothing. Because you try to get the people involved in the pictures, and they end up not having no legs and shit like that. Oh, fuck. I was to check my bank.
As the jaws of life go to work, Dean has his suspicions that the car was the driver.
Yeah.
It's James Constable Ash Bell.
I found it in my place, right? And fucking, I put it in a pawn shop, and they give me 130.
Is alive and talking.
But I'm not getting out yet. I leave it for a few weeks. That's the yellow one. The other one's 120. There's no California pictures. There's no California lockup heat and all that. Let me see here.
Although David says he's fine, Ash Bell makes sure he gets a thorough assessment from the paramedics.
There was an FS pool.
And runs it past David.
You selected the wrong gear and spun yourself out because you haven't been driving the car before. What did you do? Lock it up? you gave it too much acceleration, or absolutely no idea.
A closer look back along the road shows the beginnings of the collision. And the picture of events is emerging.
Oh my God.
Try some now, which I'm still working on. It was ended up with quite a bit here, but obviously the impact of all the damage that's been done. That's got him a little bit airborne. Doesn't appear that the car's rolled. It's definitely got him airborne where he's come back down. The rest probably about 20 metres from initial impact. The rear tyres of the car are unroadworthy, and obviously the road is quite damp or wet.
The ambulance leads to the hospital, taking David out of harm's way before his cousin gets here. Senior Constable Meredith Griswold has pulled over a driver with no ID. The owner of the car, David, is suspended from driving. So is this the owner, or his brother William, as he says he is?
What's your name?
Luckily, Meredith doesn't need to rely on the man's statement to prove his identity.
You fess up. We always find out. You lie. We always find out. We've got this beautiful facility to view a photo license of the person that's suspended. Car's coming up to, it's registered as David. Yeah, man, David, that he's Will, his brother. What do you say? I think he's telling you lies. All right.
Meredith Griswold takes it to the man who calls himself William.
What does your brother look like? Tell me what your brother looks like. Now I'll ask you again. What's your name? It's funny because the license photo of David, I'm looking at you. All right, I'm going to arrest you, okay, under the Road Safety Act. Return your ID. My lovely sergeant here is going to use your car. I'll get you to step out.
This man has reached the end of the road. The officers have no choice but to arrest him.
Empty your pockets out. Nothing. A bit like you're not David.
Faced with the very real prospect of arrest, the man
you don't need that. Isn't that amazing?
The man has gone from William to David, and now,
Oh, there you go.
at last, David's story has fallen apart.
I'm just going to ask you some questions in regards to your driving license. You want to buy some or anything? Anything to say or do? Maybe give me a minute. What's your reason for driving while suspended today?
Got to work, 2 hours today, and drop my dog.
Oh. What's your reason for saying a false name to me? So stating a false name to pass the girls, I don't really get the connection, but anyway. All right.
Because I'm a care pension at the moment, I'm working 11 hours.
You know what's going to happen now? You're going to go before a magistrate. Next time you get pulled over by the police, don't lie. Just make it work for yourself.
Meredith Griswold is lying about something else. David has been caught lying, and now everything he says is up for grabs. Senior Constable Dean Pickering has just found out disturbing information about a young woman involved in a serious crash.
Looking at the impact, he's only an inch away from dying, but I've just been advised it's a stolen car.
Pressure to get this young man out of the car intensifies as the twisted metal pinches his body.
Oh my God. This is fucking crazy.
start making your own builds.
Morning. Seriously, well, I got away with a lot. We kind of took that person. The violence got completely out of hand. Neighbourhoods were falling apart. It was just total destruction. All come to Liverpool.
Starts Wednesday at 9
Disappeared. Vampires and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, you're vampires.
You're a witch. He breaks the rules. He pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
If this witch really was a war against our own folk.
Discovery of Witches. Starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Next.
This car is a write-off after coming off the highway at speed.
I know I got here, Bob.
David, the driver, was lucky to survive and has to be taken to hospital.
My son, he owns it.
David's cousin Daryl, who owns the car, probably won't be a happy man. He sees the damage.
This is your car, is it?
What's my car?
Yeah. You insured?
I don't have to replace it.
Yeah.
What's you already saying, instead of 2 cars, he went to slow down. I reckon he's thrown it back again, forked up, and it's just gone bang.
Well, even though he's busted the gear lever, I reckon he might have maybe third.
No, I reckon he would have gone back in second. I reckon he would have gone
Boston. I got a picture. Boston.
Not being roadworthy and dangerous driving might even affect the car's insurance. It's enough to make a grown man cry. The car is mounted. The owner is gutted. And David may well be filleted when they next meet. It's a lesson in safe driving and keeping a close eye on the tyre tread. The suspended driver said he was in trouble being caught. He then said he had no idea. He later pulled out his phone. Senior Constable Meredith Griswold is now sceptical about everything.
Second, how many times have you been for, this is your first time, is it? So you haven't been to court for driving while suspended before?
No, just a motor.
But
as soon as he is questioned further, a different story emerges.
You went to court for driving while suspended. Okay, are you found guilty or not guilty of driving while suspended? Not guilty. Really?
I mean, guilty.
Guilty? Like, no, my name's Will. You telling me the truth or you lying to me again?
So you know the truth, right?
Just hang tight for a minute.
Now that David is admitted to a prior offence, this is going to have some serious repercussions.
Because of that, you've got the right to vehicle because of the second so you can have 48 hours. We'll probably just do a visual inspection of the car and note down any damage that's been done to the vehicle prior to going on that he has to sign that he's accepted everything that I'm doing on the notepad. It's been previously damaged before, so yeah, no, I've done this before. I really don't. I'll go to the couch with that on Tuesday and get back in his car and just don't keep driving. I don't know. I really do.
A youth in a stolen car has somehow survived this massive crash, but with his legs trapped, he's in absolute agony. Paramedics are still unable to free the driver's legs, trapped in the crushed footwell of the car. Suburban Street finds a boy in a serious condition trapped inside a stolen car. His brother appears to have only minor injuries. Finally, paramedics achieve a small miracle. The young man is out of the car, still in extreme pain, but very much alive. Ambulance team gives the stolen vehicle a thorough search.
Just people look through the car at the moment just to see if there's anything that might indicate they have been up to no good in the car. Nothing's jumping out at this stage, so we keep looking though.
With the young man out of the car, it's possible to see what the blind spot he was in. He made both legs in separate places.
Any soreness there, mate?
And ball tires.
That's a bit loose. Oh my God.
But everyone at the scene is fully aware these two boys working
What's inside?
in this street today.
Oh my God.
25 in the afternoon, we're only 40 metres from a school, so again, luck's on someone's side today. The fact that this bloke didn't kill himself and actually didn't kill a squeaky walking past, that another 10 or 15 minutes later, it might have been a different story.
Walked away having curries and fucking.
Do you find it hard to get to sleep? Do you toss and turn, constantly waking up with aches and pains? Do you get up in the morning still feeling tired and irritable? This is the OptiSmart Essentials mattress. It's been specially created to be cool and supremely comfortable and to give you deep, blissful sleep. It's by experts and it's made from high-quality materials, which is why we've given it our exclusive 10-year warranty and our 60-night sleep guarantee. And right now, the OptiSmart Essentials mattress is available at half price. But this incredible half-price offer must end next Monday. We have reimagined and re-engineered our award-winning OptiSpring technology into the incredible OptiCell comfort layer at the heart of the mattress. This OptiCell layer has 3 brilliant benefits. 1. Each of the 10 pounds of OptiCells acts like an individual support cell, properly distributing your weight but pressure-free sleep. You feel supported and less likely to toss and turn with aching hips and numb arms. OptiCells are air to pass through the mattress. More medical and cool, fresher air is fresh and hygienic and comfortable whatever the season. 3. The special design means that when you move, your partner feels much less transfer of movement, meaning better, longer, deeper sleep for you both. But the benefits don't stop there. Dormeo are proud to finish this mattress with their signature cover. It's naturally hypoallergenic, and hundreds of air pockets in the mesh sides help boost the cool, fresh feeling and amazing air circulation. The Essentials mattress has been designed by sleep experts and contains high-quality materials and workmanship. That's why we've given it our 18-year warranty. Not having to replace your mattress for at least the next 18 years. We're so confident that you will love the difference that your Essentials mattress will make, and that you, your guests, and your family will enjoy proper, restful, comfortable sleep. That we're giving it our 60-month sleep guarantee. Sleep on it for 2 months, and if you're not enjoying cool, comfortable, refreshing sleep, simply return it for a refund. Plus, it comes in 2 comfort choices: your perfect mattress and your perfect sleep. The Aerocell mattress has a firmer feel and exceptional support, while the Memory mattress cradles your body for a softer, more luxurious feel. Whichever feel you choose, they're both available right now at half price. But to make this offer unmissable, we will even include a bonus Essentials pillow featuring the same Octacell layer as the mattress. Enjoy a pillow that is cool, incredibly supportive, and extremely comfortable. It's worth it's yours as an extra bonus. So call the number on the screen or go online to secure your very own OctaSmart Essentials mattress. You don't have to spend thousands to experience incredible sleep. OctaSmart Essentials mattress can be yours at half price at only £199 for a double. The first night you own it, you'll fall asleep feeling cool, comfortable, and supported all night long, and you'll wake every morning feeling refreshed, revived, and full of energy. And with our half-price offer, it's a sleep package that is unmissable. But this incredible half-price offer must end next Monday.
This is Johnny calling.
It's changing. Introducing Sky Mix.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists who will each turn a famous face into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
And are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell. Portrait artist of the year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
Hello and welcome to the Cinema List, where we're looking at our favourite Sky original thrillers. We start with 2022's political thriller, The Independent. Starring Brian Cox, John Cena, and Jodie Turner-Smith, the film follows a journalist as they uncover a conspiracy involving a candidate for the US presidency during an election that could affect the whole country. From the same year, we have got For Black Right. Liam Neeson stars as Travis Block, a government agent who discovers a plot targeting US citizens and ends up going up against the FBI director he used to protect. Based on the novel by Jane Harper, next up we have chosen The Dry. Detective Aaron Falk returns to his drought-ridden rural home to attend the funeral of an old friend, but his return opens up the unsolved murder of a teenage girl he was accused of decades ago. Now, from 2021, we have chosen American Night. When Andy Warhol's famous pink Marilyn painting arrives in New York, transported by a hapless courier, it triggers a war for it between an art dealer, Jonathan Rhys-Meyers, and the mob. Also starring Jonathan Rhys-Meyers, next we have The Good Neighbor. When journalist David accidentally kills a woman while driving back to a nightclub, him and his newfound friend decide to cover it up, but things soon spiral. Starring Academy Award winner Casey Affleck alongside Michelle Monaghan and Sam Claflin, next up we have gone for the slow-burning thriller, Every Breath You Take. Natalie plays a psychiatrist whose career is thrown into jeopardy when a patient takes her own life. So he takes her brother home to meet his family, which soon starts to tear apart. We follow that up with action thriller Deadlock, when a group of terrorists led by Bruce Willis take control of a hydroelectric dam and take the workers and a visiting school trip hostage, it's Dr. Patrick Muldoon to save the day. Director of Dead Calm, Salt, and Patriot Games. Next up, we have chosen The Desperate Hour. Naomi Watts plays a mother who faces a race against time to save her child when the authorities place her town under lockdown when a gunman is on the loose. We follow that up with 2022's The Hanging Sun. Based on the novel by Joe Nesbo, the film sees a reluctant hitman grow a conscience and hide out from his sadistic crime boss father in a remote, isolated fishing village. We end with Maggie Moores. Directed by John Slattery and starring John Hamm and Tina Fey, the film follows a police chief of a small town who investigates a weird murder of two women with the same name and gets help from a very busy neighbor.
And you're not.
Absolutely not annoyed.
Mildly put out
That's fair.
that I didn't tell you about Maggie's murder before I told her husband.
And that's it for now. So, until next time, bye-bye.
A fleeing motorcyclist dices with disaster, but doesn't know when to stop. The carpool lane chic was determined to make it to the office on time by any means necessary.
What is he doing?
And police find out firsthand how this woman's Holden came to be facing the wrong way in an open drive. Every now and then, Auckland's motorway network is visited by drivers who should never be on the road. Constable Dan Steele has seen one of them race off on a bike at high speed. The motorcyclist is going far too fast for the conditions, so Dan hangs back to avoid undue risk to other road users and the offender himself. Dan goes onto the motorway to clear some debris. He'll soon be having to clear up a lot more than he bargained for. The rider is clearly not used to such high speeds. From Dan's patrol car at ground level, the crash is even more spectacular. Just before Christopher running off into the bush. Incredibly, the offender survived the crash.
Oh my God.
Running from the scene. Takes the wreckage of the motorcycle and follows on foot. He's looking for a guy with bare feet, possibly. J-Top cam ops quickly hone in on the offender, making a dash for it across open ground. Again, updated on the offender's desperate flight through the commercial road. He may feel like Superman, but a quick costume change won't do him much good with J-Top cameras following his every move. Once out of camera range, it's up to Dan's physical fitness and a tip-off from the public. And it doesn't take long for Dan to head him off at the corner of an empty car park. A perfect arena for a final showdown.
Why'd you run? I didn't see you. You didn't see me. One in the rest, sorry. I've got to get me here for sure.
His cuts and scrapes are numerous. So wonder after the tumble he took and the antics that followed.
Why'd you run? Why'd you run? Let's go this way. Who's out? I won't even have to you. I was going to another job. Not at the moment. The bike. Very happy with you, is he? I don't know. I'm going to go registration.
Dan runs checks on the bike anyway, on the off chance he isn't telling the truth.
That's copied. Thank you. Stolen vehicle.
One.
No, it's serious. Yeah. Surprised you're still walking, and that's quite a serious injury. I have to get that looked at. Did you call that ambulance?
I did.
All right. I haven't got it.
Oh my God.
The motorcyclist clearly needs to settle his nerves. Another unit has arrived at the crash site. A possible reason for the man's behaviour soon becomes clear. He's been carrying several bags of meth. After moving the bike to a safe position, the second police unit joined the car park.
Oh, say goodbye.
Failing to stop stolen vehicles carrying illegal drugs, this is looking like an excellent result for police. They've ended up clearing the motorway with far more dangerous debris than Dan had originally expected.
And to me, he's going to have to go to hospital. He's got a high blood rate. He may have consumed some methamphetamine or something of that line. So we'll do a blood test at hospital and get that sorted out.
With the offender taken to hospital and the body taken to the wreckers, Dan is left alone for the day's events back at Bridgebase.
So just got back from the hospital and dealing with the chap. He had given us false details. He is a person who's got a number of warrants. He's wanted by the police for a number of matters. He's also disqualified. The bike is stolen, and we found drugs paraphernalia in the possessions that we found at the scene. They are on it. I was trying to go to another job. He just happened to accelerate away from me. I was pursuing him. It's not lucky day.
Coming up, a solid motorist searches for answers after choosing the wrong path. And an illegal street racer on the skids after finally meeting his match.
Oh, hello, disqualified. You're under arrest.
With New Morrison's Beer Conference, we just got 5 or
These pieces are full.
Let's give that a little puff.
All 3 pieces.
Start earning points today with your Morrison's More card. Only shop at Morrison's.
Liverpool is flooded with our country.
Why did you start making your own bills? Or you keep these guys doing seriously?
Don't go away with a lot.
The violence got completely out of hand. Neighbourhoods just in the past, which was total destruction. Welcome to Liverpool.
Places not allowed have full grill near me. We met in Winchester section. I think it's just that he could do with more clothes and all that sort of stuff. So I don't. There were 100.
He breaks the rules. He pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this with war against our
A discovery of witches. Thursday at 9.
Auckland's motorways are notoriously equipped for handling peak traffic flows in and out of the city. Getting to one's destination requires patience, forward planning, a car radio, and this morning, Constable Cheryl Pierce.
Yeah, they're all good. Hey, right, here. Come on. Over the station.
Driving the T2, no passengers may seem irresistible, but it's not the case.
I think we just stay in the car, right? You're not coming to talk to you. So you guys just come over here. You're the only person in this car, just kicking. Well, you need to shut that door.
They sound a bit
Just after
scummy.
7 a.m., this man clearly hasn't woken up yet.
Oh, it's safety, yeah. It was for the safety. Why are you using this transit lane?
My car is going there, so I saw the car. Yeah.
So your car is going where?
My car, not is my car. I got this line, so I saw the car. That's okay.
This lane is okay, but why? You're only allowed to three people or more in this lane. Why are you only okay to you?
Unfortunately, he has no excuse. Cheryl clearly saw him see her and tried to duck back into the mainstream.
So what you're saying is you're talking to another car with one person in it, in front of you, so you thought, okay, for you to use this lane. I'm not going to wear that, sir. You know you're not supposed to. You go on the signs. Right, the driver's license, please. Give me your driver's license, please.
Oh, fuck it.
Okay, sir, we go on the signs. We know that. Just give me your driver's license, please.
The driver continues to explain what he's already explained. Cheryl's not having a bar of it.
Okay, I want you to sit in your car and you stay here, all right? Just sit in your car and stay here. You're not driving off. I want you to come on and turn your car. So when you keep on talking, it's going to slow you down more. Here, take a seat. Sit in the car.
Sadly, the gentleman's place of work is not far from here. He could have been there by now.
He's a local. He's using the full time to go to work. He knows business.
But like a jack in the box, he keeps stepping out to look around. He isn't happy, but he thinks he sees other dodgy commuters blatantly flouting the carpool lane rules.
I didn't know that. So one person there. One person there. One person there. One person there.
The nerve of some people. Desperate to get to the office on time, the driver decides to continue his commute on foot. What he's doing is running over to a car being driven by his boss, so he can explain in person that he might be a little late to work. But running on a motorway is also an offence. When the carries a $50 penalty.
Fucking man. Oh my God.
He can see your car here. Okay, he can see my police car. They were telling me, so just wait, they were telling me to run across the lane.
The New Zealand police are renowned for their patience and good humour. Sure, their patience could be pushed to the limits.
You nearly could get run over. Dangerous. The fine is $150. You are not allowed to use that lane, and you know that. We're going to get in your car, and I'm going to going out into that lane.
Cheryl directs the vehicle into the flow of traffic whilst being twisted in all along.
Right, stop and get this guy going. Okay, out you go here behind the hospital. Go now. Hurry up. I gave an infringement notice for using an unauthorised lane, which is $150 fine. In Gillsleep, that's issues. And I'm hoping that he will
New Zealand is a strong sporting nation, but illegal street racing isn't one of the pastimes we're proud of. Constable Mike Carter has just seen two cars speeding into the city and lasered one of them at over 150 kilometres an hour. At that speed, he would probably lose them if it weren't for the trusty JTOG cameras tracking the car's every move and updating Mike.
Yeah, that's fair. Whereabouts are they?
Not yet.
The road is a racetrack. Not that you know it watching these two cars simultaneously overtaking others sticking to the posted 88 speed limit.
Not far behind. Is that these two right in front of me? Can't spot three. I'm just checking the log that he was lasered 153 whilst racing.
After safely and considerately pulling over, the driver gets a lot less cooperative.
Explain to me why you were racing. The other car, I wish you went past Greenman doing 153. Can you explain it to me? Right?
Here, where the driver seems stuck for something to say. Perhaps he's finding out how grossly he's underestimated the police.
Pop out of the car.
Police have no tolerance for illegal street races. Impose harsh penalties from automatic impounding to crushing the owner's pride and joy.
As soon as I saw you, I had my cameras follow you all the way till I stopped you. Would you like to try again? Okay, so what's your last name?
A smoke screen won't hide the fact this man is a terrible liar.
How do I get the feeling you're giving me false details? If you give me false details, I'll ticket.
If Mike had his own game show, it would be called.
Would you like to try again? You got any idea on you at the moment?
Yet another porcupine. The driver actually has his passport on it.
Who's this?
This guy's mate bears an uncanny resemblance to him.
Checking them in the system, and what are we going to do? And hello, disqualified. Hands behind your back, you're under arrest. And how much have you been drinking tonight? One beer.
But the breath test begs to differ.
Over 400.
How many offences is that now?
Besides racing, false details, disqualified driver, and now EBA, impound tow, small location.
The driver's sister won't be happy with that last part at all. It's her car.
The car's getting impounded under the boy racing legislation and green sticker.
Back at the station,
673 over the limit.
The breath test confirms he's definitely over the limit. He's beginning to feel very contrite. So, wouldn't it have made more sense for his friend to drive? Looks like the Trashers have to stick to a kids' Facebook relationship for the next few months.
The moral of his story is, don't drink and drive, if you're going to get stopped. If you're falsy, you get found out. And that just ends up being worse for you.
Still to come, what happens when a Holden Vectra takes on a 20-metre truck?
Like, stop that.
There's a mystery to solve for Constables Dan Rodical and Joe Bowman, who's a great night just north of the Bombay Hills.
The car facing the wrong way on the motorway. It's off to the side, up the bank. One right foot front out, end up facing the wrong way for some reason.
Luckily, the lady standing in the ditch next to her battered Holden is eager to explain, and it appears to involve a hair-raising tussle with a truck on the on-ramp.
That's the Laura. That's what it's here. This is the real son. That's real. And it's just secretly into a spot. I don't even know why he came into my lane. He got the outside lane and he hit me and she was all over from me.
And with perfect timing, a different truck almost does exactly the same thing to the arriving ambulance.
That was close. That was close.
The driver may have avoided serious injury, but she's far from feeling okay.
I mean, I just didn't know how to get cars like that. I didn't know who got number.
Although she insists she's uninjured, the ambulance staff convince her it's best to check. Which leaves the officers to figure out the chain of events.
There's no way to tell whether that damage was caused by the thing for another car.
So we're away finishing, and then somebody not letting her in.
It's accepted wisdom for motorists already on the motorway to check their distances and cooperate with newcomers to merge like a zip. But as vividly illustrated moments earlier, the rules aren't always followed. Meanwhile, as Dan gets a report pad, a barefoot man in a fedora hat appears on the scene, as if the situation wasn't curious enough as it is.
Hey, Mum. Nah, I'm not stop this screen. Oh, just come from my face.
Satisfied for now, Dan gets a rundown on how the woman was allegedly run down.
What kind of tractor hit your car?
And I've kept them in
Is that towards the front or towards the back? Front of the truck.
The Holden has certainly come off worse. The truck is by now long gone.
What do you do for a job?
It's a boy's job. It is a boy's job. That is what us girls can do.
Steady hand, eh?
Other things girls can do as well as boys include hitting the beers.
How much you getting drink? Yeah.
4 or 5 beers could be getting dangerously close to being over the limit. She blows under the limit. It's interesting the effect the roadside breath screen device can have on some people. He has. I had Cindy. But he's under the limit.
Yeah, we're all good.
So decides to stick around after all.
So you got a bit of panel damage down near, Yeah, exactly.
First, they'll have to get the car out of the ditch. With a bit of mucking in, it finally lurches free, revealing the extensive panel work the driver has to look forward to.
It was like, stop that.
The driver is given the all clear by police to drive her car back to her workshop, and the ambulance staff have given her the all clear to start beating it back into shape. To prevent the same thing happening all over again, another police unit has set up a rolling block further up the road.
I've just got a block going in so we can do a U-turn for this car and get it facing the right way and on the
Lucky they're going straight to the garage.
Come on, push you up, mate.
It's ready to service as well. The motorcyclist was charged with failing to stop, reckless driving, possession of utensils for methamphetamine, driving whilst impaired, driving whilst disqualified, third and subsequent, and unlawfully operating a motor vehicle. He was sentenced to a total of 22 months in prison. Meanwhile, after the driver of the Holden requested that police investigate the incident further, she ended up being issued with an infringement notice herself for an unsafe lane change and driving a motor vehicle whilst an exemption from continuous licensing.
Get the KFC Zena Duo deal for just $3.99. Do the deal until the 12th of November. Only at KFC.
You ever see something like this? No, sir. This is going to happen again. I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years. You're obsessive. You're obsessive. Just not about the job. We never really liked each other.
Can you tell me what's going on?
It's just case the pressure we got on us. Life's just a nightmare you keep waking up into. Like a lot of dreams. There's a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix. Some people come to steal. They come here looking for something. I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm gonna do it from in here, where you are.
Hello and welcome to the Cinema List, where we're about to go on an epic quest. A classic style quest now with an iconic film, as first up we have gone for The Goonies. When their homes are threatened by a developer, a group of kids find an ancient map and set off to find the legendary pirate One-Eyed Willie's long-lost treasure. To a completely different quest now with 26 dwarves. These famous delivery birds got out of the business a long time ago, but when an order is made by accident, it's up to Junior and Tulip to go on a perilous journey to fulfill the contract. Next up, a quest to find a missing parent with Son of Bigfoot. When strange things start to happen to him, Adam sets out on an adventure to find his father, only to discover he is the mythical creature known as Bigfoot. From Bigfoot to a big, angry green ogre in Shrek the Third. After the king dies, leaving our hero as the new heir to Far, Far Away, he sets off on a quest to find someone else to do the job instead. Back to the 80s now with The Never-Ending Story. A bullied young boy reads a mysterious book which follows the fantastical adventure of the hero Atreyu as he tries to save the childlike empress. Next up, a film that includes the voice talents of Julia Roberts, Michelle Rodriguez, and Gordon Ramsay, as we have Smurfs, the Lost Village. Smurfette, along with her friends, hefty and clumsy, set out an adventure into the forbidden forest and find something that will change Smurf history forever. Warning, the following quest contains annoyingly catchy pop songs, as we have chosen Trolls. When the Bergens find their village and kidnap their friends, Poppy and Branch set off on a quest to rescue them. Flint Lockwood has to go back to the island. It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs too. Flint finds out the food machine he invented is still operational and has started to make animal food hybrids that have taken over his old home and swallowed food. Another surreal quest now, as we have chosen 17's The Emoji Movie. Gene is a man with a problem. He cannot stick to one expression, and that threatens the whole community. So he sets off on a journey to become normal. We end with another classic, E.T. the Extraterrestrial. A kid finds an alien who has been left behind on Earth by his kind, and together they must find a way to get him back home. Right then, I'm off on my own quest to find more chocolate biscuits. Until next time, bye-bye.
Tonight on Motorway Patrol.
Settle down.
Out of his car and out of control. Police cop an earful from a speeding drunk driver. One truck slip-up threatens to derail evening plans the whole city over.
3 months ago? Can't be late home for dinner.
Mom, Dad, do we watch Motorway Patrol?
And what is it that this young man would rather his parents not find out about? Dangerous drivers who think they're invincible put everyone else at risk.
Currently behind a tank her breathing was an unpaid
And Constables Paul Watts and Errol Diprose have been given the heads up on a possible drunk driver from another concerned motorist.
We've got a person that's alerted us to this vehicle that's weaving over the road, so the driver may be drunk. He's currently up ahead of us, so we're just going to catch up and see if we can't intercept it.
JTOC cameras track the speeding car as it heads off an off-ramp and continues on as if it was still on the motorway. Paul and Errol need to reach this person as soon as possible before the worst occurs.
He's just around a red light going through, looks like he's going into the shower. Yeah,
But as police approach, it doesn't look like the driver's keen to stick around.
Thank you.
Yeah, Roger. And he doesn't like to see the stop. Simple.
Right. Stop there, son.
The man finally sees sense and pulls over. He's determined to keep making things difficult.
Take it off, will you? Just settle down, then. Settle down. What's your name?
What's my name? What's your name? I'm asking you what your first name is. What's your first name? Harold. What's your name? Harold, come over here. Your first name is? Hey, why don't I go straight into it without the way?
The man continues to defy police. Maybe he's trying to impress his passengers.
Yeah, okay. Just
Now if I don't go for free, just just sit down. One more chance. Okay, one more chance. And now if I don't go for free, just out the line. We'll blow it to the machine. Give me the machine. Right, how's that?
Refuse a roadside breath test 3 times. You're required to continue your night back at the station.
Well, now required to accompany me to the North Shore Police Station on the other side of the business. Let's go. Let's go. Karen, put your hands behind your back. What do you want? What do you want? Well, I just do once the drag and this break, mate, if you don't put your hands behind your back. Just relax. Relax.
With the scene quickly deteriorating and his passengers starting to get scrappy as well, backup is required and arrives just in time.
Can you see it?
His hands may be where he says they are, but he still continues to resist.
He's my hands behind my back, mate. Can you see it?
All the way to the back of the police car.
Check this guy out. Over here, mate. This way.
One of his passengers blows under the limit, but it'll be a while before they can continue on. The battery in the driver's car has gone flat.
Do you want to give us a hand to push us back?
To avoid needing a tow truck, they cooperate with police in shifting it off the footpath.
Can't swing the other way.
Alright, we can make the turn the other way now. Like its owner, it proves somewhat difficult to move.
I would have thought it rolled down like that. There, eh? You got the brake on, anything? Oh, you did it then on.
Leaving the passengers to tend to the car, the driver is taken away for processing.
So basically, the guy, right from the word go, wasn't going to be confident.
At the station, the man is a little calmer, but no less obstructive, refusing an EVA test.
So what's the legal limit? 400. And what's the over limit? 401. Okay.
And attempting to put the entire station to sleep with an impression of someone who knows what he's talking about.
Bro, this is the reality you're holding. I'm telling you, one time for real, bro.
Eventually, he talks himself into agreeing to a blood test, but it's taken so long he may have forgotten why he's here in the first place.
Is this worth what prevents you from having a crash, killing yourself, or somebody else, or your passengers? Well, we'll let New Zealand be the judge about that.
Actually, the judge will be the judge about that when the driver appears in court. And in spite of everything that happened, Paul and Errol end the night by doing him a favour.
Can you be telling the option? Yeah. I'm on condition. What? You don't talk so much. For real, bro.
When things go wrong on Auckland's motorway network, sometimes they really go wrong. Constable Alex Carter is heading to an incident in one of the worst locations at possibly the worst time. 4 p.m, just on rush hour.
There's airbox ramps down there, top of comms, there's trucks working down around there. It's coming up from now actually. We're lucky that he's off the sales motorway. There's big peak traffic now, and it's bigger than lane you would call 10 motor. Comms before coming off of that truck.
Several of the trailer's tyres have come off their rims. The truck is carrying tightly packed wood pallets. The last cargo Alex and the truckie want strewn all over the motorway.
What's happening? There's blown that tyre, lost all the air. And it's gone and lifted all the hoses to keep the tyres in place.
Faced with the dilemma when the first tyre blew, the driver decided to move into the emergency lane so as not to block traffic. Only to lose 7 other tyres in the process.
That's a mess, really.
The trailers will have to be lifted from the rear by heavy tow, meaning a closed lane for at least a couple of hours.
What was your plan?
Well, the only alternative we had was to close up the lane
so we can pick up those tyres. If you can't drive it, you try to drive it the other way and stop the tyre.
Yeah. Yeah, I doubt we're going to be able to block an entire lane for an extended period of time with peak traffic. It causes havoc for the rest of the motorway.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah. It got really wet up the truck. So we have the motorists have people here.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to come in at around 7:30 and block the lane off for you. Can't come in any earlier than that. Unfortunately, there's not much more I can tell you.
Butler Jones has arrived to help deliver.
Well, you're doing good money, I thought.
Alex suggests the driver get himself to a petrol station to find a magazine and a coffee. It's only just on 5 p.m. and there's a whole lot of hurry up and wait before the evening rush hour subsides.
Yeah, if it changes, we'll come back.
3 months ago? I'll be late home for dinner.
Just one lane blocked at this time of day would have had ramifications for traffic flows on the motorway for hours.
Block the lane off now, going to cause havoc. Peak traffic, it's just a bit dangerous for the mechanics to work. So around 7:30, we'll get the lane blocked off so we can facilitate his mechanics to change all 8 of his tyres.
Coming up, all up $1,050. Young, sprung, and repeatedly done.
No, I'm saying I just set up some money for like maybe a $50 ticket.
Person who's essentially say 50 at the motorway. Front to back.
And drive-by funny mouths get told to pull their heads in.
Introducing new Corsidil Active Gum Repair. If you spit blood when you brush, it could be the start of a domino effect to worse. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair actively helps repair gums for 1 week. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair.
A week of hauntings and the paranormal. Haunted Week starts Monday from 8 on Rose.
Pick is changing.
In everything, there is an everything.
Introducing Sky Mix.
Sky Arts invites you to join 7 stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns 10. With more amazing artists who will each turn a famous face into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
Are you good at sitting still?
Time will tell. Portrait Artist of the Year, Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
We have all but disappeared. Demons, vampires, and witches. Hiding in plain sight.
Professor Claremont, the vampire.
Carl Catch, if he breaks the rules, he pays the price.
They don't get to choose who I love.
Is this witch really worth going to war against our own form? Yes.
A Discovery of Witches starts Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
With over 220 kilometres of motorway, Auckland Police rely on motorway support officers to alert them to any danger. Constables Heath Turner and Jason Short are currently investigating a dodgy vehicle that's been pulled over by MSO Kevin Smith.
It has a normal border on it. Or tyres, I'm guessing, maybe.
Yep. A non-operation order is better known as a green or pink sticker. And with no grips to handle its trips, the Subaru has already been given a pink sticker and been ordered off the road.
This vehicle's been issued with a non-op order recently.
But the driver doesn't seem to see what the big deal is.
I'll put my space and, you know, looking at there and be quite much nicer, but obviously I was not going to the red screens to get it. That's what's happened so many times.
It sure has. And the last time was just 3 days ago.
This vehicle, she's saying it's bought recently. She's aware that it's an operation order on it. Supposedly it fixed the thing, but hasn't gone and get it retested.
appears to me that she might have put the tyres from front onto the back because they're still smooth on the insides and continuing to drive illegally. Not good. Not good.
Despite her predicament, the driver's doing her best to be optimistic.
I mean, the car's all, it's safe to be on the road, and I'm pretty sure I'm not. Sweet as.
This vehicle isn't very well, it's poorly maintained. Looking down on the belts at the front of the vehicle, one of the belts is completely frayed and started to disintegrate. It's actually the one that supplies the power steering to the vehicle. Not a very good condition.
Good girls, really.
Their confidence could be starting to slip. Maybe because the officers haven't even got to the brake lights yet.
Entered it off again, that's fine. I was just having a quick check of the brake lights. They're still not working. Really dangerous. The only way that a vehicle is going to notice that she's stopping is by the high stop light, which is still functioning, thankfully. Not good, not safe at all.
Not safe at all on the road or the wallet.
These are the ones that I got a while ago for having no warrant and no rego. Another two like this for no warrant and no rego. So, another speed and for driving a MI vehicle. So pretty much I agree this one. That's awesome.
Those ones are driving with the sticker. One for the smooth tyre, just up one tyre, and one for the warrant fitness being expired, and one for the vehicle license being expired. All up, it's $1,050, and 15 demerits for the vehicle license being expired. You've also got quite a few fines, so we're paid to take them into a district court, the fines department area, and so I've got all these fines, help me. They'll do a payment plan. Otherwise, what happens is they issue a warranty up for your arrest, put enforcement fees on it, starts doubling and tripling. And then we pull you over, you get arrested, and you've got like a $40,000 fine bill to pay.
It's sound advice. The driver decides to weigh up other options.
I'm pretty much set up some money
Not the smiles, but keep continuing to do it. She's got fines racked up all in the glove box. She's not learning at all.
There's nothing more obnoxious than a carload of youths screaming abuse at people on the side of the road. And when the abuse is hurled at a family with 2 young children, Constable Mark Richards would like to have a few words of his own.
A person with vehicles showed some profanities and also apparently following too closely to the vehicle in front of them. There's insufficient space there for this vehicle to stop in time. We'll stop, speak to the driver about their driving manner, and speak to the passengers about what they had to say.
Mark tails the car off the motorway towards the suburbs of Newmarket and Epsom.
Going 3T on Owens. Evening, driver. The passengers had some things to say back there on the motorway. Which one was the front or back? Yeah, step outside, bring some ID. Where are you heading to? So it's your mum's car? Who's it registered to? The grandma.
Grandma's car would be on its way home to its carport by now, were it not for this loudmouth passenger.
The family said very offensive, the young kids are in their vehicle.
But it's his friend in the driver's seat that's going to pay for it the most.
Wow. Because the passenger's drawn my attention while following the driver on the motorway. He was following a taxi way too close, which is quite dangerous. We have a lot of accidents on the motorway, and the majority of them are nose to tails.
Plan for nothing. You got fine.
I got fine.
Fine distance.
Oh, shit.
No, don't worry. I'll help you, man. I'll help him. Here's my friend. He's a good boy. Hope he gets my license.
The person who showed the profanities.
Dad, don't watch Motorway Patrol.
He's got to reinstate on his license, so he'll be losing that now.
Turns out Mr. Ponymouth has failed to renew his license after having it taken off him for a previous driving offence. And the police aren't the only ones with whom he has issues.
I'm not happy with this guy. I think he should get hurt. What an idiot.
He told me that. He told me that. Did he take her already?
Of course, he's got my license right now.
The driver's going to get his license back. The passenger will not.
At this moment, you're currently unlicensed, so you're going to be forbidden. You'll be caught driving any period now. Okay, your vehicle will be impounded for 28 days. When you go to court, you need to go to AA and get a new license. I'm sure you may pick you up and organise it. So that's for you for driving to Class 2 taxi.
That'll be $150, thanks. Mark leaves the boys to negotiate over who's contributing what.
The thing. Oh, not the whole thing. Not hot, bro. Let's be 100. I think in future they'll be keeping the comments to themselves when they pass other people on the motorway. At the end of the day, families that shouted were quite offensive to other people. I think the $150 infringement that the driver got and telling the other guy was a bit of offensive to just keep the comments to yourself. What did Grandma say? Driving laws in New Zealand require all vehicles to have up-to-date registrations and rides of fitness, and drivers to have a valid license on them at all times.
Always doing a checkpoint, checking driver licenses, registrations, warrant of fitnesses as they come through. Very good, thank you. Have a good day.
Constable Zach Exler finds most motorists are up to fulfilling these requirements.
That's fine, thanks. Have a good day.
For some, it's not so easy,
You've got no registration or warrant.
and some literally shouldn't even be on the road.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do they think they're doing? Get on through it. Oi, down. Down. Oi. Get out of the car. I saw you hop out of the driver's seat. Him hop out and run around. Why did you swap? Have you got no license? Where's your license? Yeah, so why were you swapping?
An overseas license is only valid for 1 year after arriving in New Zealand, and the gentleman certainly seems aware he's not allowed to drive.
All right, you park down, you walk with me. Just going to run a few checks through, confirm what his license status is. If he is forbidden to drive, which is what it sounds like, the vehicle he's driving will be impounded for 28 days and he'll have to go to court. All right, take a seat in front of my car.
Okay, take a photo. When I first time on TV. If you want to take a photo, it doesn't bother me.
Either the excitement of being in the limelight is worth his running with police, or this driver doesn't realise how much trouble he's really in.
If you are forbidden to drive, like you say you are, your vehicle is going to be impounded and you're going to have to go to court.
It's not my car, so
It doesn't matter. That's the consequences of driving whilst forbidden.
Maybe the driver wasn't expecting such a harsh punishment.
I'm driving. This is what the stage with my friend. The tunnel was locked, so I can't get in. I'm so scared. My first time.
I can only assume he means first time on camera, since he claims to be no stranger to police.
My last home was like watching you, that program. Yeah. I will go to court. Really bad. I'm so sorry.
It's looking bleak for the apologetic driver. But for some reason, Zach can find no record of the driver's previous run-in with the law.
Have you been stopped by police before and told not to drive? No? Oh, okay. That's what I thought you said. He hasn't been forbidden by any officers. He just was told he's not allowed to drive with his Chinese license here.
Because he's had no previous infringement notice, his friend's car has been saved from the impound lot.
So now what's going to happen is I'm going to write out a form forbidding you to drive and you're going to get a ticket, okay, for driving without a current New Zealand driver's license, which is $400. But you don't have to go to court and your car's...
I don't need to go to court. Hey, yeah. Oh, I'm so lucky.
Compared to what he thought he was getting, you could say it's good news.
Different, like me. It's $400 fine. $400. It's expensive. So be careful. We
Okay, so I can.
You will stop and sit with your hand.
His friend who wasn't driving turns out to have a full valid license. Maybe they should have planned their trip.
Don't let him drive anymore. If he drives, the car he drives gets impounded. Have a good day.
it's not very often we deal with someone who's happy to be in the predicament that he is, happy to get a ticket. I think he was just excited that he got to talk to or be in the presence of the police.
The drunk driving conspiracy theorist received a court fine of $500 and was disqualified from driving for 9 months for driving with excess blood alcohol. He was also fined $850 for driving whilst already forbidden. Meanwhile, the truck driver sacrificed dinner with mum to spare the city from gridlock, and repairs on all 7 wheels of his truck commenced when rush hour started to die down.
Search for something you love. Enthusiasm.
It's flooded with our pictures.
Why did you start making your own bills?
These guys doing seriously well.
I got away with a lot.
The police, we kind of took that person.
The violence got completely out of hand.
The neighbourhoods were falling apart. It was just total destruction. Welcome to Liverpool.
Liverpool Narcos. Starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
You ever see something like this? No, sir. This is going to happen again. I worked with Russ Cole for 7 years. You're obsessive. Just not about the job. We never really liked each other.
Can you just tell me what's going on?
It's just the pressure we got on us. My life's just a nightmare you keep waking up into. I've like a lot of dreams. Made a monster at the end of it.
True Detective starts Friday, 27th of October on Sky Mix.
The Kardashians have redefined the American dream. The Kardashian women, they are superior to rich men now.
If I even wanted some chaos, I want to talk about them. What? They ruined the world.
Oh my God. Anyway, here we go.
Chris wanted to be more than just a housewife.
Kimberly Carey from the beginning. How do I become famous?
The sex tape was a means to an end. It was to create a controversy.
What was it like working?
Welcome to the cinemas. Great British originals. Based on a book by Andy McNab starring Sam Heughan, Andy Serkis and Ruby Rose, first up we have chosen SAS Red Notice. When terrorists hijack a train in the middle of the Channel Tunnel, taking everyone on board hostage, it's up to Tom Buckingham to save the day. Co-written by Irving Welsh and directed by Nick Moran, next up we have 2021's Creation Stories. The film follows the life of Alan McGee from growing up in Glasgow to becoming the head of Creation Records, one of the most influential music labels of the 90s. No singing or dancing in our next film, as we have gone for the modern retelling of the classic Charles Dickens tale in Twist. Orphaned Oliver is living alone on the streets, but when he is taken in by Michael Caine's Fagin and his crew, he soon gets involved in a high-stakes art heist. A change of pace now with the drama To Olivia. Based on the book An Unquiet Life by Stephen Michael Shearer, the film follows the rocky marriage between author Paul Dahl and actress Patricia Neal when they suffer the tragic loss of their daughter. Action next, Dave Bautista, Pierce Brosnan, Grace Kelly star in Final Score. Terrorists had taken over a football stadium during an important European match, but unfortunately for them, there's a fly in the ointment in the form of ex-soldier Michael Knox. We go darker now with the psychological thriller Kindred. When her boyfriend dies in a freak accident, a pregnant woman wakes up at his overprotective mother's country mansion and is not allowed to leave. Simon Cowell is a rejected talent show contestant who seeks vengeance in Pauline's deadly lunch break. A deluded charity shop worker has his heart set on entering a big talent show, but when his journey there is hindered by 5 selfish people, he spends his lunch break. More revenge now as Pamela Mead, Colin Morgan, and Felicity Jones star in Deadshot. Inspired by the book by Stephen P. Moisey and set in the 1970s, the film sees a retired Irish paramilitary who witnesses a pregnant wife being murdered by SAS and seeks revenge from the man responsible. In our last film, Michael Caine once again graces our show as he provides the voice of the Samiad in 4 Kids and the Kids. Adapted from the book by Jacqueline Wilson, the movie follows 4 children who are forced to live together in Cornwall. Their bickering soon stops and they find a magical creature that can grant 1 wish a day.
Yeah, with angry stuff. If I would have said something like, "Oh, what's that?"
And that's it for now. So until next time. New Zealand's highways. 11,000 kilometres of some of the most spectacular and unforgiving roads on the planet.
Gonna have fire and amber all flying this way.
Seriously. Over 1,000 dedicated road safety staff have tasked with keeping our highways safe.
It's crazy. Choose a boy.
It's your job that brings its own
Oh, don't run this way.
and rewards. This is Homo Cops. Tonight, a Mazda rotary rotisserie in Timaru. This one's well cooked.
We're gonna see this 2 cars. It's got a from here every night. Yeah, look like I was just racing and just switched lanes.
Horrendous driving.
The driving is terrible.
Some bull chase balderdash.
I have to confess, find the Malaysian. Oh, yeah.
I don't care if you're Lewis Hamilton.
The young lady loses bits of her car and her composure to boot.
So what are you going to find? Okay, so who's the driver? I got it.
And Chicago Bulls fan Constable Jonathan Rosine finds his mess. Each year, the southern city of Timaru hosts the War and Rotary South Island Championship. It's a big day on the calendar. Locals and visitors alike setting up the flash paint.
Emails.
But tonight, it seems there's been an illegal extension to the racing. Constable Ben Grant is en route to a classic Rotary crash convention.
I just received a job from fire and ambulance. They're off to crash on the Timaru between 2 small cars and blocking both the northbound lanes. Quite heavily populated at the moment. No indication of injury or life at this stage.
3 cars are completely written off, while Ben joins other police trying to work out what's happened.
A throng of onlookers give a summary of what is quite possibly the highlight of the year.
5:05.
And we just see these two cars go boom to life. They just wasn't a good at all.
Yeah, it looked like they were just racing and just switched lanes and just avoided like a bunch of clowns. Just idiots. Fourth road weekend.
Despite claiming eyewitness status, nobody's stories match up. Finally, the proud owner of the recently deceased black Mazda Rotary comes forward.
You guys all part of one car, right?
Yeah.
Or three of us. It's this one here? Yeah. I don't have this many teamed up turn around like that. Is there any explanation stuff over the car for the year? Yeah. So hit you and hit them effectively.
Taking the word of someone facing a hefty insurance claim wouldn't be wise, but finding a witness who can back up his claims is a challenge.
I've done this up to you on hanging around. Sit like you're around this. We're going to go down and ask if anyone actually full on witness the whole thing. A complicated one to try and work out.
The crash looks and most likely sounded spectacular and is drawing in Rotary fans.
Stay back from the scene unless you're invited in here, otherwise it's some of my family members. We'll stay here at the moment, but don't give that attitude to emergency workers who are giving up their time to sort out an issue. Okay? I'll sort it out. Are we clear? Cool.
But with the nuisance level rising, that vital missing witness will disappear into the smoke.
Commissary history. Been a crowd of some of it's gathered here in a lot of cars. So any traffic units do free up, they can come and assist with the officials.
Driving the Lindis Pass in central Otago is one of the great New Zealand experiences. Tourists and locals alike love this challenging road. But today, Senior Constable Graham Butter is trying to intercept a vehicle whose driver has been reported as loving it a little too much.
That's so good. Oh my God. Oh yeah.
Is it real?
One of Graham's colleagues is heading towards him from the other end of Highway 8, such as the need to find this reckless driver quickly.
Any updates from the big filter so you don't get further behind there? There it is there.
Graham's eagle eye has already caught the vehicle, and even from this distance, you can see why it was called in.
That's completely wrong side of the road. Yeah, Calm 86, so I think I have it so you can stand in.
The driver up ahead is veering dangerously into the oncoming lane. With blind corners ahead, Graham needs to get him off the road as soon as possible.
Yesterday afternoon, I was laying on my bed naked and duvet on me. I felt really good. I stretched my body out. You know, it was really nice. It was great. But I was out of bed in about 10 minutes, I think. And dressed and then back out again. It was really weird, but it was a nice feeling. I sleep on the stage so much, it's crazy.
Such a high vehicle. Yeah, it is stable. Stable, yeah. And driving on the wrong side of the road. I don't care if you're Lewis Hamilton. Okay, I really don't care. You do not drive.
My headache's gone. I had a headache. Oh, shit.
Oh, no, you go. Okay, sorry. Bigger lesson than what you think you're going to get.
The big open roads in New Zealand South Island are magnificent to drive. Even experienced or the foolhardy, very challenging. Tourist Steve has been pulled over by a senior constable.
My body's loving all these multivitamins and minerals and slimming tablets and freaking fruit juice. And this is great, you know. I won't be fat forever.
Casual attitude to road safety won't go down well.
Slowly, I will get back on track again. Before the sections, I was slim, fit, and good. I was all right. I was walking up to 10 miles a day. I was perfect. I was all right. But I got sectioned. I mean, they said I was playing loud music and I was unwell. I thought, what a load of shit. And I couldn't do nothing with them.
Racing champion drives like a blind amateur.
NHS just fucking knocked me up. That was that.
One motorist called Star 555.
Yeah, Graham Banner from the police. How are you? I'm the one to stop the blue red. Hey, Yeah, no, look, I'm with you on that one.
Coke. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Another eyewitness is a
Diet Pepsi.
horrific story.
What I'm going to do, I'm now going to ring the radio company. And they will probably
Yeah. I've got to clean this pint glass. Oh my god.
Behind you. No, we were behind you. Then you don't take it. Listen, I'm talking about your driving. I'm talking about your driving, not someone else. And the guy in the Jag owns his own transport company, and he said yours are the worst thing in his entire life.
I'm glad I bought a diamond ring yesterday.
The issue's crystal clear to Graham, but still, Steve refuses.
9 carat gold and diamond ring. Nice looking. It looks alright.
After a long day at the foreign Rotary South Island tramps in Timaru, it appears an overexcited boy racer thought he was at Warbirds over Wanaka, flying his Mazda 7 over the median barrier and hitting 2 other cars.
Apparently, this one here is gone flying over the Pacific Island. As a, I'm pretty sure RX-7 crashed into those 2 cars, and now this is what's become of it. It's my analyst.
You got a 2 hours. That's pretty good, really.
You're the driver of the middle one, is that right? Yeah, cool. You're going for a flight over the. Sure. Were you the only one in that car, or? Sure. Oh, you only had 1 passenger in that one? Yep. Okay, cool. Sport follow.
Unhappily for Timaru's emergency crews, this is but one story in the aftermath of popular motor racing event, as other illegal street races silly it up all over town.
Just our biggest issue at the moment is that 2 trucks in South Canterbury are dealing with impounds for skids, and getting them out of here is not going to be an easy task. We're going to need.
Imagine you're on a doorstep and the family's having troubles and they're all over the fucking place. And you're there with your hat on. They'll be like, this is great.
The RX-7 driver faces frowns on 2 fronts. Those of his fellow Rotary car enthusiasts frown on the face of the judge when he goes to.
Yeah, you walk into the house, you sit down, you say, right, let's talk about your family. Let's see what's going on. And let me get you McDonald's. And you order a bite to eat. And you sit with the family. And you talk about all their issues, everything that's going on. And what you can do and everything like that,
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for the info. We'll do that. Appreciate it. Good.
This free-thinking Frisian could easily end the afternoon as prime beef mince.
For the cow, about 2 k's down the road here. back on the road job, though. It's considered P1, which is always going to be a priority just because if the car hits it.
Social services, well, they look after families and that, but like, when you look at it, I mean, they should make it more fun by putting a hat on. They should be treating you more. They're actually getting paid more money. The government, it was on the news, they're getting more millions of pounds to help the social services. But like I say, the social services, they've got to do a better job.
Oh, he looks angry.
They approach me, I think, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm a man. You know, this is it. I mean, what about a family with little children and like a mother, like it was with Kim Dayton and her 5 children? I helped that family, and they called me the family friend, and they wanted me to live with them. And I said, no, I just live here. I live here in Chelmsford.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our much-loved series turns
Yeah.
10. With more amazing artists.
Yeah, but you can imagine the situation. I mean,
Into a look of love.
that's why the family friend is such a good idea. It's great.
Expect a special surprise or two.
The family friend, it's all right.
Wednesdays at 8 on Sky Arts.
We disappeared. Demons, vampires,
I don't think it's going to go very far because the NHS and the social services and police, they fucking run riot. They're fucking terrible. They're really bad. And the government don't listen to people like me.
A discovery of witches. Thursday at 9 on Sky Mix.
At Padikawa in the South Island's northeast, a bull has been reported wandering beside busy State Highway 1.
There's a troublemaker.
Constable Jonathan Rosine has notified Kiwi Rail so the trains to adjust the area. Wandering stock is unpredictable and it can cause serious, fatal crashes too.
We'll just make sure they're not in the middle of the road. I'm not a farm boy. I have no idea how to handle a cow. Cow.
Jonathan's favourite basketball team is the Chicago Bulls. He seems to be able to recognise a real fan.
Chicago, what do I know?
There's no sign of the farmer turning up, so Jonathan waits for animal control.
Thanks, man. There's a cow right there, so. I honestly probably never even saw a cow or a horse in real life until I moved here, so. We haven't tried to bait it with hay or anything. Or grass. I don't know, we should find out. Can you call a bull a cow and still get away with it? Weird cow. Bull. Just be aware of the obstacle there on your left-hand side. Just doesn't burn out in front of you. Just not Yep. It's getting better. I called that a bull and not a cow this time. I don't know if it kind of knows where it came from or if they're even smart enough to know that.
Perhaps hearing the sound of an approaching farm bike and deciding the game's up, the wandering bull exits State Highway 1 through an open gate.
Hey, good. How are you? Yeah, just telling me to get on the. It was that one right there. Done. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Gordon Ramsay, he actually revamps restaurants and gets them all cooking the right food to make the restaurant be a success. He stays there and helps them and does what he's got to do. and then walks away and lets them do what they got to do. That's pretty cool. That's just like a family friend. That's the same thing. But it's like looking after a restaurant and not a family. Well, no, they do look after families. Families run restaurants. But like there's families that are just like not working or and they're trying to take their kids to school and they're trying to clothe their kids and feed their kids and get Christmas presents for their kids. I've actually done all that. I mean, it's crazy. To help the family. I mean,
Shannon's city runabout has not only come off worse than the rugged-looking farm vehicle, the other driver doesn't look too worried either.
yes, so I mean, I could do it again, but I'd rather do it with social services, you know, and get social services to do what I think is right.
Okay, well, we can do that for you. Can you do that?
And they will have to drive me around. I mean, because it's crazy. I mean, I'm using taxis, but it costs me a fortune.
Tony pops Shannon into his patrol car. At first, she doesn't see the gory details of her seriously wounded Toyota.
We'll get it all covered safety time, don't
I don't want to drive them more. I'm not driving no more.
Sometimes you just need your mum. And here comes
Not a chance.
Woman Nancy, the backer, with a smoke. Is that for you? Well, just can you hang fire? I don't want to be smoking in my car. Just bear with me. Yeah, we're okay. Just a bit of a shock, but she's okay.
Oh, sorry, she's not hurt.
No, she's more battered and sore pride maybe. Let's get anything out of the car that you want.
As a member of a champion Wellington marching team, Shannon might be marching to practice, so the insurance can be worked out. Thankfully, Sergeant Jeff Liver confirms the driver has admitted fault.
I didn't take that far, I take it. Sure, that far? Yeah, okay. I'm just confirming you came across from the police station, just coming across that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, Shannon, we'll see you later. First of all, you're going to go now, aren't you? Come on, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. She's tough. She's a toughie for sure. All right, you've bred them tough, eh? So with this crash, we've had one vehicle travelling southbound, and then another vehicle has come to a give-way sign, and it's just failed to give way. We've got a driver who's been shaken up, and they're both in shock. Just bumps and bruises, thankfully. But these interchange and junction crashes can be a lot more serious, and thankfully it's not been too bad today.
In Central Otago, Senior Constable Graham Butter is on the phone to a rental car company, advising them that client Steve was on track to return their car as scrap metal.
He's been driving like an absolute bonker. We have had dangerous driving and high speed, wrong side of the road, overtaking on yellow line, going around corners wrong side of the road.
Yeah, if you find out out of social care, right, you can be waiting half an hour before they pick up the phone. It's fucking terrible.
Hey, off the road, off the road. Jump off the road, I will come back to you.
And what's wrong with Pamjet? Pamjet, I mean, Christ, I asked you for microwave meals, and you try to get me to bloody talk to Food Bank. Food Bank will give me food that I've got to cook, you know, on a cooker, and I don't cook. 18 years of section units, I don't cook. I used to cook, but I don't cook no more.
Explain to you guys what is happening. You're driving here.
And I'm pissed off because the co-op shop are not selling the beef noodles no more. I loved it. It was great. Beef noodles, really nice. Lovely microwave meal. Really nice. You know, calories and goodies and all that. And now they're not selling it. I can't believe it. I asked last night and he said, no, we're not selling it no more. That's it. I thought, well, you're joking.
mate. You can drive. You're driving now. You know you're driving. Okay? Good job.
I've got cornflakes and shreddies and all the rest of it. I mean, but I really don't feel like eating that sort of food. I mean, I know it's good for me, but
supported the rental company's decision to tear up the contract. The holiday was completed using public transport.
I might have a pasty in a minute. I bought some Cornish pasties.
It's good we've got the fact that the rental car company, the two men just backing up what we're saying. It's good, they shouldn't be driving in New Zealand.
Malaysian Grand Prix driver Steve was convicted of dangerous driving and received a $750 fine and lost his license for 6 months. The driver of the RX-7 pled guilty to careless driving causing injury and was fined $400 and disqualified from driving for 6 months.
I've never been disqualified.
But this was withdrawn after he completed diversion.
I've been on the road for years. Up and down the country, Somerset, London, all the time. My brother wanted me to move to Taunton, and I said, no, I'm not doing it, man. And then he said, come to visit. And I can't bother, man. I've driven to bloody Taunton years and seeing the customers, and now you want me to go down and visit. And I'm just like,
Get 3 for 2 on Fruit Fashion now. Plus shop more offers in store, online, and on the app. Less to pay, more to love, and online.
Why did you start making your own bills?
These guys need seriously well. I got away with a lot. Look, we kind of took that person. Completely out of hand. Neighbourhoods were falling apart. Control destruction.
Liverpool Narcos starts Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Join Sky Arts for a celebratory series.
I'm very excited.
And portrait artists this year.
oh, lovely. Oh.
Who's changing?
Such a good feeling. Yeah.
Some people come to see.
Oh. Oh.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm gonna go something bigger, faster, wilder. I'm gonna do it from here, where you are.
In the car, that Pepsi Cola is £1.70, right? I went in Sainsbury's and it was only £1.20. I couldn't believe it. I thought, that's great. I only got one bottle, but I mean, I should have got about 4 or 5 bottles, but I couldn't carry all that.
Next up, Liam Neeson as Marlowe. Set in the 1930s, the down-on-his-luck detective is hired to find the ex-lover of a glamorous heiress. Kenneth Branagh returns as Agatha Christie's greatest mustachio detective in 2022's Death on the Nile. This star-studded sequel finds Hercule Poirot investigating the murder of a wealthy heiress while on a holiday cruising down the Nile. Based on one of the fastest-selling novels.
I've got some Scotch eggs. Oh my god! One of them would be nice.
The Girl on the Train. Emily Blunt stars as an alcoholic divorcee who becomes entangled in the missing persons case of a woman who she watches on her commute to work.
Brian De Palma's seminal 1981 classic with Blowout. While out collecting sound effects, it records evidence of a murder and ends up putting himself in danger. Based on the novel by P.D. Owens, next up, we have The Broadhouse Sing. When the body of a man is found in the North Carolina marsh, the only woman is the prime suspect and his crime is murder. Next up, writer and director
That's what we'll put.
takes the Dark Knight back to his detective roots in the Batman. When a killer calling himself the Riddler starts murdering high-profile citizens of Gotham, it leads to Batman.
I've got loads of new socks.
Forgotten.
I bought loads, and
True crime now.
I've got to put all my dirty socks in the washing machine. You know, it's crazy.
1968 and 1983, the famed Zodiac killer terrorizes California as the police, a reporter, and an amateur detective scramble around for clues to find out who it is. From 2022 next, The Chosen Watcher. When a young American woman moves to Bucharest with her husband, she starts to suspect Rachel is watching her from a building across the street.
Oh, hang on, what's going on with these trainers?
We end the show with the adaptation of Dan Brown's best.
Oh, I'm a fucking. Right, this is it. How much do I pay for these trainers? Let me see. There's a fuck. They're coming away. Fuck's sake.
With that inspiration, I'm off to solve my own mystery of where did I leave my cup of tea and is it really hot? Until next time.
Right now, just go back onto eBay. I'm not paying for these. Fucking no way, man. Purchases. I probably didn't pay much. Dispatched. Oh, £5.
New Zealand's highways.
They're fucked.
1,000 kilometres of some of the most spectacular and unforgiving roads on the planet.
Gonna have fire and they will fly in the place soon. Seriously drunk.
Over 1,000 dedicated road safety staff are tasked with keeping our highways and byways safe.
This Craig.
Let me see these trainers.
It's a job that brings its own perils.
Oh, I don't know.
And rewards. This is Highway Cops. Tonight, a spectacular crash brings a rural community together.
Yeah, these are trainers.
Senior Constable Graham Butters got the measure of this guy.
Always pick on me. Banged up car, eh? Franklin second. Nail it.
And a runaway pony in the mix.
First rule of Pony Club is we don't talk about Pony Club. Second rule of Pony Club is don't talk about Pony Club.
And shut the door before the bogans get out.
It's on Pembroke. This is how it's done in the South, boy.
Constable Peter Relica goes from pink to green. The close-knit community of Pahiatua is located in the southeast of the North Island. Its main claims to fame are its tree-lined boulevard, their local children's slide, and the fourth best trout fishing in the country. Senior Constable Graham Sandbrook is heading to the backcountry roads, where locals have reported a serious crash in a remote location.
We just hit some comms that stop truck and trailer is rolled and is stop all over the show. It's just north of Paitoa on the Paitoa Pongaroo Road, so we're going to have a lot.
There were multiple people thrown out of the trailer, some were deceased. The fire job is that at least a dozen cattle have been thrown out and possibly drowning.
At the moment, there's a bunch of cattle stuck in the river, and I think they're a bit of a priority.
The trailer of the truck's tractor unit clipped the concrete siding of the bridge and fled, leaving a trail of wreckage. Some of the cattle had miraculously survived the ordeal. With the trailer's chassis hanging precariously over the edge of the road, Constable Tim White quickly coordinates the police response.
Hey, buddy.
Nobody's been injured.
Yeah.
So the driver's fine is the bridge structure itself is fine.
Yeah.
We appreciate.
Besides the buggy.
We appreciate.
So we do have cattle going on here. Civil injured, civil in the river.
The approach to this bridge is locally infamous. A sharp right-hand turn forces those crossing it to take extreme care. Police want to know how this experienced truck driver made such a mess of it.
He knows this bridge is quite notorious, so he's gone slow specifically for doing it. And he always is quite mindful to do it.
Yeah.
And as he's come through here, he's sort of looking at the mirror and realised that the trailer was starting to tip over. It's obviously got the grass.
Oh, okay.
And then it's really all you can remember it, and it's just all gone wrong. Yeah. He thought at one stage that he was going over, and it's goodbye. I'm just going to quickly pump the grinder here.
Okay.
And then the main priority is going to be to try and get some of these cows out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
An initial forensic examination of the skid marks on the grass verge reveals a wealth of information. But after going through the driver's logbook that documents every movement he's made in the last 24 hours, Graham notices something unusual.
You could have got over to tell you what, there wouldn't have been any time to spare. He was going to quit.
Race Day in Cromwell is a highly anticipated event in the Otago region. The girls dress up and the booze goes down. Constable Peter Ramika is on the hunt for punters who can't handle the jandle.
Kia ora, how are you? Where are you whānau from?
Yeah, surprisingly.
No, is it win on the hoi ho or not?
Peter likes to bring the rayo to the road.
Drive safely, what's the message here?
Always have something to eat.
Looking after us.
And don't be the tangi. You know what that means?
Don't be cute.
Yes.
Peter joined the highway team 2 years ago after moving south from Rotorua. He's also brought language lessons.
What I try and do is I try and utilise it in my everyday work within the police. I feel there's a need for it in the police, especially here in Central Otago.
The friendly attitude has already made Peter a bit of a local legend, but business is business.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Good. Just going to do an alcohol licence check and stuff, mate.
But the eye-catching artwork on the man in the back seat deserves investigation too.
Who did your time off for?
They were near the from tomorrow.
Ngāti Parau. Yes. I'm from Rotorua, so
Pulling the Cuzzy card won't work with Peter. After sending them on their way, with a ticket for expired warrant and registration in the mail, Peter finds another vehicle he wants to pull over. It's deep purple and in deep trouble.
it's purple or stealthy. Shorts up road, Compton, they're 310. Kia ora, boys. Girls. Kia ora.
Hi.
How's Greg? Can you hear me?
Not too bad, bud.
So you state your full name and address.
Driver Kane is sober, but with weeks left on the warrant, the car's reaching its expiry date.
Because they always say, yeah, you want to be stationed down the boys to take their attention.
It's pretty flash, huh?
Just to maybe talk me back here. Same thing, just get the keys all right.
Getting out of a car is part of driving 101, but Kane appears to be having difficulty. While he thinks Peter's not watching, Kane takes the emergency exit. If Kane thinks Peter didn't notice his dodgy dismount, he's in for a surprise.
All good, Kane. You probably need to do some work on your car, though, if you're going to be driving this around, eh?
Because Peter suspects this Millennium Falcon won't make the Kessel run.
It's due for warrant, William?
Those right there will be a death wish.
Yeah.
Rightio. Is your door open?
It does, but I don't know. I open it for you.
Yeah. So otherwise I have to keep sticker.
Nah, she opens. Well, that's good.
Fool's gold, more like.
Still can't look it up.
Yeah.
Hey guys, these are my travel pics, and my skin as patchy as a world map. And now I found my go-to product for a visibly even skin tone, Nivea Luminous 630. It visibly improved the evenness of my skin tone. Nivea Luminous 630, now available with 2 brand new serums.
Sky Arts invites you to join some stellar stars for a very special celebration as our must-love series turns 10. With more amazing artists who will each turn a famous face into a look of love. And like any birthday, expect a special surprise or two.
Still.
For the artist of the year, Wednesday on Sky Arts.
I'll check you for this.
Professor Claremont, your vampire.
If he breaks the rules,
Oh, what's going on with this fucking shit?
They don't get to choose who I love.
if this rich really has no war against the harmful.
eBay, why can't I show a picture? I showed the seller, but not the fucking
It's changing. Introducing Sky Mix.
In central Otago, a purple falcon piloted by Kane has clearly been caned to within an inch of its life. The door was about to pop its clogs, and Constable Peter Ramake is concerned for everyone's safety.
It's not letting me continue.
Hurry up. Jump out. Yeah, that's not a good look, eh? What about the rest of the car? It's not safe, eh? Because you know what's going to happen next day? Oh, it's going to get pink stickered.
Why? If I don't open it, I don't need to use it.
That's safety. That door there. So if you're involved in a crash,
Nah, I see what you mean, mate. Yeah.
so I'm going to check pink sticker on it. And you're going to have to get this sorted, so it's going to be... Right. People don't jump out the door when they come and talk to us. They open the door. You know what I mean?
You're not off the other side.
Again, that would have hurt my interest again. Why they open that side? So it's going to be pink sticker, and you obviously know what happens with pink sticker. I'll follow you home, and then you park it up. If it's seen out, you know what happens. It gets pulled, it gets hauled, mate. So come with me. I'll ride up and over the side.
The purple people eater starts spewing up passengers. Josh looks like he's doing his first bungee jump.
You Josh. You got this. That's how it's done, bro. This is how it's done in the South Way.
This old dog doesn't know she's about to take her last trip to the vet.
Basically, bro. Basically.
And we're being reasonable because I want you and your mates to look after yourselves. So when you hopped out there, I went, oh, that's not all right. I thought you were just being cheeky.
Would have made more down on it, yeah.
I can't say.
It does say keep on open.
It does. He's pretty responsible. Really.
Kane may be the responsible type, but driving an unsafe car borders on reckless. What he says next is something Peter would prefer not to hear.
It might just control the races and stuff.
So it's safe up for them.
Well, you take that risk, my mate.
Or is it
No, what? Sorry to ruin your day, my mate.
The purple beast will need to get a warrant of fitness before the non-operational order can be removed. It would probably be cheaper to buy brand new.
So snap exhaust there.
run that over a couple of bumps. It's pretty low, eh?
Peter decides to downgrade the pink sticker to a handsome shade of green because the car is not up to warranty fitness standard.
There's an offence to remove, obscure, or render.
It's a pretty big road, man.
Oh no.
Yeah, I suppose it right. I'll find that reminder.
What's that?
Oh, Duke is it?
Kane is no Daisy, and the Falcon is no General Lee. Suffice it to say, this is the Purple Princess's final voyage.
If you're doing 100k and the door comes off and hits a cow on the other side of the road, I mean, you know, some people just don't get it.
The Macaulay River is a famous hunting ground for trout. But today, Senior Constable Graham Sandbrook has much bigger fish to fry. A stock truck's trailer has flipped on this backcountry bridge, causing a colossal mess.
I can't wait these trailers.
Got the right box up down there, but a bit more advanced warning would be really handy.
That's crazy.
With the road completely closed, locals faced a long detour to the wreckage could be cleared and the bridge reopened. The most pressing matter now is
That's
the
terrible.
cattle, some of whom survived the accident.
Okay. Where's my trailers? Oh my god.
The frightened cattle don't know what to do.
Feeder.
Huddled together. It will be a real trip to the
That's 1 foot.
Distressed and weighing about half a ton, these boys could be hard to shoot. But the local stockmen seem confident they can round them up. The other cattle in the tracking unit are getting hot, and the driver is concerned for their welfare.
My family. Well, my brothers are one brother's in Somerset. One lives with my mum at Lord's Hill, and the other brother is in Millbrook, where my school was. And that's it really. Yeah. My dad died. My mum's still alive.
Driver Chris works at a fish farm, but it looks like he swallowed a dart.
I've got my feeder trainers on. Yeah, the other ones I'll throw them over there. I'll just like chuck them away. I mean, I've got others like that. That need to be getting rid of. Look at these, look. See that? These are feeder.
So if I tell them that it's don't do what's it going to
I've got loads of trainers. It's crazy.
Like his fan belt, Chris reckons his past is ancient history, and he's on the straight and narrow.
So you got no warrant, no reach.
As if he hasn't got enough on his plate, he notices a woman with a fresh helping of worries approaching.
There's a chick, there's a couple of them on torches.
pony loose on Northwest Arch. I just went on
Which,
top.
which way's that?
Graham might have to change horses midstream. Hopefully, neither tries to make a run for the hills.
You gotta have a look.
I'm awake now. Yeah. As soon as I see my trainers are falling to pieces, I'm like, oh my God, it woke me up.
Getting over a bridge in rural Pahiatua has come unstuck and flipped. While some cattle on board are deceased, a miraculous number have been rounded up by some good king rovers. But one poor beast remains trapped under the trailer chassis. The vets are here to try and get him out.
We've been called because this accident has resulted in some animals being stuck, and we're investigating so we can check their injuries and safety for people to get them out or get permission to cross the flag. So normally for an animal this size, we would give him 2.5 to 3 mils, but because he's a bit more stressed out and we would like to sleep for a bit longer, we're going to give him a slightly higher dose. Just make sure he's still breathing, and then once the crane comes and move the truck, then we can assess what his prognosis will be.
Crane's set up for a vet to try and up on the trailer and sort out the cattle up the
The driver of the crane has a delicate task ahead. One false move could spell the end of this unfortunate animal.
We're very careful with the trailer off the cattle breast stuff underneath it. That's so good. Prime concern is the welfare of the cattle breast that's still alive. Make it slow.
So we're going to give him a small dose of salt to reverse him, and then try and pull him on the side.
A powerful drug to reverse the first one is injected. Although he might have a sore head, the steer emerges in one feisty piece.
I should be able to contact him right now, I reckon.
I'm a bit concerned that there's the green stuff coming out his nose, but otherwise his limbs are...
It's starting to 6. They're probably still available. I'm a fat bastard. Look at this, look.
The running of the bulls
That's crazy, isn't it?
get out of control. But Farmer Rob could be equal.
That's a t-shirt, a cool t-shirt, but it's a bit because I put on weight. I'm just fat. I'm just like, and then my t-shirts don't fit me.
Yeah, quite good. It's great to see the cattle breast get out from underneath the trailer. They're still on site for the removal phase, so I'd say they'll be contributing another hour or so. But a good result all round. As good a result as what we can expect.
Back in Twizel, Senior Constable Graham Butler has been forced to choose between dealing with the new owner of an unwarranted and unlicensed vehicle.
Yeah, I just basically slam it out a bit more, see how low we can take it before she gets to legal and keep rolling it.
Or the runaway pony speeding in a built-up area.
Bloody little pony, but it was running real fast.
He chooses to deal with both.
Right, I'll leave you to it. Morning today.
Nah, it's all going into the shop road, that's why she's getting all legal.
Oh yeah. But I'll leave you to it.
So that's what it's for your day.
It's goodbye to Chris and his new purchase, and off to find something that actually runs.
Right, we're gonna find this other street. Pony on the loose. Let's follow our noses.
Graham refers to a highly secret part of the police manual, the seldom discussed Pony Code, Section 3, Paragraph 8.
We'll discuss techniques. Best rule of Pony Club is that we don't talk about Pony Club. Second rule of Pony Club is don't talk about Pony Club. Let's find the horse first. Horse said pony. Go from there. There he goes.
The woman who alerted Graham to the pony's progress has caught it. She's no pony whisperer. Check his horsemanship.
Yeah. No identifying features at all. It's easy when they have a number plate on them. I can deal with it. So. Come on. Boy or girl, I have no idea. I'm not a horsey person.
She's a girl. There's an easy way to tell, but a policeman can't know everything.
Somebody's going to come out of school shortly and go, "Oh, wow, you got nice clover in here." I'm just not going to go and eat somebody's prize or something. This looks like an empty You're going to be happy eating grass, you know. All in a day's work in the island shop. You know what you're going to come across next. You know, from stopping a dodgy car to a happy horse. Is that good? Yeah, that is good.
With the horse literally in clover and animal welfare updated, Graham can shut the gate on this whole matter.
She is happy as old Larry and munching on grass and galloping around, so all good. Yeah, let's get out of here. We're gone.
The driver of the cattle truck pled guilty to careless driving and received diversion by the court and has completed that diversion. The trapped bull made a full recovery. The tattooed Kazis received infringements for no evidence of a current vehicle inspection and no registration, for a total fine of $350. The Purple Beast still doesn't have a warrant of fitness, and Kane has since been stopped driving his green-stickered vehicle.
Noreen slept through the night for the first time in years because of her award-winning Emma mattress. Find yours at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Join Sky Art for a celebratory series.
I bought those on a truck for September.
Of the year
I really love it.
turns 10.
He is changing. Introducing Sky Mix. Some people come to your skin. They come here looking for something. I always have a memorable time. Always.
This is not the end. I'm going to go something bigger, faster, wilder. And I'm going to do it from in here, where you are.
Hello, and welcome to the Cinema List, where we look at some exceptionally talented Black British actors working today. We begin with Naomi Ackie as Whitney Houston in 2022's I Want to Dance with Somebody. The film follows the life of Houston as she transforms from backing singer to an international superstar nicknamed The Voice. Also nominated for Naomi that year was Sheila Atim, who stars in The Woman King. Based on true events, this historical epic takes place in 1822 at the Kingdom of Dahomey and charts its rise to becoming one of the most powerful states in Africa. Nominated for the 2021 Rising Star BAFTA, next up we have Shohei Derisu in Mr. Malcolm's List.
So you're black and you're treated like a king, and I'm white, locked up like a fucking mental patient. What the fuck? I've got to turn this off. I don't want to see this fucking shit, man. What the fuck?
N is haunted by someone from her past. 007 must track them down.
Maximum energy efficiency. Once it senses that the radiator surface is warm, it automatically turns itself on and begins gently and quietly pushing the warm air into your room. Then, once your heating turns off and your radiator begins...
I'm on channel 9. What the fuck? I'm on BBC 4, I'm on BBC 1.
Hungary getting mild in the south, cooler in the north.
It's your first time in prison. Love you lot. If you loved us, you wouldn't be in jail. What am I going to do? Will you suit the range, Abby? You know he's from his house now.
Time. I'm listening to BBC One and iPlayer.
I need you to remember what we're doing here. Oh, and don't forget, he's always away from me. Maybe if it wasn't for here, I'd still have my own restaurant.
Go out there and smash it, alright?
Yeah.
You like to be a chef or do you want to be a dishwasher?
Brand new Boiling Point. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
This is Planet Earth 3.
Starts Sunday at 6:15 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Good morning. You're watching BBC One on Wednesday, the 18th of October. Now, breakfast.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines for you today. At least 500 people are feared dead after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Both sides in the conflict blame each other for the blast.
Joe Biden is on his way to Israel this morning, but the Palestinian and Egyptian presidents have cancelled planned talks with him in the wake of that blast.
17 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Andrew Malkinson speaks to us about his long fight for justice.
Yeah, what about more justice?
It's all about
18 years in section units.
not just at this community gym in Newcastle this morning, but also when it comes to inflation. We get a September figure today, and I'll explain why it's so important for pensions and benefits.
In sports, England have qualified for next year's European Championship. Harry Kane scores
Cub Scout Army Cadet. Fucking pass my driving test, delivering fruit and veg. You know, going. I went to Bristol a couple of times. I remember that. You know, driving a trailer, a van. I think it was an Iveco Daily, and a trailer. That was my first driving job. And then I was the piano man. And my brother was a drug dealer, Mark White. And Russell, well, Russell and Lee were hovering around Mum's house, smoking loads of drugs, playing Mega Drive. Lee and Russell, well, Russell was drinking, you know, and I got him on YouTube drunk. But NHS locked me up for 18 years, the sick bastards. I can't stand them. I fucking hate the NHS. Mental health, I don't even know what they're talking about.
Describing the accusations as lies. Laura Davis has the very latest.
My mum spoke to an old lady, and the old lady said, get in the ambulance. And I got in the ambulance, and I went to Mowbray Lodge in Winchester. And then I was just fucking sectioned all the time. Harassed, dragged out of my house, put into fucking vans and cages and fucking cars and all sorts. Police outside as well. I thought, what the fuck?
Palestinian health officials said hundreds of people were killed in what they say was an Israeli airstrike.
I'm owed compensation. I really am. You know, this is it.
were sheltering in or around the hospital. Israel.
I want the money to help families. You know, this is it. I want to make a better fucking situation. I want to make sure families are going to be all right and not be destroyed by fucking NHS.
My information that I have just received from the highest authority, because I asked about this.
NHS is dangerous. They will make people want to die. They kill babies. I mean, what the fuck? It's on the news, you know.
It fell short. Now, I want to explain this. From past conflicts with the terrorists in Gaza, we know that on average, about 33% of the rockets that they shoot at us fall short and land in Gaza.
This is the dramatically deteriorating situation into which President Biden is arriving. An American leader keen to show his personal support for Israel, but well aware things are in danger of spiraling out of control. Growing increasingly desperate are the relatives of the almost 200 hostages kidnapped by Hamas during its murderous incursion into southern Israel.
Evil persons. I don't think they're human beings.
Jennifer Master is an American citizen whose boyfriend Andre is thought to be among the hostages. She wants her president to press for their safe return.
I appreciate the support of the USA and President Biden. As an American citizen, I feel protected. I feel that I'm seen, and I want to be seen also as an Israeli citizen, because right now I don't feel safe. I don't feel seen.
They don't feel safe, and I don't feel safe. Well, I feel safe now because I've got the NHS to fuck off and leave me alone. But like I say, I mean, it took a lot of photographs and a lot of videos, you know, like, gotcha, all the time, fucking, you know, keeping everything public.
And also, we're going to look at what the reaction is within the region itself.
I said to Pam yesterday, I said, look, I met a lady called Claire. She's been sectioned 2 years, right? And social services have got her carers, right? And I said, where's my carers? I said, I want carers. I've been sectioned 18 years and I've got no carers. What's going on? I've got no cleaners, no carers, no nothing. That's because the NHS and the social services are fucking rubbish.
But also President Mahmoud Abbas and his Palestinian Authority, which many perceive as weak and lacking legitimacy. Mr. Abbas announced he was cancelling a meeting with President Biden in Jordan and was flying home. There were mass protests there this evening too, and clashes outside the Israeli embassy in Amman.
During the foundation of Israel, when it occupied this area, they are breaching international humanitarian law. Geneva Agreement is obvious in this regard. Medical centers or hospitals should not be touched.
In Turkey also, thousands rallied against Israel. As the war in Gaza escalates, it's a dangerous moment for the wider region. John Donaldson, BBC News.
Well, let's get the very latest now from our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams, who is in Jerusalem for us this morning.
The way I feel about the situation is terrible.
A very complicated picture, but what
They're going on about the hospitals being attacked. No. Well, the way it is in this country, in the United Kingdom, the fucking section units should be fucking attacked. The section units should be fucking closed down and fucking destroyed, and NHS should walk away because they're dangerous. They're locking people up for nothing. Normal people locked up in section units.
Palestinian rocket, fired by one of the Palestinian factions in the Gaza Strip. They point to the fact that this has happened in the past. Certainly, some military analysts looking at this from a distance are questioning whether this might indeed have been.
I was in Melbourne. I was a nurse in there. She was sectioned, right? And there was also another business lady, right? And her phone was taken off her. And I said, give her a fucking phone, will you? Let her have her phone. She's a business lady. You know, this is it. She's in business and she can't make a phone call. NHS, you're fucking shit. You're rubbish. You are fucking rubbish, I'll tell you.
And is setting the worst possible stage for Joe Biden's visit, which is due to begin just in a couple of hours.
Yes.
Over the road, Keith Gordon.
Yeah, we speak, isn't he? Due to land, as you said, in a couple of months. Even while he's been travelling from the United States, changes have been forced upon him. What challenges will he face when he lands today?
These are huge challenges. I mean, obviously, the principle of
Over the road is Keith Gordon, right? He was in Mowbray Lodge section with me, right? And we both got out, and he killed himself. He killed himself because the NHS fucking done him no good. You know what I mean? They fucking fucked his brain up.
Relatives of people in those communities attacked by Hamas, and obviously to meet the Israeli leaders. But he was also hoping to go to Jordan to meet King Hussein and the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas, as well as the Egyptian president.
James at 91, he cannot get a provisional license, right? Why can't he get a provisional license? He looks like a good man. He could do a driving job because he looks perfect for driving. There's nothing wrong with him, right? And what it is, Desborough House have decided, no, you can't get a provisional license. Right, that's a piss off. That's annoying. That's so fucking terrible. I've been on the road for years. And fucking Cameron, he was scared out of his wits. And I treated him to McDonald's. I'll give him a laptop, right? And I'll give his mum a present as well, a gift, a Scottish decanter, right, to make them all feel good. McDonald's there, they had a McDonald's as well. They loved it. It was great. And they feel much better. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Make them feel good. Alistair, that's Cameron's brother. He was sectioned as well. So she had two sons and they're both sectioned. The fucking NHS are shit. Forget the NHS. The NHS are rubbish.
It's certainly a possibility, John. It's a very fast-moving situation. The situation has moved a lot since those reports first emerged yesterday evening. I mean, I think it's important to understand there is still a pretty clear political consensus between the leaders.
They don't know what mental health means. They haven't got a clue. They don't know anything about mental well-being. You know, if you say, you're going to treat someone, they think you got a problem. You got a mental problem because you're treating someone. They're fucking sick as fuck. They're rubbish. Right? Seriously, destroy the NHS.
While Israel James cleverly performed Secretary's response last night to the explosion at the hospital, and also very similar language from Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, in his response. Now, just because there's
in Israel, I think it's Israel or somewhere, and they're blowing up the fucking hospitals, right? And they're saying it's not right. But I think looking at this situation in fucking United Kingdom, we've got to deal with the mental situation, which is fucking crazy. It's insane, right? NHS, right? We've got to stop all these section units. We've got to close them down.
They think his overall sense of how Israel should respond is wrong, and they think he should be calling for a ceasefire. I think they are going to get more emphasis from both parties on the protection of civilian life. I don't think you're going to see either party leader calling for a ceasefire soon. But look, clearly the situation is fast moving.
They're talking about ceasefire. I mean, it'd be good if they weren't, was not fighting. I mean, because it's terrible, really. And they've attacked the hospitals. Yeah, well, look at the fucking NHS and look at the mental health situation, and look at the section units, and look at Keith Gordon, who's dead, right, because of the NHS.
Consequences of any agreements he might strike out there today, but it would be in line with visits.
About 10 people from Mowbray Lodge come around my house, tapped my door, and said, "God, you're right, because Keith Gordon's dead." I said, "He's a fucking good mate. What's the matter with you? Why have you killed him?" They killed him. He might have killed himself, but they made him want to die. NHS, you're fucking disgusting.
Chief International Correspondent Lise Doucet from Rushdie Abu Alouf, who's our correspondent in Gaza, and later from our World Affairs editor at the BBC, John Simpson. All of them will join us here on BBC Breakfast. But first, at 13 minutes past 6, Sally has more of today's news.
Thank you, John. The Islamic State group has claimed responsibility for the Brussels shooting that killed 2 Swedish nationals on Monday. In a statement by its Telegram account, the group, calling itself Islamic State, identified the gunman as a soldier of IS. The man was shot dead by police yesterday following a manhunt. The government has agreed to meet the union representing hospital consultants in England after it said it wouldn't call any more strikes for the time being. Doctors belonging to the British Medical Association first walked out in July in a row about pay. Ministers insist they've made their best and final wage offer, but haven't ruled out other incentives. Stroke patients in England and Wales should be offered 3 hours of rehabilitation 5 days a week rather than the current 45 minutes. That's according to new guidelines. Experts have welcomed the advice from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, but question how feasible it will be for a stretched NHS to deliver. Laughing gas will become illegal in November, with dealers facing up to 14 years in prison. The ban is part of the government's antisocial behaviour action plan and will make nitrous oxide a controlled Class C drug. It means possession of nitrous oxide, where a person intends to wrongfully inhale it, will be an offence. Those with legitimate reason for having the drug will be exempt from the ban, according to the Home Office. Now, the government's independent advisor on infrastructure says ministers should pause the sale of land acquired for the northern leg of the HS2 rail project, which was scrapped earlier this month. Sir John Armitt said there was a real risk that plans for alternative projects could make rail travel between Birmingham and Manchester even more congested because there was no longer a proper integrated plan.
I think it's sort of what we often describe as a sort of knee-jerk snap reaction. I think it's a mistake. I think that the land should be kept for at least 2 or 3 years to give the opportunity for people to revisit that.
Electric vehicle prices could rise by more than £3,000 next year unless post-Brexit trade rules are delayed, according to an industry body. The Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders has called on the UK and EU to postpone rules that would add tariffs to EV batteries. The government said it was working with the European Commission on a solution. Let's go straight to Carol now, who has an important look at the weather for us, as we know that storm is coming, isn't it, Carol?
That's right, Sal. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Storm Babette is going to be showing its hand today and for the next few days, actually. The forecast for the rest of the week is one of heavy rain, some torrential downpours.
It's going to be a heavy rain situation now, but, you know.
At times. Now, if we take a look at the rainfall accumulation chart, we've been showing you this for a while. But
Well, we will see.
Here's the key here. There are a lot
I'm not going
of
nowhere today. I'm staying at home.
indicating between 30 and 50 millimetres of rainfall. But you can see some.
I'm a poor man. I ain't got no money, really.
That means you see rainfall in excess of 100 millimetres.
I'm living life on the dole. I've been on the dole all my life, but when I was a piano man, I was actually working in claiming, signing on the dole and then selling all the pianos. But I didn't make a lot of money, really. I mean, but I used to love my job. It was great. I made families happy, and that's what made me feel good.
But some heavy showers and persistent ones at that coming across southern and western parts of the country. And everything today is a blustery start, but the winds will strengthen through the course of the day. Temperatures 10 to about 19 degrees north to south. But through this evening and overnight, all this rain moves northwards, still heavy and persistent. Some showers come in behind, some of those will be heavy, also potentially thundery, but drier and cloudy across the far north of the country. It's not going to be a cold night, but it is again going to be a windy one, particularly across the north and the northeast of Scotland. And then tomorrow it's looking like it's going to be pretty wet and also windy. I'll have more on that later in the programme.
We're going to need to stay tuned to that. Carol, thank you for that. Cheers.
Carol, you're a nice lady.
Now, Andrew Malkinson spent 17 years in prison for a crime he did not commit. He was released in July this year after the Court of Appeal ruled he had been wrongly convicted of rape in 2004.
Well, Andrew now lives abroad, but he has returned to the UK for a few days, and Jane McCubbin has filmed his only TV interview.
This is previously unseen footage of the day Andy Malkinson was released from prison. The first thing he has to do was walk on the beach with his mum.
He just served 17 years for a crime he didn't commit. He could have been out in just over 6 years if he'd made a false confession, something he was never willing to do. It took another 3 years before judges finally agreed he was innocent.
You leave the court a free man.
I was welling up. That's what I wanted to hear for 20 years.
Dreadful, awful miscarriage of justice. It's right that the police apologise.
It had taken a 20-year fight before the government admitted this had been an atrocious miscarriage of justice.
Miscarriage of justice. I'd say about me, I'd say about defamation of character, because they don't even fucking know me. NHS are fucking shit.
Well, the compensation will take who knows how long. Probably, I heard probably 2 years.
I was getting compensation in about 2 years.
I'm living in a tent.
I should have got compensation, really.
I'm waiting for them to do the right thing. I'm waiting for the authorities to do that. They have the power to do the right thing. They have the power to do these things.
I was always the piano man. In my brain, it was piano man, piano man, piano man. I'm not a fucking mental patient. I'm not a mental patient. You know, this is it. And I was in these section units for years.
Here in Salford in the early hours of July 19th, a mother of two was raped, strangled and left for dead. At first, police said they were looking for a man who would have a long scratch down his face. Andrew Malkinson did not. In fact, there was not a shred of DNA evidence against him. It would take his legal team almost 2 decades to get authorities to re-examine crucial evidence, which finally pointed to another suspect and Andrew's acquittal.
My mum got me sectioned. My daughter was my next of kin. She was actually getting me out of section units, and get, you know, for a little while and back in again, and then back out again, and then back in again. My mum hated the children next door. My mum didn't like the family at all. She didn't like Kim Dayton and the 5 children: Claire Clements, Amy Clements, Adam Clements, Robert Arthurs, and Ian Arthurs. Right, Claire Clements is now Claire Ledger. She's got kids, she's happy and married and everything. Right, now we'll go and talk to Claire Ledger and ask her about me. Right, was I helping that family, or yes or no?
Today, though, this is the tent he lives in on the campsite in Spain. He's only briefly returned to the UK to call for the inquiry into his detention to be made a statutory inquiry.
Oh, absolutely.
You want people to be compelled under oath to give evidence.
Yeah, lawfully compelled.
My mum's house was a council house. My brothers were into drugs, smoking loads of drugs in the house. Mega Drive, PGA golf, people in the community coming round into mum's house, playing the Mega Drive and smoking the drugs. Yeah, Mark White was a big drug dealer, right? People knew him to be a drug dealer and would go and see him for drugs. I even come to see him sometimes for drugs when I was having a smoke. I didn't smoke much cannabis, really, to be honest. It's just the only reason I started smoking cannabis was when my boss, Robert Henry Plumage, employed Steve Gorman. Steve Gorman was called Steve the Veg. Yeah, I do smoke the weed now and again, sometimes, not much. Actually, no, I mean, I really don't. I get annoyed with myself, and I say to myself, why am I even bothered? Because it's gone. You know, it's like £50, and it's gone in about a day or two, and it's gone. And it's the money's gone. You know, this is it. I mean, what's the point?
Not like here, where we're all civilized.
It's not even worth it.
It's not as simple as good and evil. And you learn that when you speak to people. You're actually, there's a lot of good people in prison. There's a lot of very bad, dangerous people in prison as well.
It sounds like it was important for you to keep your humanity in prison and recognise humanity when you saw it.
Yeah. Well, I could feel it slipping away from me in the early days. I was so enraged and angry at what I'd done to them. And then I realised, don't let them make you go that way. Don't lose your humanity. Remember who you are.
Remember
Last
who
night,
you
the
are.
Ministry of Justice again refused a statutory inquiry, adding, The Lord Chancellor has been clear. Andrew Malkinson suffered an atrocious miscarriage of justice, and he deserves thorough and honest answers as to
I
how
was a
and
piano
why
man.
it
In
took so
all
long
these
to
section
uncover.
units, I was
The
a
Criminal
piano man.
Cases Review
Right,
Commission,
fuck the
Crown Prosecution
NHS.
Service, and Greater Manchester Police have all pledged their full cooperation to the independent inquiry into the handling of his conviction and subsequent appeals. Do you ever feel like life will be normal? Can life ever be normal?
There will be a sense of normality at some point, yeah. But I can't even begin to get any sense of normality until these things are resolved.
Can you imagine at some point in the future having a relationship again?
I dismissed it from my mind many years ago because think about it, the nature of what everything that's been hanging over me. Just because I cleared my name, that still haunts me.
A big chunk of his life, 17 years in jail, right, and me 18 years in section units.
My ambitions are very, very, very sort of humble. I have some kind of financial freedom to go and live elsewhere and travel, because I've always liked traveling. Or possibly I might go to university. That's possible.
Maths, astronomy.
Yeah, possibly astronomy. Yeah, something like that. Some science-based thing. Even chemistry, I guess, something like that. But simple. I'll be reasonably happy with that. Yeah.
I'll be happy when I get compensation. When the NHS fucking say sorry.
That was Andrew Malkinson speaking to Breakfast, Jay McCubbin.
Right, the time is 24 minutes past 6. Let's look at the front pages of today's papers. And, of course...
What's this, hundreds? Oh, yeah. That's Gaza. Yeah, we know about that. Where do I live? I live in Chandlersford. 61 Cox Road, Chandlersford, Eastleigh Hants, SO 533, Foxtrot uniform. Oh my God, that's it. I've had the NHS and police and fucking doctors and psychiatrists come storming around here and fucking grabbing me and putting me in section units all over the country. Yeah, this is where I am. Right, I've been here for, since October 1999. My mother got me in section. My mother went to Desborough House and the old lady said, get in the ambulance, and that was that. I got sectioned and harassed and brutality all the way, 100%. All them years, it was me, the piano man, just sitting there in section units. I was being pinned down on the floor by fucking 4 or 5 people as they stuck a depot injection in my ass. Oh, you're in Scotland? No, hang on, what's this? Where is that? Oh, it's Hampshire. Hampshire, yeah. Down south. Just down the road, you can get on a ferry and you can go to the Isle of Wight, or you can go to France. It's all. I've been to France a few times. Yeah. Look at United Kingdom. You're and at the bottom of the United Kingdom, you've got a little kind of island. That's the Isle of Wight, and you've got Southampton, Hampshire, all that. I'm 56. I was sectioned for 18 years, and the man on the news, he went to prison for 17 years, and he done nothing wrong, right? And I done nothing wrong, and I was locked up in section units. My body is terrible. I used to be fit, strong, and healthy, and all that, and now look. That's all happened in the section units, and when I get out, I sit at Matt's Bakers with William Beanie. That's Matt's Bakers across the road. That's a terrible bakers. But they were selling me probably £20 a day on food, and I was just eating comfort eating. my freedom. It was great. I was getting a little bit of freedom. And then I was getting sectioned again, and it was terrible. I was in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out all the time. Why they lock you up? Because I don't know. My mother went to Desborough House. She spoke to an old lady. Right? My mum probably didn't say nothing about Mark White being a drug dealer, and Lee and Russell went to a special school because they're backward. Yeah, Lee gets angry and he's been charged with actual bodily harm. He's a mental patient, right? But he's not a mental patient because he's not been sectioned. I got sectioned, right? Russell White is bossy. He drinks and he also he was doing drugs as well. They were all smoking drugs in my mum's house. This is why I helped the family next door, right next door. I looked after Kim Dayton, right, and her children, Claire, Amy, Adam Clements, and Robert Arthurs and Ian Arthurs. I looked after them. Right, Claire is now called Claire Ledger, right? Look for Claire Ledger and talk to her about me. Yeah. I was a legend. I was there for that family. I helped that family because they're right next door to my mother. My mother was terrible. My mother was jealous. Right? I looked after Carol Flood, a dear old lady. She would cry my name out. She had a house behind my mum. Yeah, they locked me up. They locked me up for 18 years. I want compensation, but I don't know where to go, what to do. I mean, I could go to the courts, but what am I going to do? Take photographs of all the fucking harassment on my doorstep? I actually share it. I do share it around. It's on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. If you go through YouTube, you'll see what the transport, NHS transport, they come around to get me, right? And they were walking along and they were saying, right, have you got a knife? Have you got a lighter? And that's what they were saying to me. What would I do? Well, I'll tell you what, right, after 18 years of harassment and sections, I want to help families. I want to watch. I want to get right involved in the family. When I was looking after the family next door to my mum's. I drove them up to Derby to see their dad, right? Robert Arthur, I went to foster placements to see that he was okay and everything was all right. I got him Christmas presents. I got Christmas presents for 3 families in Lord's Hill, my mum's neighbours. I took my daughter to the boot sales quite a lot. She liked that. She loved it. You know, and my mum was jealous. My mum was so jealous. Yeah, she would never get Mark White arrested for selling all the drugs. Mark was selling drugs all the time. Police, they're not even interested because they say it was too long ago. It was a long time ago. Police are shit. The police are fucking rubbish. You know what I mean? They're really fucking rubbish. The police fuck up all the time. You know, NHS fuck up all the time. Our government is fucked up. I looked after families. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I was the piano man. I looked after families. And I was a shit hot social worker. Yeah, I was a family friend. The family called me the family friend. That's why I got the cap. Because I got more caps. I got another 30 caps coming through my door. I'll be taking pictures of all that and letting everybody see I've got all these family friend caps. So if you're going to work for social services and you're going to look after families, I'll give you a cap if you're going to look after the families. But you got to learn to defeat anxiety and upset. You've got to learn to go in your pocket and get your money out and treat a family, a child. You know what I mean? You got to look after the kid. Cats or dogs? Well, me and my daughter, I stopped doing pianos. I won custody of my daughter because my partner separated and she had someone else. And then we had a cat, right? And because we were going to Lordshill all the time to help the family next door to my mum, right? RSPCA said, "Can we take the cat?" I go, "Yeah, the cat is healthy. It's a good cat. It's fine. But you can take it if you want to." So I let them take the cat, right? And when I was looking after that family next door to my mum's, Kim Dayton, she got 2 baby little puppy greyhounds. And we had a greyhound, one called Simba. Mine was a blonde one, and there was a brindle one called Charlie. I've got photographs of them. They look great. And my mum had a cat, and somebody must have poisoned the cat because it died at some point. But my mum, well, I was so pissed off with my mum. She was a jealous woman. If she never went to the Desborough house, I would have been fine. But I got sectioned. I got fucking locked up like a cunt. Some people say I should get a dog ready, but like I'm ready to help a family. I am. This is it. I will look after them. I looked after Cameron and his mum and his his brother was sectioned in Ferrum, I think it was. He was about to get sectioned, and I said, "No, you're not going to get sectioned. You'll be fine." And because he was in the army and he was getting sectioned. And Keith Gordon's dead. Fucking, NHS don't give a shit. They don't care. Oh, this is repeats. I've just seen that man get on a fucking plane. I think he's a president.
Has now been cancelled.
Last night, following the blast at the hospital in Gaza, protests took place across the west.
A hospital in Gaza attacked. Why can't they go and attack the fucking section units? No, don't do that because there's people in there. But let's get the NHS to fuck off and close down the section units. My freedom was taken away by the hands of NHS. NHS, you're fucking shit. You're rubbish. You're no good to no one. If you need an operation, well, I need my stomach sorted out. But no, NHS won't fucking do fuck all because they're wankers. All they want to do is strike, and get loads of money because they're greedy bastards. I'll be getting some parcels today, I reckon. I've been buying. I bought 2 jackets. They're probably on their way. I bought other things as well. I'm terrible. When I'm on my eBay, I'm like, oh yes, it's mine, all the time. Now I do like buying things. So I mean, I like to give things to people, like families. I mean, I could probably make them really happy with a little thing, a little gift I bought on eBay. Something that I bought. I could say, right, this is for you, blah blah blah. treat to defeat anxiety and upset. You're smiling, yes, you are, because you got this and you got that. Kate across the road, one of my neighbours, right? I'll give her a hoodie, right, worth about £25, right, and let me see now, a silver watch, a nice little watch. She loves it. This is tobacco, yeah. I was lucky, really. I was down in Eastleigh, and I met Chris. He's a good man. And he knows someone that sells some cheap tobacco. So instead of paying £33.60 for a packet of tobacco, I paid £5.50. So I had 4 packets, right? £22. 4 packets. Well, that's 50. That's 100. That's 200 grams of tobacco. £22. Yeah, this is one of the packets. This is the one from the shop. This packet's £33.60. It's a bloody rip-off. Yeah. I've just bought a diamond ring. 9-carat gold diamond ring. I'm probably going to keep it for a while and maybe give it to a lady, someone. I don't know who. Someone that's probably going to be close to me and help me and be with me. And maybe go out for meals and everything. Someone I'm attracted to. I'll probably go, yeah, here's a ring for you. A diamond ring. Yeah. Diamonds are forever. Oh, did you know it's only 20 to 7? That's crazy. I'm not really into politics. I don't really like this war that's going on in Israel. It's not very nice, really, is it? People killing people. I mean, and they're attacking hospitals as well. I mean, it's absolutely madness. I just want to say, calm down, dear. Will you? Don't do this. Actually, start to treat people instead of killing people. I was actually quite pissed off in the section units because all I could see was brown people, fucking brown doctors, brown everywhere, loads of them hovering around the section units, working there. It was crazy. And I watched the television, right, and I see a program, and they were talking about in 1940, right. The royal family invited a load of brown people to come into this country and work and do all good things or whatever. But I mean, what about the British people? The white British people. I mean, what's wrong with the white British people? Why can't they fucking do some good? Yeah, so I was never racist, but I was a bit pissed off. When I was a piano man, I'd sell a piano to a brown man. I'd sit with a brown man. I was quite nice to a brown man, but I was actually so fucking pissed off in section units because I see so many of them, a lot of them. And when you listen to the TV and radio, there's a lot of them everywhere you look. It's crazy. white British, we are the best. You know, we're the dog's bollocks. This is it. Oh, football. I'm not into football. Italia. Italy. They're all cheering. They're going crazy. It's all slow motion. Oh, really? Do you know? Do you know what the word elated means? It's when they're getting really excited and crazy. People go mad. They get drunk. They get, football, all the way, 100%. They're fucking nuts. They're insane. I'm glad I turned the volume down. If I heard it, I'll be turning it straight away. Would you rather have a gay son or a wench daughter? A wench daughter? A wench! My daughter was a legend. I had one daughter in my life, and that's it. And she was perfect. She comes to Weston-super-Mare, right? To visit me, and we got transferred to Winchester, and the Winchester Hospital, the section unit, they thought I was a doctor and my daughter was a patient. Right, this is how fucked up the NHS are. My daughter is a legend. I've got two granddaughters, Grace and Lily Blake. Here's in my cup. Look at my cup. I've got coffee. That's Lily. There's me. And there's Grace. That's my daughter's children. That's my grandchildren. My daughter is a princess. She should be a princess. She's done so well. I was in the section unit. We were on the phone. We both cried in tears, crying. Destroyed by the NHS. But it's all right. We carried on. You know, we got through all this shit. My daughter's mother was a carer. She was looking after the old people, and I was the piano man. And we separated. That's how it was. I won the court case, and I live with my daughter, and we help the family over Lord's Hill, next door to my mother. How long, on average, does it take for you to poop? Poop? Really? Poop? What, you want me to have a shit? I don't want to have a shit, really. I've not had nothing to eat, really. I don't shit too much. I had the shits the other day, actually, saying that. I don't know what I was eating, but I was running into the toilet and, oh my God, it was crazy, yeah. That was about a week ago. Yeah, it was funny. Well, no, it wasn't funny. It was terrible. Oh, Justice Productions. Really, is that who you are? Justice Productions. Well, get me justice. Get me more compensation. You pay me, I'll make you famous. 18 years of section units. And help that man who's going to take about 2 years and he'll be getting his compensation. He got jailed for 17 years. And he'd done nothing wrong. I done nothing wrong. I was helping people. And you know, it was crazy. My mum was a jealous woman. I'm sure the old lady that my mum spoke to must be dead by now because she was very old. And she said, "Get in the ambulance, Gordon. Get in the fucking ambulance." I swear now, you know, more than ever, I don't care no more. It's because of the NHS. This is my home. It's a little tiny place and it's perfect. It does me, I'm quite happy here. You know, I walk across the road and there's shops. It's great. I moved to this place because this is what I thought would be perfect for me. You know, I raised my daughter. She's all grown up. She's got a boyfriend. They got 2 kids. They live in Thornhill, and then I moved to this place. And I was helping that family. Yeah, because I was helping that family when I was at Lowford, and also when my daughter had grown up, and I'd moved to this place, I was still helping that family. Jamie Black, right? He's a brown man, right? He done fuck all, nothing. He would visit he would visit the family. He would visit 55 Matheson Road, Lord's Hill, right, and see Kim Dayton and her children, but he done nothing for them. He was hopeless. Jamie Black. If you know Jamie Black, right, say Gordon White thinks you're hopeless. You've done nothing. You didn't treat the family. You didn't look after the family. He was a social worker. And I'd go down to Shirley, right, to get some petrol money out of the social services, and they would not give me much money at all, really. Social services are actually getting millions of pounds now. They're going to get loads of more money to help them with what they do. But what do they do? I mean, because, well, Julie Bessie was all right, but she took control of the situation. This is a 1-bedroom place, right? She put 3 fire alarms in it. And I said, look, fuck off. I've got a fire alarm right there, right? And she also got a key safe. It took a bit of time to get that removed. But I mean, she did drive me down to Eastleigh, and I was going to Poppins and have a chat with her at a restaurant. I do kind of miss Julie Bessie. She is a nice lady, really. But she left the social services. Yeah. She's the sort of person I'd like to work with. I'd like her to work with me. My family friend idea. This is a good idea. About treating to defeat anxiety and upset and making sure a family's going to be all right. Julie Bessie was pretty good, actually, because she tried to sort out my debts and bills and things. And I said, look, I've already sorted this out. I've done this and I've done that. So we were both sorting out the debts and everything. It was crazy. Yeah. Julie Bessie, I'll miss you. Yeah. It was quite funny, really, because I put it on YouTube about killing a brown man, a brown doctor, right? And I got cautioned. And Julie Bessie come up and said, Gordy, come on, we've got to go to the police station, take your fingerprints and photograph and DNA and all that. I goes, oh, all right, you know. So we've done that. But like I say, I mean, you know, look at that brown man. You know, that brown man thinks, oh, yes, I'm like a king. Yes, get that Gordon White and take him to the police station. A brown man. You know, what the fuck? Listen, brown man. Right? I'm the British man. I'm fucking white. And I'm the piano man. And I look after families. Right? Brown man. Go around the section units. I can guarantee you now you're going to see brown people. Dr. Courtney is not brown, but he's the one that actually said, no, you're not coming, you're not going into another section unit. Not at all. You're free. You're going home. That's just it. And he's a white man. I got discharged 2022. I was sectioned from 2004. 18 years. Oh, yeah, she's doing the weather. I can see her. She's got a nice smile. She's a lovely woman. Let's see what they're talking about.
As the Israel-Gaza war continues.
Ken McCallum was speaking at his first ever joint appearance with counterparts from the so-called Five Eyes intelligence group. Our security correspondent Gordon Carrera has the latest.
Seen in public for the first time together, what are known as the Five Eyes. These are the security chiefs of five allies, the US, UK, Australia, Canada and New Zealand, appearing together in California to warn of the threat of secrets being stolen, but speaking in the shadow of violence in the Middle East.
This is the first time, after all those years, that we've ever chosen to come together in public.
Here from the UK is the head of MI5, Ken McCallum. Before the event, I spoke to him about the threats he sees, including those resulting from Hamas's attack on Israel.
The scale and the monstrous nature of that attack is a shock.
And what does it mean for the UK and for security in the UK? Is there a risk of that conflict spilling over onto the streets of the UK?
We've seen radicalization being fueled by various conflicts across the world over the last generation. And clearly, one of the things that concerns me most right now is to understand quite what the shape of UK impact will be coming from the recent and ongoing unfolding events in the Middle East.
The meeting's focus was not the Middle East, but China. It was held at Stanford University because it's at the heart of Silicon Valley, home of technological innovation. The message was that companies need to understand the risks of their work being stolen.
If you're working today at the cutting edge of technology, then geopolitics is interested in you, even if you're not interested in geopolitics. But at the individual company level, what it can mean is that the precious assets that you have worked so hard to develop through your research, through your innovation, through your perspiration, those assets can be stolen from you pretty quickly by ruthless actors backed by states on the other side of the world.
The challenge for MI5 is dealing with competing threats.
How do you balance the ability to track a teenage would-be terrorist consuming extreme right-wing hate-filled material in his bedroom and potentially considering buying a bladed weapon, with the longer-term risks posed by theft of precious cutting-edge research from one of our universities? They both matter to our national security, but trying to find the best available.
You're talking about teenagers with guns, right? Now, this is it, right? I mean, I'll probably look after a family, and the teenagers wouldn't even bother buying a gun. They'd probably learn how to treat and look after people.
Headlines coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Let's get the news to the traveller by the way you are first.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Jo Kent. There's concern children on the Isle of Wight are at greater risk of falling into crime because literacy levels are so low. Figures have revealed the island has the worst Key Stage 2 results of any local authority in England. But there are efforts to reverse this. The project has started to invite authors into schools for reading sessions, to encourage more children to read at home.
I was brought up to read. It was just a natural thing to do. And that's what we need again. We need it to be a natural thing to read for pleasure. So we're encouraging the children to go home with the book and read it as a family. And I think that's the key to get the reading levels up, is to get more reading going on at home.
Shops in Southampton will be working with police today to crack down on shoplifting and other forms of crime. A special dispersal zone will be in place today and tomorrow, allowing officers to direct a person to leave the city centre if they're engaged in antisocial behaviour. There'll also be an increased police presence for the rest of the week. A team of horse riders have been recruited to help tackle crime in the countryside in Dorset. Rural mounted volunteers will work with Dorset Police while out on their regular rides, reporting suspicious activity to the rural crime team. Horses will wear reflective material, with riders wearing high visibility jackets reading Police Volunteer. It's hoped the team will help to identify criminal activity in isolated areas.
As we know, police horses and forces that have them are very popular with the community. We can see how visible our volunteers are behind us. We just hope that they can increase the number of intelligence logs we have in the rural community, but be reassuring as well.
An Oxford academic has highlighted the benefits of volunteering at a parkrun event. Parkrun is a free 5-kilometre run that takes place every Saturday morning in parks right across the country. It requires volunteers, including marshals and people, to upload results. Dr. Sarah Louise Mitchell from Oxford Brookes Business School found that volunteers feel part of a brand and part of a community. Let's check on the weather now with Alexis.
Hello, good morning. Storm Babette will arrive today. At first, we'll see some heavy showers, even the odd rumble of thunder, maybe some sunshine initially this morning in some places, then some heavy rain moving up from the south on that brisk southeasterly wind. Then that moves to a southwesterly flow as we head through the afternoon, strengthening winds. These black circles are the wind gusts. Gusts may be along exposed coastal stretches of up to 55 miles per hour with highs of 18 degrees. Eventually that rain clears overnight tonight. It takes its time to do so. Clear spells for some, more cloud as we head towards dawn. Still quite breezy overnight tonight with a low of 12 to 16 Celsius, so quite a mild night to come. As we look ahead to the rest of the week, it's unsettled at times. Rain at first through the day tomorrow, followed by some sharp showers. Showers around on Friday, Saturday, rain at first, but brighter skies through the afternoon.
Just one bit of travel news, and in Hampshire, a lane is closed on the exit slip road on the westbound M27. That's at junction 8 for Hamble. That's all for now. I'm back with our next update in half an hour. See you then.
Hello there. Good morning, everybody. 7 o'clock. Welcome to breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines today: at least 500 people are feared dead after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Both sides in the conflict blame each other for the blast.
Let me be clear, the IDF does not target hospitals. That's a sensitive side, it's a humanitarian side. We don't target hospitals.
Well, Joe Biden is on his way to Israel this morning, but the Palestinian and Egyptian presidents have cancelled their talks with him in the wake of that explosion.
Well, the blast has brought international condemnation. We will try to explain what's happening and bring you the very latest from our correspondents across the region throughout this morning's programme.
And in other news, a manifesto for the menopause. A group of MPs calls for more support for women, including making it part of a regular health check for the over 40s.
It's all about the numbers, and inflation in September remained at 6.7%, the same as it was in August. I'll get a reaction from his community post office here in Newcastle.
In sport, England have qualified for next year's European Championship. Harry Kane scoring twice as his side beat Italy 3-1 at Wembley.
Good morning. Storm Babette is coming our way today, bringing some heavy and persistent rain into the south and the west. For many of us, it will be a dry day but cloudy, and for all of us, the wind is going to strengthen. I'll have more details later in the programme.
Morning all. Wednesday the 18th of October, and there has been international condemnation after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza is feared to have killed at least 500 people.
The blast has raised the diplomatic stakes for President Biden, who is currently flying to Israel to try to prevent the violence spreading elsewhere in the Middle East. Hamas, a group designated as a terror organization by many Western governments, including the UK, says the Al Ali hospital was hit by an Israeli airstrike.
But Israel has blamed a Palestinian group, Islamic Jihad. They have, in turn, denied any involvement, describing the accusations as lies. Let's try to make sense of this. The very latest from Wira Davis.
Pictures from Gaza last night showed scenes of utter chaos. Bloodied, wounded casualties from the partially destroyed Al Ali Arab Hospital. Videos, many too graphic to broadcast, showed the broken bodies of children and adults, lying among the rubble and wrecked cars in the street.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
The hospital itself in flames. Palestinian health officials said hundreds of people were killed in what they say was an Israeli airstrike. Among the casualties, many who had already been forced to evacuate their homes and were sheltering in or around the hospital. Israel later said that according to its intelligence reports, a failed rocket launched by Palestinian militants was to blame.
We're looking at exactly what happened, and it's being investigated. And let me be clear, the IDF does not target hospitals. That's a sensitive side, it's a humanitarian side. We don't target hospitals.
This is the dramatically deteriorating situation into which President Biden is arriving. An American leader.
American leader, Biden. Are you crazy? He's an old man. What's he going to do? Biden, I know you want to try and help, but Christ, man, you need to go and put your feet up. You're so old, you should be in a rest home. In a care home, just, I don't know, it's just like Christ. People probably won't listen to you. They're not going to listen to you. I mean,
Our correspondent John Donison has more.
Fury in the West Bank. In Ramallah, youths battled with Palestinian security forces who responded with tear gas and sound grenades. As reports of the hospital strike came in from Gaza, thousands took to the streets in protest. There's anger directed at Israel, but also at President Mahmoud Abbas and his Palestinian Authority, which many perceive as weak and lacking legitimacy. Mr. Abbas announced he was cancelling a meeting with President Biden in Jordan and was flying home. There were mass protests there this evening too, and clashes outside the Israeli embassy in Amman.
During the foundation of Israel, when it occupied this area, they are breaching international humanitarian law. Geneva Agreement is obvious in this regard. Medical centres or hospitals should not be touched.
In Turkey also, thousands rallied against Israel. As the war in Gaza escalates, it's a dangerous moment for the wider region. John Donison, BBC News.
Let's go live now to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who is in southern Israel. So, Lise, claim and counterclaim about the attack on the hospital last night. Hugely distressing images that we've seen over the last few hours from that hospital. What's the latest that you can tell us about the attack?
In the last 11 days since this crisis first erupted on a scale and of a size never seen before in a region, sadly all too familiar with war, the word unprecedented has often been used. This morning, we're hearing a new word from the health officials in Gaza who are saying that the scene at this hospital, the Al Ali hospital, is unparalleled and indescribable. They are grisly, the grisliest of images, hard to look at, hard to make sense of. And just about now, the Israeli Defense Forces are about to start a briefing in which they say that they will provide solid proof that this was not the result of an Israeli airstrike, but the result of a misfired missile launched by Islamic Jihad, another group that operates in the Gaza Strip. But everyone on all sides of this conflict have already made up their minds. They are, as you say, locked in a vicious and volatile cycle of claim and counterclaim. And in every war, there is always the war which unfolds on the ground, the facts of what can be established, and there is the perception of what has happened on the ground. And almost always, it is the perception of what happened is what fuels the conflict. And this is what we are seeing this morning, what we saw long into the night, that this has ignited fires, real fires and passions boiling over in capitals across the Middle East. Huge protests outside the Israeli embassy in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Huge protests outside the American embassy in Beirut. Protests too outside the British and French embassies in Tehran. And one after another, Arab leaders using words, even greater denunciations of Israel that they've been using so far. The Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, who hurried back to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank from Amman, where he was to be meeting President Biden, said that Israel has now crossed all red lines. And he came home to face protests on the street, not just against Israel's actions, but against his own rule. This is what was widely feared. In every war, there's a moment where there's an accident, a mistake, a mass casualty, and it has the potential to change the course of the war. Everyone now is watching closely.
And amid that chaotic picture, Joe Biden, as you mentioned, flying in, due to land in the next 2 to 3 hours. What can he do today?
You can imagine the deliberations in Washington yesterday. Should he cancel the trip? Should he come to Israel? He then had what is, it has to be called a snub for the US president, was told by Arab leaders, don't come to Jordan. It's being described as a mutual decision, but Arab leaders, including the Jordanian king, the president of Egypt, the head of the Palestinian Authority, they're worried about the huge spark, this really combustible conflict between Israel and Gaza, but they're also worried about their ferment at home. And yet it was decided that Joe Biden should come here to Israel. He'll land, we understand, not sometime this morning. He'll have meetings with Israeli officials. The US president, US commander-in-chief, he believes in his own personal power, his very strong relationship with Israel, over many decades he faced, to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, to Israeli commanders, to say to them, we have your back, but you also have to do everything possible to get aid into Gaza and to protect civilians. But now, when there is the definition
Family
of
friend.
explosions, we're hearing
If everyone's wearing these caps, right,
on fire, bombardments into Gaza,
they will be nice to each other.
plumes of black smoke have been rising.
The families would look at each other and say, I'm a friend.
Israel's staunchest ally.
I'm going to defeat anxiety and upset.
To Arab states as well to find a way out of this fast escalating crisis.
Lise, thank you. That is Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent.
So Lee's asking what the American president can achieve. What should the UK government be doing? The Foreign Secretary here, James Kirtley, has described the explosion at the hospital as a devastating loss of human life. He says the UK and its allies will do what it can, work to we'll find out what caused the explosion. We can go live to Westminster now, speak to our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman. And Henry, there's speculation that Rishi Sunak himself might go to Israel later in the week.
Yeah, it's worth noting, John, that speculation first emerged from Westminster last night, just before this explosion at the hospital became known about. So I wonder whether the calculation is being slightly reassessed this morning. I think it's very plausible that it is. I mean, Downing Street absolutely not commenting on the possibility that Rishi Sunak might be visiting Israel or the region, but you can see that it would be in line with what a lot of the UK's allies have done. Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, was there yesterday. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, was there last week. And a visit would allow Rishi Sunak to stress the government's two main arguments. One, that Israel absolutely has the right to defend itself after the attacks from Hamas, and two, that Israel should be doing as much as possible to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza and to protect civilian life. And I think that latter point, we are, after the events at the hospital yesterday, going to hear a lot more emphasis on in the House of Commons today. We've got Prime Minister's questions coming up, and I imagine, like on Monday, you will hear a common position from Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer. But within that common position, I think much more emphasis on protection of civilian life and much more wariness about how the situation in Gaza might deteriorate.
Okay, Henry, thank you for that update. For now, clearly events in the Middle East dominating the news this morning. We're going to hear from Rushdie Abu-Alouf, our correspondent in Gaza, who's trapped there with his family as well as working. And we'll hear from the BBC's World Affairs editor, John Simpson, in the next hour or so as well. But there are some other big stories we need to tell you about, and Sally has those.
Yes, John, it's a busy morning. We have just had the latest UK inflation figures, and the number has remained the same as September 2023. Ben is at a community centre in Newcastle for us this morning and can explain a little more. Morning, Ben.
Yeah, good morning. I'm in the community post office, and rather handily, they've got some candles here. Can help me illustrate the figure for you. 6.7% was the inflation figure for September. That means that if you spend £100 on a range of goods and services in September last year, typically those same things would now cost you £106.70. Now, remember, it is an average, so some things will have gone up in price more sharply than that, food being one example. The rate of food inflation almost double that of things generally in the economy. The September inflation figure is really
Pringles last week. They went up from £1.75 to £2.50. Yeah, Pringles.
Next year. Under the law, some benefits like disability benefits and carers allowance and a few others must go up by the same amount. So they will go up by 6.7% in April. Other benefits, such as...
He's talking about disability. I mean, Christ, they say I'm severely disabled. I mean, I think it's absolute bollocks.
By the same as the September inflation figure.
But they pay me. They pay me £430 every 2 weeks and £691 every 4 weeks. Yep. That's about £1,600 a month. Now a doctor will get £2,100 a month. And I've been called a doctor when I was with my daughter, and we transferred from Western Supermare. A man grabbed me in this house and took me to Western Supermare and locked me up.
Calling a cowardly terrorist attack. Uganda's police said they were killed and their vehicle burned in the Queen Elizabeth National Park. The attackers are believed to be Islamist rebels from the Allied Democratic Forces group. The Islamic State group has claimed responsibility for the...
Yeah, and I got transferred with my daughter to Mabry Lodge in Winchester, and they thought I was a doctor, and my daughter was a patient.
Sophia Batista is in Brussels for us this morning. Morning, Sophia.
I could be a doctor, but I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be a family friend. I want to help a family.
Learning a bit more about the attacker. He was a 45-year-old man from Tunisia, and apparently his wife learned about
Julie Bassey, she could be a family friend. She's a good social worker. She left the job. She don't want to be a social worker.
Now, we also learned that the
social services are looking shit.
Italian island of Lampedusa,
NHS are fucking disgusting. The police are pretty dodgy.
He was identified by police as a radicalized subject. He then moved to Sweden.
The government is, well, too strict.
So he eventually moved to Belgium, applied for asylum, but that application was rejected. So the question is, how was he allowed to?
My mate said to me, "Are you talking to Prince Andrew?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And he goes, "He's a paedophile." But I don't know really. I mean, is he? I don't really know. I mean,
when last week a man stabbed to death a teacher, and then it emerged that he had been living in France illegally. So what critics are saying is that this points to shortcomings from the European Union tracking people within its borders, because of course when moving from European country to European country,
Mr. Swag Duck. That's a cool name. Yeah, that's all right. It's just pre-recorded. No, it's live. It's live on YouTube.
Dangerous people.
I'm watching live Brussels. They're in Brussels.
And not allowed to live in Europe illegally.
Sophia, thank you very much indeed. The government was
This is
accusing
BBC
representing
Breakfast.
hospital consultants in England after it said it wouldn't call any more strikes for the time being. Doctors belonging to the British Medical Association first walked out in July in a row about pay. Ministers insist they've made their best and final wage offer, but haven't ruled out other incentives.
Greedy NHS are after money.
Patients
They're
in
begging
England
for
Wales
money.
should be offered 3
They're
hours
striking all the time.
5 days a week.
NHS are doing a shit job. They locked me up for 18 years. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Experts have welcomed the advice from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, but they question how feasible it will be for a stretched NHS to deliver. Laughing gas will become illegal in November, with dealers facing up to 14 years.
Laughing gas is illegal.
Antisocial behaviour action plan, and will make nitrous oxide a controlled Class C drug. It means possession of nitrous oxide, where a person intends to wrongfully inhale it, will be an offence. Those with a legitimate reason for having the drug will be exempt from the ban, the Home Office has confirmed. Electric vehicle prices could rise by more than £3,000 next year unless post-Brexit trade rules are delayed, according to an industry body.
Shibby.
The Society of Motor
yeah, well,
Manufacturers and Traders has called on the
that's
UK
cool.
and the EU to postpone rules that would add tariffs to EV batteries. The government said it is working with the European Commission on a solution. Let's go straight to Carol now, who has news of a coming storm. Morning, Carol.
Good morning, Sal. Good morning to you too. Sal is
Good
quite right.
morning.
Storm Babette is coming our way today. You can see the can before the storm from one of our Weather Watchers pictures in Norfolk. But for the next few days, we're looking at some heavy rain and some strong winds. Gales, even severe gales for some. Now this shows that the amount of rainfall we're expecting. The key is up there at the top of the screen. By the time we get towards the end of the week, parts of North East Scotland and North East England could have in excess of 100 millimetres of rain. In fact,
Pepper Ranch. I don't know where that is.
Out 4 parts of North East Scotland for that very thing. We could have as much as 200 millimetres of rain falling on already saturated ground, which could lead to some flooding and some disruption. But it's not as cold a start to the day in the north today as it was yesterday. A lot of dry weather's around. We've got some showers this morning, but some heavy and persistent rain across the south and the west moving in through the course of the day. A lot of us will have a dry day. It'll be fairly cloudy. Any sunshine.
It's going to be a cloudy day with a bit of rain.
The wind is going to strengthen and temperatures 10 to 19 degrees north to south. Now, through this evening, this heavy and persistent rain migrates northwards. It will stay dry in the far north of the country, but there'll be further showers, which will be heavy and thundery, moving in across the south. And it's also going to be...
I'm not going nowhere today because I ain't got much money. I don't get paid until next Tuesday, and I've got £75. That's about all I got. I bought a diamond ring yesterday, a non-carat gold diamond ring. I see it, I thought, I love that. Bang, and I got it. I want it. I'm always on eBay. I'm buying things all the time.
So we've got a 63 for the far north of Scotland, and here are the temperatures, 10 to 18 degrees. So the weather from today going downhill. Sal and John.
Thank you, Carol. We're not just looking at the forecast for the weather for the next day or two. We're thinking longer term as well this morning. How do we prepare the UK for the future?
That's a big question.
The future, yeah. Well, let me try and make things better for everyone.
And transport systems by making them greener.
I think I need to use social services, and I'll tell them what they got to do.
Put heat pumps in homes to cut the cost for us, the consumers, as our economics editor Faisal Islam explains.
In Slough, gas boiler engineers are being retrained to install and maintain a new generation of home heating from electric heat pumps.
Almost handcuffs. You don't need to give it much at all.
It is a transformation of a network that's kept Britain warm since the army helped connect our homes with North Sea gas in the 1970s. The government's own advisors on long-term infrastructure.
My toes.
now
What
say
about my
that's all,
toes?
and that pipe
My
network
toes are okay.
is over.
Oh, you like my toes? Yeah, that's cool.
Our advice is that the future
You got a
of
foot fetish. That's crazy.
heat pumps, and that decision needs to be made
I got a mate
now.
in Brazil, right, and he's always worried about my feet. All the time. Yeah.
Under the proposals, every household would get at least £7,000 in subsidy for a heat pump, and millions of households would get the full cost covered. That though requires the electricity powering the pump to be green.
Over there, I've got a foot spa.
Millions of pounds to
A spa. You
invest
put
in
water in
wind
it
farms,
and
for
it bubbles
example,
up and all that.
face incredibly long waiting times to connect to Britain's grid.
Like a fish.
Most of our projects.
Oh, really? Fish and chips? Oh, yeah.
That they're waiting for. Yes.
And in theory, you could get that providing electricity, green electricity, within a year or two.
I had kebab meat and chips last night. I've not been to the chip shop much at all, really.
Heat pumps, wind farms, and eventually a need
I'm a bit
to
upset
charge
with the
for
co-op
charges
shop because
in
they're not
HSC
selling.
centres.
They've
This
now
report
decided
calls
not
for a
to
variety
sell
of long-term
beef
decisions
and
have been
noodles.
politically
Oh my God, they do a microwave
Drafting
meal,
up
beef
these
and
decisions
noodles,
to
and I'll
scrap
tell you
the
what, it's
second phase of
lovely.
high-speed rail. There have been
But now
wide
they're not
questions
selling it.
about whether the UK really can do these big projects. The government has now admitted that because this line
I
is
smoke
not
all the
ending
time.
at Birmingham,
I'm always rolling up all the
wider
time.
economic
I
benefits
get out of breath. I walk a little bit and I'm like, oh, I've got to sit down. I've got a lower back as well. My back is hurting because I've been lifting pianos for years. And I'll put pianos into people's houses and everything. I'll put a piano upstairs in the Dutch embassy.
I am disappointed because I think it's
There was a piano I lifted and it trapped my nerve. It slid down my spine and trapped my nerve. And I actually stopped buying and selling pianos.
A series
You
of
do
long-term
what-
decisions on infrastructure needs to be made
You
rather
do
quickly.
what you
The economy to grow.
Yeah, I was just saying, I do what I do. I always do good
Some advisor says they
all
need
the
a plan
time.
and
I
they
treat
need to stick
people.
to it. The government
Treat
itself
to defeat anxiety and upset. If you can actually say that, you'll do so good. You'll feel good. Everything you do, you'll feel good.
So many people have been talking about after the HS2 decision.
You'll make
last week,
someone
isn't it?
smile.
Is the UK up to it? Can we build into the future like other countries seem
I,
to be able to?
over the road, there's Kate. I'll give her a hoodie, a dog walking hoodie, and also that's about £25 worth. And also a silver bracelet, watch, and she does it. Yeah, it's great. Now that's not just that person. I mean, there's Tanya. I'll give Tanya a hoodie. I also pay for a birthday haul. I'll give her a mum £38 worth of food. I took Tanya and Charlotte to McDonald's, and Karen Piddington. She come with my cousins when they was over at my house. I let her go on eBay and pick clothing, and she bought some clothes, and I paid for it and everything, and she felt great. And I got a KFC and McDonald's and all that sort of stuff.
That's been set aside for that phase 2 of HS2. You can see that he is.
I don't drive no more because I'm half blind now. This side I can't see here, so I don't drive no more. Here's my license.
Work out when the alternative projects that were promised, so-called Network North.
And look at this, right? If you want evidence, right, of me making people smile, I'll show you smiles, right?
He suggests this pause of 2 or 3 years on selling that land. And I think when I go around the world, and I think when other people go around the world, they do wonder, why is it that
That's my daughter.
Spain and Germany,
This is my
even
daughter.
Morocco has high-speed lines, capable of building high-speed lines, much more cheaply, that go at 200
Yeah, I'll make
miles
people
an hour.
smile. I'll make people
Why
feel
does
good.
it, Faisal, seem to take so long for the UK to make decisions on big infrastructure projects? Because it can take decades, can't it?
Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. To be as you wish to be. That is the answer.
Energy companies. This is an extraordinary story.
Here's my license.
They are ready with billions of pounds from investors to build wind farms that would provide us cheaper green energy to lower our reliance on foreign imported gas. But they literally can't get the connection into the grid, not just for a couple of years, which is what you might expect, but 15 or 16 years for some of these big projects because
I'm severely disabled. NHS have given me this. This is rubbish. I mean, this is a bus pass. Look.
So I know that the government is looking at this. The opposition also say that they would look at it if they won the election.
I don't use it. I get taxis.
Of some of the regulations and some of the planning rules that prevent us.
When I was meeting my daughter in town, I'd use the bus pass and get on number 1 bus, a Blue Star bus. But that was some time ago
It's
now.
coming up to 7:30. We're going to bring you right up to date with all the latest from the Middle East in a moment. And also,
We're going to speak to Mariella Frostrup as she joins calls for more
This
support
is
for
who I
women going
use.
through the menopause, including an NHS health check when they turn 40.
Look, I'm looking at the telly, right, and they're striking. NHS are striking because they're shit. They're fucking rubbish. They're greedy motherfuckers.
I'm Jo Kent with the news.
They're dominant, evil, nasty people. They will come around your house and lock you up.
Given out in Dorset this autumn, and health leaders are urging more people to come forward. More than 50 clinics have been set up, with many more across our region. Doctors say infections are on the rise and are advising the over 65s and clinically vulnerable to get protected against the latest variant
Yeah, it's
of
terrible.
the virus.
I think it is becoming more of a kind of a regular winter bug. However, there are patients, especially the more vulnerable patients, that can still become very poorly and unwell with it. And, you know, the vaccines have proven time and again that they can protect those vulnerable patients. So although some people are lucky and do have the event infection and don't become unwell, there are those patients that will always still be at high risk, and that could be life-threatening. So it's even more important to get the challenge
You're just
down.
paranoid, mate. You're paranoid. You work for the NHS and you're talking about cancer, right? Now, they actually sent it through my door. Bowel cancer, right? A test. And I told them, fuck off, because I don't want it. I was like, if I die of cancer, then so be it. I'm quite happy smoking. So what? I mean, what the fuck?
Shops in Southampton are working with police today to crack down on shoplifting and other forms of crime. A special dispersal zone will be in place today and tomorrow, allowing officers to direct a person to leave the city centre if they're engaged in anti-social.
I remember the Lord's Hill boys. they would actually go into town and go into shops and nick all the shirts and race off out of the shop. And they were all up for sale. And I had a shirt, you know, a few shirts.
Tour within his sights after winning 5 tournaments and becoming the first person from the island for 100 years to play in the Open.
You know, doubt's a funny thing. It does tend to creep in here and there. I always believed I was good enough. I always thought that I was good enough. This year's been a bit of a turn in the tide to where I know, and knowing and believing is a little different.
We can hear more from Brandon on Saturday this evening. Let's get the weather now with Alexis.
Hello, good morning. Storm Babette will arrive today. At first, we'll see some heavy showers, even the old rumble of thunder, maybe some sunshine initially this morning in some places, then some heavy rain moving up from the
It
south.
says Swindon
on that
up there,
west,
Swindon.
southeast
I've not been
wind.
to Swindon
Then
for a
that
while.
moves to a southwesterly flow as we head through the afternoon, strengthening winds. These black circles are the wind gusts. Gusts may be along exposed coastal stretches.
Swindon. Well, do you know what? I had a girlfriend called Debbie McEvoy, and she lived in Lords Hill, and they moved to Swindon, right? And my dad he worked for the railway, and he gave me a bus pass, right? And not a bus pass, a train pass. So I was on the train, and I went to bloody Swindon, and they got the magic roundabout, like several roundabouts, and I went to see her sister called Rachel. And we had some sex on the floor. It was great. Go on, baby. You know, me and Rachel. It was quite funny, really. Yeah, Debbie, her elder sister was Debbie, and she had some big tits. I was like, oh, lovely. You know what I mean? Nice pair.
Quick update in half an hour. Join me then if you can.
Morning, everybody. Watching Breakfast today with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Let's update you on the latest fast-moving developments in the Middle East overnight. There have been several. There's been international condemnation after an explosion in a hospital in Gaza that's feared to have killed at least 500 people. It happened at the Al Ali hospital in the north of Gaza late yesterday evening.
Now, a lot of the pictures we've received from the scene are too graphic to show here on Breakfast, but we've been careful. We've selected these images, which give you a sense of the scale of the destruction at the site. And hundreds of people were already there taking shelter inside the hospital because they'd had to leave their homes. Now, Hamas have blamed Israel for that strike, but Israeli officials have said it was caused by rockets misfired by a group called Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
So we're looking at exactly what happened, and it's being investigated. And let me be clear, the IDF does not target hospitals. That's a sensitive site, it's a humanitarian site. We don't target hospitals.
All this comes as the US President Joe Biden, seen here leaving the United States yesterday evening.
Why don't you just give him a family friend cap?
This morning and show support.
The ones that actually blew up the hospital, right? Go and give them a cap and say, now wear this, right? And think about what you've done and say sorry.
That left 1,300 Israelis dead. A planned summit with Arab leaders in Jordan has been cancelled.
Well, overnight, following the blast at the hospital in Gaza, protests have been taking place across the West Bank, as well as in many other Middle Eastern countries. You can see there protests in Jordan, in Lebanon, and in Turkey.
Let's go live to Gaza this morning. 2 hours ahead of us there. As you can see from this particular shot, the sky looks clear. Just an hour or so, we did see smoke, didn't we? But there we can see clear skies over Gaza, but still you can see clearly the devastation throughout Gaza City there.
We're going to be hearing from our correspondents.
It's crazy.
Inside Gaza, correspondent Rushdie Abdul-Alouf. You might have seen him on the BBC over the last few days. He's actually trapped inside with his family, supporting them and working and telling us what's going on. So we'll speak to him a little bit later, and the BBC's World Affairs editor, John Simpson.
Well, let's go now to our diplomatic correspondent, James Landale. Morning, James. So can you give us a little bit of context here and tell us what effect will last night's explosion, that devastating explosion, have on wider attempts at diplomacy in the Middle East?
Well, Sally, good morning. It's very clear the explosion will make things much, much harder. If you think about it, in recent days, there's been a huge flurry of diplomacy, and it's been to very little effect. No protection for civilians, no movement on opening up a humanitarian corridor from Egypt into Gaza, no release of any of those hostages, which there hasn't been much discussion about. And so the whole point was that President Biden was going to arrive to try and sort of shower the Israelis with support and solidarity, but at the same time say, in return, you've got to get humanitarian aid in, you've got to create those safe areas for those civilians. And the hope was that that would create some kind of trust. Well, that has all gone completely, because if you think about it, all of those Arab neighbors and other countries in the region who might have had a bit of flexibility before, they now have angry demonstrations on their streets. They've all
Good demonstrations, but why don't you all start thinking about rebuilding, you know, and make the place look good again? You know, all the buildings, all the rubble, clear all the rubble and rebuild all the buildings, you know, make it look good again.
And everything is much, much harder.
James, where are we now? It's 7:36 here. We imagine the president's plane is due to land in the next 2 to 3 hours in Israel. I imagine the scene on that plane right now is them frantically trying to work out what they might be able to achieve. And what do you think is top of that list?
Well, everyone's going crazy. They're all pissed off and annoyed and upset and everything. But all you got to do is clear all this rubble and all this upset, right, and start again.
And the purpose of the trip was simply to show.
I'm starting again. I'm starting again because I've been locked up for 18 years. So now I'm going to start doing what I want to do. I got my freedom back.
The president's spokesman said very, very clearly that he will be asking tough questions of the Israelis. He will want to know exactly what they know about what happened at the hospital and what they are doing to try and ensure that some humanitarian aid gets in. Is it possible that there's going to be some kind of a pause, a humanitarian pause? That's something that's going to be debated and voted on potentially at the United Nations later today. Mr. Biden will meet Prime Minister Netanyahu, then the War Cabinet, will meet some families of those who've lost people, some of the first responders in Israel too. But
you got to say this, right? Positive mental attitude. Positive mental attitude, right?
to
Right.
Palestinian leaders and
Clear
also
everything,
the,
right?
presidents
And
of
start
Israel.
start
In other
again.
words, the diplomacy does go on, even if
You know what it's like when they rebuild bridges and motorways and roads. They actually clear all that's bad and make it good.
7:38. There is, of course, more news and ongoing analysis about the situation in the Middle East. There's a new BBC podcast. It's called The Conflict, Israel-Gaza. Correspondents like James are part of that. It's led by our chief international correspondent, Lisa Doucette. It's available now on the BBC Sounds app or wherever else you get your podcast. Well worth a listen.
Conflict.
It is 7:38.
Yeah, conflict. Let's take away that word. We don't want conflict. We want PMA all the way. We want clear up the rubble, rebuild all the buildings, make everything good.
Remember that? They beat Italy. They lost to Italy in the final. They beat Italy last night. Harry Kane.
If you, well, in UK, we've got like schools and hospitals. The concrete has been there for many years, and it's actually no good. It needs to be replaced. So they're actually replacing schools and hospitals. New concrete and all that. Yeah, but I mean, it's going to cost a fortune now, so I don't think they can do it just like that. I mean, if you can imagine what I'm trying to say, if Gaza do the same, they can clear all the rubble and they can rebuild new schools and hospitals and houses and all that. You can start again.
In the second half, the assist. And then watch the run as he dragged the defenders away, created space for Marcus Rashford to put in.
Conflict tells me straight away. It's riots, bloody people were annoyed and upset and angry and fed up, and it's just no good, is it? Really? I mean, you got to think positive all the way.
About beating big nations and doing it on a
Keep your chin up.
So to beat Italy home and away, I think shows where we come, but ultimately it comes down to doing it, in the major tournament. So we can enjoy this. We deserve to, have a good camp next camp with being qualified already. But ultimately we'll be preparing for the major tournament in the summer.
We showed real composure with the ball in the moments where we conceded. And
that's so serious. In football, we're talking about football. I'm not into football at all. Everyone goes crazy over football, and I reckon they're stupid.
We played past the press, through the press, and we showed really good composure to build the game and keep possession of the ball.
Outside Northern Ireland's dismal campaign continued. They lost.
Let me have possession of the ball, and I'll stab it and make it go like a balloon. You know what I mean? And then I'll say, well, I said no more football.
Sunday evening, but the first game since showed perhaps how the stakes will be raised in Germany next summer, because they were beaten 4-1 by France in a friendly. Things started brightly for Billy Gilmour in particular. France's Eduardo Camavinga inexplicably set up the Brighton player to score his first senior international goal. That was as good as it got, though, for what was a much-changed Scotland side in Lille, as France came back to win comfortably. Kingsley Coman providing the fourth. Chelsea's Frank Kirby is back in the England squad for the Women's Nations League matches later this month. Both she and Barcelona midfielder Keira Walsh have returned from injury. No place, though, for Beth Mead, who missed the World Cup, of course, coming back from her ACL injury.
I look around the actual football stadium, and it says Uber Eats all around the field, right? And Uber Eats, well, they can piss off because I'm not buying their food. I'm not using their service.
Now, more than 90% of women going through the menopause feel their quality of life has suffered as a result of their symptoms. That is according to a survey conducted by the campaign group Menopause Mandate. Now, a cross-party group of MPs has launched the Menopause Manifesto, which they say will tackle the lack of understanding amongst policymakers, the public and employers. It's made up of 7 pledges, including that the menopause be included in the NHS health check for the over 40s, that all companies with more than 250 employees should have specific menopause policies, incentives for GPs to diagnose and then treat the menopause, and more funding for research.
Speak now to the journalist and author Mariella Foster. We've spoken to her about this issue many times on the programme. She, of course, is
chair of the group Menopause Mandate, joins us now from Westminster. Mariella, good morning. Welcome to breakfast. What do you think of the kind of policies that Sally was running through just then that these MPs have come up with?
To be quite honest, we think they're no-brainers. I mean, the fact that we're having to ask for GPs to be better educated on menopause in this day and age seems to me to be pretty tragic in itself. The one point on the MPs list that we're absolutely supporting and is really our main campaign now is that the 40-plus health check should include information on support for women going through menopause. I mean, it seems utterly ludicrous that you go to this health check as a woman in your early 40s, which is exactly when perimenopause starts for most women. And the one thing you don't find out about is the one thing that you will absolutely 100% be experiencing over the subsequent decade. So we feel that it's really, really important. It can make a huge difference to so many lives, women's lives, just to know what they're going through. Because if you listen to women, which we've done with our survey of over 2,500 women, one of the main things that they talk about is this absence of knowledge, the fact that they're self-diagnosing. 96% of our correspondents in the survey had self-diagnosed their menopause. Only 12% found out about it from health professionals. That's the same amount who found out about it from their friends. Well, surely that's not good enough in the 21st century.
I mean, a list of requests, if you like, from MPs is
demands.
one thing.
We like to think of them as demands.
But how likely is it that this list becomes reality? Do you think it's going to be seen in practice by women across the country?
Absolutely. I think it's very likely that all of them will become reality because most of them are very deeply embedded and grounded in reality. The fact that we need a national formulary, which means that when there are shortages of HRT, that you can actually access other products. Again, a total no-brainer. The fact that we need specific testosterone for women. When I first started using testosterone, it came in a tiny tube that stank of aftershave because it was made specifically for men, and I had to guess what a 5p coin, anyone remember those, what size that would be, so I knew how much to give myself because it was entirely dosed around men. The fact that we need businesses over 250 employees to have a menopause policy in place. 1 in 10 women are leaving the workplace because of menopause symptoms that they feel unable to get support on or to deal with in the workplace. We can't afford that. We're in an economic crisis. We need everyone to be able to perform to their full capacity. And, I think that the 7 points that the APPG have raised are all incredibly easy to solve with just a little focus and understanding of this liminal period of women's lives, after which we flourish and carry on.
And Mariella, I know that I hear exactly what you're saying, that some of these things are very, very basic and should just be sorted immediately. But can you at least look back a little bit and think, my goodness, a lot of progress has been made in the last couple of years?
Well, I think you'll find that a lot of noise has been made in the last 2 or 3 years, but actually not a lot of tangible progress. We're delighted that we've managed to save women over £200 a year in terms of when they are taking HRT, the fact that we now have a one-off annual prescription charge, and that is our great success. But I think that you'll find that in huge swathes of the country, and certainly in more diverse communities, there is still not the knowledge, the support, and the basic, understanding of what's happening to women during that period of life. And I just think that, the idea that we've achieved things, we certainly have made a lot of noise, and we continue to carry on doing so until, basic human rights for women are respected when it comes to healthcare. There's been a total lack of investment in women's healthcare. Women have been misdiagnosed for centuries because we've been presumed to be
I was misdiagnosed.
bodies to men's, and that's got to stop. We're absolutely active economically in the workplace and in our lives, in daily lives, and we need to have parity with men when it comes to how our health is dealt with.
Mariella, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. It's really fascinating to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. That's Mariella Frostrup.
Just after 7:45, thank you for joining us this Wednesday morning. Carol's got the weather and she's joined by a special guest this morning called Babette, morning.
Good morning, John and Sal. Good morning to you too.
Good
Storm
morning.
Babette is coming our way today, and with it, not just today, but for the rest of this week, it's going to bring heavy rain and also some strong winds, gales, even severe gales across parts of the north and the east at times. This is showing the amount of rainfall that's expected over the next few days. Lots of blues in this chart. Here's the key up here, so a lot between 30 and
I'm all right.
millimeters of rainfall. But
I
you
bought
also see
myself
some
a
whites,
Burberry
and the whites represent totals
umbrella.
in excess of 100 millimeters. So they're meant to be
They're like
some
£300 and I got it
as
for
an amber weather
£61.
warning out for
Oh, I can believe it.
Scotland
Yes, got it.
for
It's
that.
mine.
Up to 200 millimeters of rainfall, particularly in the higher ground, is expected. So that could lead to some disruption and localized flooding. For many of us, though, it's a dry day, it's a cloudy one. If any sunshine appears, it will be hazy, and we've got some heavy and persistent rain coming in across the south and also the west. The wind is also going to strengthen through the course of today, with temperatures 10 to 19 degrees. Now, through this evening and overnight, the heavy and persistent rain continues to drift northwards. Ahead of it, it will remain dry but cloudy, and behind it, we'll see some heavy showers coming into southern England and South Wales. Some of those could also be thundery. The wind's strengthening further across the north and northeast of Scotland, so it's not going to be a cold night with all of that going on. So tomorrow, this is Storm Babette, still producing some heavy rain across northern England for a time, and then stalling across northern Scotland. We've got this area of low pressure, which looks like it's going to track across the near continent. But on Thursday, you can see how the heavy rain pushes out of northern England, remains across Scotland, especially where we've got the amber weather warning. And for Northern Ireland, England and Wales, it's then a day of sunshine and showers. But some of the showers will still be heavy and potentially also have some thunder and lightning in them. These are the strength of the wind gusts, 63-mile-an-hour gusts across, for example, the north of Scotland during the course of Thursday. But we're looking at gales, even severe gales at times across the north and the northeast. These are our temperatures, 10 to 18 degrees. It might not feel like that, though, if you're in the rain and also exposed to the wind. Now, during the course of Friday, remember that low pressure I was showing you in the Atlantic? It looks like it's going to drift along the near continent, but it could well take a swipe at southeastern England, bringing in some heavy rain here. To the north of that, the rest of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and parts of Scotland, there'll be some showers, but the rain easing across the northeast of Scotland. Still very windy though, gales, potentially severe gales across the north and the North Sea coastline. It's 10 to 19 degrees. It's just as we head into the weekend, it starts to gradually become drier, less windy, but also chillier. Sally Dawn.
Carol, thank you.
Now, when Humza Yousaf gave his big leaders speech at the SNP party conference yesterday, he made announcements about freezing council tax in Scotland and tackling NHS waiting lists. But he also spoke about something much more personal.
Yes, the First Minister's mother-in-law and her husband are currently trapped in Gaza after travelling there to visit a sick relative. Mr. Yousaf began his speech by calling on the UK government to create a refugee resettlement scheme.
He joins us now from Dundee. Humza Yousaf, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on Breakfast. It must be tough balancing your day job as a politician and thinking about your family at the same time. I just wonder if I could start by asking if you've managed to get any news from your relatives in Gaza overnight.
Actually, just a few minutes before coming on air, my mother-in-law gave me a call, and we always wait for that call in the morning because the night is always the most difficult, with rockets falling, with missiles being fired, with drones overhead. Thankfully, everybody's safe as they can be for now, but we are just in torn apart with worry, as you can imagine, because their supplies are low. This is a house that usually has 10 people in it, and now has 100 people in it because many of the family from North Gaza have made the way south on the orders of the Israeli government. So they're running out of supplies. Yesterday, a Israeli missile, hit a house across the road from my mother-in-law and father-in-law's house, and it shattered every window in my mother-in-law and my father-in-law's house, broke all the mirrors, and gave them a real fright. And so my mother-in-law told me she just didn't sleep a wink last night with worry. So, but that is just my story. There are 2.2 million innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. The vast, overwhelming majority of them had nothing to do with the atrocities, the terror, the barbaric actions of Hamas. They're innocent, and that's why for well over a week now I've been calling for the opening of humanitarian corridors to let supplies in, to let people out, and that needs a ceasefire. My goodness, especially after the sickening scenes that we saw last night of the destruction of the Al Ahli Arabi hospital in Gaza, which I think by anybody's measure, you can see that that is a contravention of international law and a terrible, terrible human tragedy.
Yeah, that story is dominating the news around the world this morning. As President Biden heads to Israel, what are your concerns about how that attack, whatever caused it, whoever caused it, happened at the hospital, might now change the whole dynamic in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, I think everybody has a responsibility to condemn it, and condemn it in the strongest possible way. And let's just call it what it is. It's a complete breach of international law, the targeting of a hospital. There should be an independent investigation to find those who are responsible for it. Well, you have been watching the scenes and covering the scenes in the BBC overnight. People are rightly outraged in the region and right across the world, and just a complete and utter human tragedy. The violence has to stop. There has to be a ceasefire. And frankly, if we look at this issue, stepping back from the current crisis, the only way we're going to stop that perpetual cycle of violence that we see flare up year after year after year is by addressing the root cause. And the root cause continues to be that while we have an Israeli state, that was a promise that was made, we don't have the Palestinian state yet, as per the 1967 borders. So that two-state solution that many of us have talked about for decades has just never materialized. Until there is a concerted effort, until there is, frankly, an honest broker that is able to help to broker that solution, we're going to, unfortunately, I fear, see those perpetual cycles of violence continue for many years to come.
President Biden about to arrive in Israel, I think in the next few minutes, possibly. There's been talk about Rishi Sunak heading from the UK to talk in Israel later this week, maybe. That's unconfirmed. Do you think he should go? Would you urge him to go?
What I would urge Rishi Sunak to do is everything in his power to demand a ceasefire, to demand that humanitarian corridors are opened up, to again allow supplies in, to allow people out, and to condemn without equivocation the collective punishment of 2.2 million people. Look, every right-minded person, and myself very much included in that, unequivocally condemn the actions we saw a week past Saturday, the barbaric terror attacks from Hamas. It's also right for all of us, the Prime Minister included, to be unequivocal in his condemnation of 2.2 million people being denied electricity, food, fuel, supplies. That kind of collective punishment cannot be allowed and is only going to harm many, many innocent people who have nothing to do with the atrocities that were committed by Hamas.
You're calling on the UK government to create a refugee resettlement programme. What sort of scale of programme are you talking about? Do you have an idea in terms of how many refugees do you think we should be thinking about taking?
I didn't put a number on it for a couple of reasons. First of all, I called for a worldwide refugee resettlement scheme. I should say, first of all, the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine, and my wife is a Scottish Palestinian, I can tell you they're very proud people and right to be proud. They're proud of their culture, they're proud of their country, they're proud of their land. So many of them don't want to leave, and neither they should have to leave. But for the million that have been displaced just in this current conflict, for those that want to leave, there should be a worldwide refugee scheme because of the numbers. The world should be involved. Those in the Middle East should be involved. Those in Asia, those in America, those in Europe, of course, those in the UK. And the UK, right across the UK, many people in England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland open their hearts, open their homes to refugees from Ukraine, for refugees from Syria. We're a generous country. Well, let's show that generosity of spirit again for those that need to leave, that don't have a home. Let's say that the UK, let's say that Scotland will be a place of sanctuary for them. As we have shown that kindness and compassion for others, let us show it once again, this time for the people of Gaza. And Scotland is willing to be the first country in the UK to take those refugees.
And in Scotland, you talked in your conference speech yesterday about a council tax freeze for everybody.
But at a time when local councils are struggling to pay for basic services and say they need money more than ever, how is it right that somebody who lives in a castle and might have plenty of money doesn't pay more council tax?
Well, I'll say a couple of things about that. First of all, it's a fully funded council tax fee. So we will make sure that councils are funded by the government for that council tax freeze. But let's be frank with each other. We're living in a cost of living crisis. I, in my constituency surgeries, see people who are on above average salaries come to my constituency offices and ask for financial help. People who are nurses, who are police officers, who are teachers. And therefore, it's right that in this cost of living crisis, we try to help them with bills that are rising and rising and rising. One bill that we are able to help them with is a council tax. In terms of your point about those who earn the most, well, look, we ask them in Scotland to pay more. We have a progressive tax system. Those who are the wealthiest pay more in Scotland than they do, for example, in England, because we ask them to pay more. And as a result of paying more, then yes, we get things like free university education that isn't available in England. We give them free prescriptions that isn't available in England. Those in the lowest incomes, in order to tackle poverty, will get £25 a week.
As this guy's from Dundee and he's live, I think I'll go and get myself a Scotch egg. Yeah.
And on independence, Nicola Sturgeon, your predecessor, she said that you'd be seeking independence if the SNP got more than 50% of the vote at the next general election. You've now changed that, haven't you? You're saying 50% of seats at the next election, which looks like you've moved the goalpost and you're lowering expectations for the SNP.
Well, I've not moved the goalpost, and neither has Nicola Sturgeon, because first and foremost, our plan A has always been to seek a referendum on independence. And we stood in a manifesto, particularly after Scotland was dragged out of Europe against this will. And that's been denied and denied and denied, despite the fact that we've won election after election after election. So that remains the plan A. Now, that plan A is being denied to us, so we have to think about, well, how do we test the proposition in a general election? Look, John, you've covered many general elections over the years. The rule's pretty simple. The party that wins the most seats wins the general election. So we've said, look, if we win the majority of seats, as was decided by conference, if we win that general election, then in the manifesto, page 1, line 1, will say a vote for the SNP is a vote for Scotland to become independent. So it'll be pretty clear the manifesto we're standing on. That allows us to then have negotiations with the UK government about how we give that democratic effect. And that could be a referendum. That could be transferring the powers to us in the Scottish Parliament so we can hold a referendum. Or it could be, of course, negotiations, which, look, I know the latter one will be unlikely, but then give us the power to hold a referendum. And I'm not the one who fears the verdict of the Scottish people. When I had the power over a referendum, I would hold it tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure we would win.
Okay, Hamza Yusuf, thank you so much for joining us from Dundee this morning, especially when you're dealing with so much with your family as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
National and international headlines coming up, but now let's get the news, the travel and the weather where you are.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Jo Kent. There's concern children on the Isle of Wight are at greater risk of falling into crime because literacy levels are so low. Figures have revealed the island has the worst Key Stage 2 results of any local authority in England. But there are efforts to reverse this. The project started to invite authors into schools for reading sessions to encourage more children to read at home. Shops in Southampton are working with police today to crack down on shoplifting and other forms of crime. A dispersal zone will be in place today and tomorrow, allowing officers to direct a person to leave the city centre if they're engaged in antisocial behaviour. There'll also be an increased police presence for the rest of the week. A team of horse riders has been recruited to help tackle crime in the countryside in Dorset. Rural mounted volunteers will work with Dorset Police while out on their regular rides, reporting suspicious activity to the rural crime team. Riders will wear high visibility jackets reading Police Volunteer. It's hoped the team will help to identify criminal activity in isolated areas. More than 1,400 illegal vapes and tobacco products have been seized in one single day by trading standards officers in West Sussex. The county council's hired 2 new officers to tackle the increasing sales of vapes to children by rogue businesses. A quick look at the weather. Storm Babette on its way today, a largely dry and cloudy start, but showers and rain moving in from the south and becoming persistent this afternoon with strong winds, a high of 18 degrees. That's all for now. I'm back in half an hour.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Sammy Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines for you today. At least 500 people are feared dead after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Both sides in the conflict blame the other for the blast.
Let me be clear, the IDF does not target hospitals. That's a sensitive side, it's a humanitarian side. We don't target hospitals.
Well, Joe Biden is on his way to Israel, but the Palestinian and Egyptian presidents have cancelled talks with him in the wake of that explosion.
The blast has brought international condemnation. So President Biden due to land in Israel in the next hour or so. We will bring you that live, and we will have the very latest from our correspondents across the region throughout the morning.
Also in the news today, 17 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Andrew Malkinson speaks to Breakfast about his long fight for justice.
Good morning. It's weights being lifted at this gym in Newcastle, but prices that are rising in the economy. Inflation 6.7% in September. I'll explain why that number is so important for anyone who's on benefits.
In sport, England are heading to the Euros. Harry Kane scores twice as qualification for next summer's tournament is secured with a 3-1 win over Italy at Wembley.
Good morning. Storm Babette is coming our way today, bringing heavy and persistent rain to the south and also the west. For the rest of us, it's going to be largely dry and cloudy, but the wind is going to strengthen wherever you are. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
Morning on Wednesday, the 18th of October, and there has been international condemnation after that explosion at a hospital in Gaza is feared to have killed at least 500 people.
The blast has raised the diplomatic stakes for President Biden, who is due to land in Israel shortly. Hamas, a group designated as a terror organisation by many Western governments, including the UK, says the Al-Ali hospital was hit by an Israeli strike.
But in turn, Israel has blamed a Palestinian group called Islamic Jihad. They have denied any involvement, describing the accusations as lies. Let's put it all together. Wira Davis has the latest for us.
Pictures from Gaza last night showed scenes of utter chaos.
Huh? Say again. I'm eating a Scotch egg. I'm watching the news. What about that bloke that went to prison for 17 years? Yeah, he was innocent. I was innocent. I got sectioned for 18 years. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at Biden, right? Do you reckon Biden's looking quite old? Biden. He's an old man, isn't he? He should be in a care home. Yeah, I don't know what... America, what's going on with America? Oh yeah. Do you want an iPhone? Nah. I'm just eating a Scotch egg. Yeah.
It's not done enough damage. It's sort of basically said, look, the damage don't make no sense. We'll look into it, but we didn't bomb it. Yeah, but then one of the Hamas guys said, oh yeah, it sounded like a missile. It didn't sound like it was Iranian.
Yeah.
You know, so he couldn't cook really, and he'll be killed now. Good retard down there. I'm in Leeds, yeah, and there's this one roundabout, and they don't seem to know how to use a fucking roundabout.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when you're coming past that 3 o'clock, yeah, when you go on that 12 o'clock, you go in a lane, yeah. These dumb motherfuckers, yeah, that's fucking dumb. They go, I don't know what I do, I don't know.
No, mate. Huh? When do you reckon them caps are going to arrive at my door? A couple of days, or today or tomorrow? I want to take a picture of them. I want to share the pictures around and say, look, all these caps. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. My knees are aching.
I was in the right lane and the guy started beeping at me. Yeah. Because, oh, you need the wrong lane, bro. You go there, yeah, you go this way. But that's right. I'm going past 12 o'clock, so you're in the, I have to be in the right hand lane and then I indicate across. I don't just go in that and just go fucking over for everyone else. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, you think you know? Yeah, I know. I can't be driving, yeah. Ah, fuck off. Yeah, it's fucking no, fuck off. Not telling you fucking happy fuck.
What time did you wake up this morning? 6:30. I think I was up earlier than that. Yeah. I've been awake 11 hours. 11 hours, yeah. Let me think. Yeah.
So you won't get a booking. Have you got a booking confirmation number? He goes, Mr. Gora, don't do this to me, Mr. Gora. You used to give me good price. I said, yeah, I used that. I don't do that shit no more. The price is the price. Yes, no, fuck off then, yeah.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, Mr. Gora. I said, listen, I'm not Mr. White, yeah. It's racist. If I call you Mr. Brown, yeah, is that all right? He goes, oh, no. I said, exactly. So I don't call Mr. Gora, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, no, okay, bye. Yes, then I'm booking in for 7 days unless you want to pay 25 quid.
Yeah.
You're booking in for 7 days and I said, well, you're more like 12 or 13 days. But if you took me about, I would think of like, I got fucking time to be messed about.
Yeah. I've been watching the news, right, and they keep repeating everything over and over again. It's on now again about Israel. It's been on several times. Yeah, usual stuff.
organisers, they keep firing RPGs at them. So Israel sort of said, look, we can't two-state. You know, you can have your own country, have your own government. You're a part of Israel. You can run yourself, you know. Look at Israel and how nice it is, and then look how fucking dog shit fucking Palestine is. And then they're like, oh, well, yes, because we've just been bombed and, you know, they've had loads on one aid. They don't fucking, all they do, they buy RPGs with it.
It's crazy.
Oh, no, you know, we've got nothing. Fuck off, fucking terrorists.
It is bad, mate.
I fucking don't like Jews. I swear to God, this guy in this jazz, man. Go on, you fucking packing cunt. They let every single one person through, man. Fuck off.
No, mate.
Every fucking time. Allah Akbar. Maybe it's got a mosque or something, I don't know. My car doesn't like doing 3 miles an hour.
Are you driving now?
Allah Akbar.
Are you doing window cleaning?
No, I'm doing window.
Yeah.
We don't do window cleaning, we do window cleaning.
Yeah, I know.
Right, my website don't even work for that. It doesn't work. Someone asked me the other day, oh, you know, Packy woman asked me the other day, is it £3 for a house? And when I asked, I tell you, I asked my phone, she goes, how much do you charge per hour? I've phoned business and they want like £30 an hour. And I said, yeah, well, we're 25 and 20. And she goes,
Yeah.
minimum wage is only, I don't get out of bed for minimum wage. What is that?
I've got to lay down because my knees are hurting like crazy. Yeah. 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 That's crazy, man. Yeah. You're like my neighbour, James. He can't get a provisional license, because mental health said no. Yeah. Can you imagine if I told you you can't have a provisional license, you cannot drive because of mental issues? What would you say? I mean, would you tell them to piss off? Yeah, I reckon James should tell them to piss off. And get a representative, get another situation where you can talk about your future and about what you want to do and all that. He probably wants to be a driver, I reckon. I remember he was quite upset when I renewed my license. I'm not even driving, but I still renewed it, right? And he was like really pissed off and upset because he can't even get a provisional license. James. Yeah, 91 Cox Road. No, he don't want an iPhone. No, he don't want one. Yeah. Yeah. It's magnet. Yeah. 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 That's all right. All right. I got my door open. Nice fresh air. Is that oh, I'm thinking of that. Oh shit, I can't remember now. Yeah. 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 I want to get diamond ring coming on my house. Yeah. I'm gonna smoke. Everybody, I'll be able to animal. Yeah. Hey? Oh no, I lost that one. I'll see if it's right there. So what you doing today then? All right. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. All right. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. 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 All right. Yeah. What?
I'm working, you bastard, I need to come in through it today. Yeah, and I said, no, not my problem. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Obstructions on your side. If it was on my side, I'd have to reverse. Yeah, you need to go back to fucking do your driving lessons and learn the highway code. Yeah. Oh, you go around, motherfucker, you go, white bastard, white, okay, that's straight to me, that's what fuck about that as well.
Yeah.
And then, the other day, I was coming down there about a week ago. I was coming down there with somebody, and they couldn't see obstructions on her side. There were 3 cars behind me, so I couldn't have heard anyway. Yeah. Then there was a little thing that this stupid woman, about 22 or something, yeah, she's beating up. Well, you need to fucking move back, you know, go back there.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Ooh. I just farted. I just had 2 Scotch eggs. Two Scotch eggs. They were lovely. Ah, it's eggs, isn't it? Right.
Then when it gets twatted right side of a car, they don't fucking stop. And then they're like, oh, you're
Yeah.
That's what being fucking taxi drivers are fucking walk the fucking road, yeah?
Yeah.
So now no car can get past. And you move there going, oh, my 20 fucking road, no more people just driving stupid. Yeah?
That's crazy. Yeah. I got a friend. Yeah. Oh, sir. Calm down there. You're getting them pissed off. Yeah. 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 Weather's on again. I watched the weather news fucking several times this morning. Crazy. Uh, yeah. Yeah. That's crazy.
Like one car through, yeah, and 5,000 million cars. Fuck that. So yeah, obviously, I let the fucking guy who's only been sat there for like 2 seconds, yeah. Who used to do good fucking cocksuckers.
Right.
That's how he kills there as well. Shit on, anyway. But then about 10 million fucking lights up there, that's why. Yeah, look, so lights have gone green. So it's like one car through, and then them go fucking green, and now they've gone red. So then there's a big fucking gap, yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah. So now look, it says it's green, yeah. Oh, no, it's not red. That's why.
Mine's sort of it. Oh. Yeah. Crazy. That's all crazy. Yeah.
No fucking parking spaces. I told the guy, he goes, oh yeah, come Tuesday. And I said, yeah, I can come Tuesday, but I'm going to charge you extra. It takes like fucking 3 hours to get there. Yeah, and you're like, okay.
Nah, mate. I've got to do some washing today. I've got to wash my socks and t-shirts. And a few pairs of tracksuits. Bottoms. And a jumper. Yeah. Alright, I'll stand by. Oh, yeah. 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 Have you tried salmon? Salmon. It's a buy and selling site. Yeah, well, I think that's it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I have got one. I've got a thing that like a bottle on there, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like a 5 litre. And you can have like 2 peas in it. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Like, what the fuck is this bottle from a big one? I said, "Aye, you don't understand, yeah. When you're stuck in a queue and you can't do something parcel, yeah, you can have a bit. Well, I can. I'm a bit in car on almost my fucking car, yeah. I bit myself, which I've had to do before.
Yeah.
I'm driving on the motorway and there's no fucking service station. Yeah, because even, I mean, have you got a bottle? And he goes, no. I said, right, you need to pop over. He goes, I've gone. And he went with me, and that's around. But I can't put it in no more, man.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, so it's like, it's a bit wet. He goes, really? He was pissed in my car. I said, yeah, well, you're not going to fucking stop. I told you about 20 minutes ago I needed a penny. I told you again. I told you again. I told you again. And, you know, I went, why you got a bottle that you could have taken or something? So now I've got a big bottle in my car.
Yeah, I mean. Is it yours then? Is it yours? I thought I heard someone press the buzzer. All right. I've got the news.
Domestically to its policies, but maybe it just thinks perhaps better not to get too deeply involved.
John, thank you so much. That's John Simpson, our World Affairs editor. Thank you.
It's such a complicated, complex, changing situation, is it? But I hope that's made some sense of it. Try to explain it for you this morning. We will return to the situation in the Israel-Gaza conflict later, but we just need to look at some of this morning's other news as well.
And after 3 months of the inflation rate falling, new figures this morning show it stayed the same in September, holding steady at 6.7%.
Ben's been looking at the numbers and he's been very happy.
Second. Yeah. I got my door open. I opened it about 10 minutes ago. Well, 20 minutes ago. I've got a red t-shirt on and a red family friend cap.
You know, someone said they're their family friend. They went to stay with a family friend. I was thinking, oh, all right. Gordon that was to win them.
All right.
When you sued them, Gordon.
Who? What, the NHS?
No, but when you sued NHS.
I don't know, man. It's a court case, isn't it? I mean, it's a big case. It's 18 years of section units.
18 years in a section unit.
Yeah, well, in and out. You know, like for 18 years, I was harassed, dragged out my house, put in section units, and then free, and then back in again. And they were doing that for 18 years. And then they just charged me. They forced me into a van, right, because I was unwell and I was playing loud music. But that was absolute bollocks. I mean, it was, mammy, you know, and other times it was they said I was schizophrenic bipolar disorder, and after a few more years, they said schizoaffective disorder. I remember when they dragged me out of my house and took me to Basingstoke, and that's when they said schizoaffective. And my mum was actually going into section units as well, and she went to Basingstoke, and that's when they said schizoaffective. My mum, I wish she never went there at all to Desborough House. I mean, you know, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, NHS, they're shit, they're rubbish, they're no good. They think it's great to lock people up all the time. But all people want to do is die because they can't stand it. They asked me if I'm suicidal, and I said, no, I'm not suicidal. I've got piano days, I've got all the history. Yeah. Yeah. There used to be a Chinese over the road, but there's a chip shop now. Used to be a Chinese.
Here now, brother. Very good, brother, isn't it? Isn't it, brother? You know, brother.
My way.
40 minutes. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
Crazy, man.
Who's crazy? I'm Muslim.
I don't know.
You know that bullshit. I swear to God, yeah. Well, it looks like I pissed myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's bad, mate.
Looks like. Looks like being the word. When you should convert, you know. Brother.
What?
You should
I should convert. I'm not a Muslim. I'm British.
You should convert, you man.
I could probably organise to have a
Taxi drivers just realised there's a bus gate. How stupid you have to be, eh? It's a bus gate. I can see that sign from here. And he's just realised there's a bus gate. He doesn't want to go through it.
Yeah,
It's too late, mate. You've already got a ticket.
that's crazy.
He's already gone through it. That's the thing. So he still gets tickets. Yeah. Right, because it's a taxi. He's not a taxi. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's Uber. He thought, I'm going to go through it and bet he's been told, yeah?
yeah.
And then he decided, no, let's not do that, yeah? The amount of times that I've gone through that, yeah, because the car's not registered to anybody, yeah, I get away with it every time. But I don't like risking it. First time I did it, yeah, I
Yeah.
get a fucking big fine on that.
That's crazy, man.
Not one fucking thing.
Yeah. My knees are hurting. It's fucking crazy, it is.
They need that.
Yeah.
I think it's that you gave me.
You're not gay. You're not gay.
And I'm not.
I'm gonna have to go, mate. I've got to sort my head out.
I'm going to phone John.
Yeah, okay. Who's John?
It's some guy.
All right. Yeah. 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 Yeah, okay, mate. See ya. Oh my God.
Couple of days, he is here to basically to talk to Benjamin. Who there we have Air Force One, just taxiing, having landed in just the last couple of minutes. He says he wants to simultaneously protect and support Israel. And of course, one of the topics for discussion for him today will certainly be the humanitarian catastrophe among Gaza's civilians that we have been reporting on here on Breakfast All Morning.
This was always going to be a high stakes diplomatic tightrope for Joe Biden, going to Israel, meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. But the events last night, we've been talking about all morning, the explosions, the blast at a hospital in Gaza City, with up to 500 people feared dead, has potentially changed the entire dynamic in the Middle East. We've seen angry scenes on the reaction, not just in Gaza, but right across the region. And Joe Biden is going to have to deal with all that as well as the bigger diplomatic efforts, because there's all kinds of claim and counter-claim about who was responsible for that devastating explosion.
We've had Israel, haven't we, insisting that the hospital that was destroyed last night was in fact destroyed by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That's a faction that's smaller than Hamas and closer to Iran, according to our correspondent Jeremy Bowen. The Israeli military says the projectile malfunction fell short of its target in Israel, and that's what's happened.
Meanwhile, in Gaza itself, groups there say that is not the case. They absolutely insist that this was an Israeli strike, and they want Israel to take full responsibility for it. So that's what Joe Biden is going to have to deal with in Tel Aviv today. He's going to meet the Israeli Prime Minister. We think he's then going to meet the Israeli War Cabinet. He was also planning to meet some Arab leaders. We're expecting him to go to Jordan, potentially to meet the Palestinian president as well. But those meetings with other Arab leaders have been cancelled overnight because of events at that hospital in Gaza. As I say, the dynamic, the politics, the potential of this is changing by the minute.
And of course, all of this happening against the backdrop of 600,000 Palestinians who fled the northern Gaza Strip for the south since those Israeli military warnings that have been coming in the last several days. Israel blocked essential supplies to Gaza in retaliation for that original Hamas attack on the 7th of October that left 1,300 Israelis dead. Now, the authorities in Gaza, Palestinian territory run by the militant group Hamas, say 500 people died in the explosion in the hospital.
I've heard this about 10 times. It's driving me nuts.
Out of Israel overnight. Rishi Sunak might also head to Israel later this week. We understand the German Chancellor is heading there. Ursula von der Leyen from the EU is heading there. We understand.
I've heard that news so much, I can't believe it. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh. Wow. Wow. Oh. Right, we'll give it another 14 minutes and I'm going to end the broadcast. That'll be 12 hours. That's the longest. I think it's been 11 hours, but now it's going to be 12 hours. I mean, oh. Ah. 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 Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm just looking at this website and they sell shoe glue. £1.98 shoe glue. So maybe I can fix the trainers. I don't know.
this hour of news feels absolutely nothing new, but we have seen it in for the state of Israel. The President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, is also on the tarmac for both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog have been saying, making it absolutely clear that what happened in Gaza at that hospital late last night, that carnage and chaos was not caused by an Israeli airstrike. It was caused by a misfired rocket by the Islamic Jihad group. When these leaders are waving the cameras, they will no doubt look closely at what Israel has said since peace. A credible case of told journalists this morning to prove in its eyes, according to its intelligence, that the damage that was caused in the area around the hospital was not consistent with an airstrike. It says it was misfired missile from a nearby cemetery, and it also hit a parking lot where hundreds were sheltering, and that there was an ammunition dump nearby. They called it propellant, in other words, a storm of rockets that they also loaded. Joe Biden will be under pressure to draw his own conclusions, and he will not just talk to Israelis. Americans also have their eyes on that intelligence. So much resides in that conclusion, even though across this region, conclusions have already been drawn by Gazans, by Palestinians, by Arab leaders who were very quick last night to condemn what they say is war Israeli war crimes. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, who was supposed to meet Joe Biden in Jordan, made that part of the visit, of course, cancelled, accused Israel of crossing all red lines. You can imagine the intense negotiations, discussions which must have gone on in Washington yesterday. Should Joe Biden come? Should he wait? Is this the right time to try to come and de-escalate when it is fast escalating? There's really no sense of a way out. It's a very private thing to do. He believes in the power of his face-to-face personal diplomacy. He believes that while this is a positive example, that he can sit down and convince Israeli leaders to get aid into Gaza to protect the civilians in the Gaza Strip.
Please, thank you so much. That's Lise Doucet, our Chief International Correspondent.
Lise, Vishni Abu Arif, inside Gaza, John Simpson is looking at this morning, and they will continue to update. There's a live page on the BBC News website, you get constant updates